The episode began inside a classroom filled with students. A teacher stood at the front, teaching. Among the students sat Junyoung, quietly observing a boy. She was looking at Na Seong-hon and wondering if he had changed his hairstyle again. To her, it wasn't anything new. The school had been noisy since morning. Still, she couldn't help but notice how good he looked. His skin was so fair, almost like a prince. His face, his eyes, nose, mouth, everything looked flawless. At first, Na Seong didn't seem like someone who would belong in such a small village, yet he carried himself so calmly and confidently that he looked like he fit in perfectly. Junyoung thought maybe his composed personality helped him adjust. But something still felt strange. His transfer had happened at such an unusual time. Despite all that, he had managed to charm the entire school and earned the title of the prince among the students. While she was lost in thought, the teacher asked Na Seong-won if he had slept well and called him forward to solve a math problem. Na Seong stood but hesitated, telling the teacher that the question seemed too difficult for him. The teacher was surprised because Na Seong had earlier said that he had already covered this chapter back in Seoli, but Na Seong admitted that he hadn't solved this exact problem before. Seeing this, the teacher turned to Junyoung and asked her to come forward and solve it. She quietly walked to the front and solved the problem with ease. The teacher praised her, admitting he thought she wasn't paying attention. But then again, he added, what else could be expected from the top student in the class? Junyoung, however, had different thoughts. In her mind, she corrected the teacher. She wasn't just the best in the class, she was the best in the entire school. But it wasn't such a big deal, since the school itself was quite small. The teacher then turned to Na Seong again, warning him not to act so full of himself just because he came from another countryside. He asked him if he didn't feel embarrassed being outperformed by a girl. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed in the room. A boy had stomped his foot on the floor and declared that class was over. It was Baeom-jin. The teacher angrily asked who he was to decide that. But Baeom-jin insisted that he really needed to go to the bathroom. To make his point, he even mentioned that he had already loosened his belt. The teacher sighed in frustration and gave up. He told the class that the lesson was over and ordered everyone to leave. As the students started talking among themselves, they began whispering about Baeom-jin. They called him shameless, scary, and full of attitude. Na Seong quietly walked up to Junyoung and apologized for making her solve the problem in his place. But Junyoung didn't stop to talk. She stood up and told him to move aside. She said she needed to go to the washroom and he was blocking her way. Another girl, standing nearby, turned to Na Seong and told him not to waste his time talking to Junyoung. She felt Junyoung's attitude was too much and that she would only ruin his mood. As Junyoung walked away, her mind was filled with heavy thoughts. Everything around her felt senseless. She wore old, torn clothes, and she knew most of the students in the school came from similar backgrounds. But even among them, her situation felt the worst. Still, in all of that mess, there was one person who seemed to stand out, and that was Na Seong-won. Later, as the sun began to set, Junyoung found herself walking toward a mountain instead of going home. She felt confused about her own actions. The mountain always became dark first in the evening, yet she chose to go up there. The truth was, her house wasn't a place where she could study. She didn't even have a proper desk. The school environment wasn't any better, and she didn't want to attract attention by staying there too long either. That's when she found this old house. This abandoned house had become a secret place for her, a space she discovered the night her drunk mother hit her. It was built on top of the hill like a temple, and though it was summer, the inside stayed cool and peaceful. For her, it was the perfect place to study. Looking around the furniture inside, she felt it hadn't been abandoned for very long. It seemed like someone used to live here not too long ago, but it didn't matter. Right now, it was empty. She walked to the door and tried to unlock it, but surprisingly, the lock was already open. She felt a chill run down her spine. Someone else knew about this place. As she stepped inside, she saw Baeom-jin waking up from sleep. He looked at her calmly, as if he had been expecting her. Junyoung was shocked. She never imagined she'd meet Baeom-jin here, the boy with the worst reputation in the whole school, maybe even in the entire town. She realized that he hadn't just arrived, he had been sleeping there all along. He asked her casually if she wanted to eat ramen. She replied that she was too tired. Then he offered to add an egg to the ramen. She agreed, but warned him not to break it like last time. Junyoung then thought about how strange their situation was. This abandoned house was now shared between the two of them. She had only recently discovered the truth about Baeom-jin. He had lost his parents when he was young, and before entering middle school, he moved from one relative's house to another. There were many rumors about him. Some said he was transferred to this school because he had attacked a teacher in his last school. Others believed his family had ties to gangs and that his parents were stabbed to death. So many scary stories surrounded his name. Junyoung remembered that they had been in the same class since second year, yet she had never spoken to him. She had no intention of ever talking to him either, and believed things would stay that way until graduation. Only a week ago, she had discovered this abandoned house and started coming here. That day, she heard a strange sound and looked up to see Baeom-jin waking up. He looked terrifying, and she was so scared that she screamed out loud. She apologized, saying she didn't know someone else was using the house. She said it was empty when she found it, and she would leave immediately. She wondered how long he had been staying here. Why did she have to run into such a mysterious boy? But Baeom-jin calmly told her that the house wasn't his. It had been abandoned for a month, and no one had come here since. Junyoung then asked why he was staying here. He replied that he had just been sleeping. She didn't know what to think. Then he asked if she came there to study. He said he was going back to sleep and told her she could stay as long as she wanted. Junyoung tried to stop him, but he had already gone back to sleep. She stood there, unsure. A part of her felt she should leave. Who knew what kind of boy he truly was? What if something bad happened? But deep down, she also knew she wouldn't find a better place to study. He had found the house first, but if she had found it before him, maybe he wouldn't have had any right to claim it. She quietly walked up to him and watched him sleeping. She wondered if he was really asleep. She also wondered how he knew she came here to study. Suddenly, Baeom-jin spoke again, asking if she wanted to say something. She was startled and hit her head, losing her balance and almost falling. But Baeom-jin quickly caught her hand and pulled her toward him. He warned her not to go to the second floor. The railing was too low, and it could be dangerous. Junyoung felt flustered and embarrassed. She pushed him away. Baeom-jin only smiled and asked if that was her way of saying thanks for saving her. She asked how he knew she came to study. He explained that 2 days ago, when he had woken up from sleep, he saw her sitting at the desk, reading. He had recognized her just by looking at her back. Junyoung went back to sleep again. Later, as she sat quietly, she was surprised when someone recognized her just by seeing her back. It was Baeom-jin. He gently told her that he knew it was her because she always sat right in front of him in class. Junyoung wondered in her mind, can people really recognize someone just by looking at their back? Baeom-jin, with a casual tone, told her that if she had used his bed, he might have kicked her out. But when he looked at her, it seemed like all she needed was a desk. So he figured they could manage things together. After all, both of them needed a quiet place for different reasons. That meant they wouldn't bother each other. Junyoung thought to herself he wasn't wrong. Then she asked if he had come here just to sleep. If so, why didn't he sleep at home? Baeom-jin replied with a smile, asking her why she didn't study at her own house. At that moment, Junyoung realized maybe he had his own reasons too. She asked if he was sure this place was truly empty. What if someone came here? Baeom-jin calmly suggested that if that happened, next time they would just lock the door and share the key between them. Junyoung asked him why he would share the space if it was more comfortable keeping it just for himself. Baeom-jin reminded her again he believed they could come to an agreement. Then he asked if she wanted the key or not. Junyoung answered that yes, she wanted the key. Baeom-jin nodded and told her to go to her place then. Junyoung wondered if this kind of arrangement would really work. She asked him if he even knew her name. Baeom-jin said he did. She was Junyoung, the top student. He admitted he wasn't good at studying, but that didn't mean he couldn't remember names. Junyoung thought to herself that she didn't have many choices anyway. So, that's how her and Baeom-jin's secret understanding began. They divided the abandoned house into 2 zones. Baeom-jin used the second floor to sleep, and Junyoung used the first floor for studying. Even though they now shared the same house, nothing changed between them at school. They didn't disturb each other. They had never really talked before either. But later, he started bringing ramen, and they began eating together. They started having small conversations. But there was one big issue. Baeumjin always cooked ramen. Junyoung noticed he cooked it every single time. She once asked him how many eggs he had added because the yolk was broken. She didn't like it when the yolk broke. Baeumjin reminded her that since they were cooking in one pot, it was hard to match each other's tastes. He told her she could cook her own if she wanted it her way. Junyoung then asked if there was anything he didn't like. Baeumjin replied without hesitation he didn't like her bad attitude. Just then, a drop of ramen soup flew from his spoon and landed on Junyoung's shirt. She got annoyed and asked what he had done. Baeumjin said she could go home and wash it. Junyoung got frustrated. She had planned to wear it the whole day. She thought if her fists were just a little bigger, she might have punched him. Baeumjin laughed and told her she could take off her shirt and he would wash it. She was shocked. What was he even saying? He explained calmly since it was his fault the shirt got dirty, she could give it to him to clean. Hearing this made Junyoung feel stunned. Her head accidentally bumped the wall again. Baeumjin asked her if hitting her head was her new hobby and joked that she must be crazy because she was too smart. Junyoung told him to shut his mouth. Then suddenly, Baeumjin began to take off his own shirt. Junyoung panicked and asked what he was doing. Baeumjin told her to wear his shirt and give him hers. He asked again if she really wanted him to wash it or not. Junyoung thought washing clothes was such a tiring task, and during the evening, the water got really cold. If she wanted to avoid this trouble, she took the shirt from him and told him to wait outside. After some time, she called out saying she was done and he could come in. He entered, and Junyoung offered her dirty shirt. Baeumjin looked at her silently. Junyoung asked why he wasn't taking it. Had he changed his mind? Baeumjin told her not to say such things out loud again. Junyoung asked what things, but he just walked away without answering. She sat there eating, watching him quietly. It felt funny, watching a big guy like him doing chores. Surprisingly, his body looked quite fit. He didn't have any tattoos on his back. And his clothes, they actually smelled nice. This was not at all what she had expected when she first met him. Just then, Baeumjin asked her what she was doing. Junyoung quickly changed the topic and said the ramen was too spicy. She asked how much chili powder he had used. Later, after she finished studying, Baeumjin was lying on his bed, but as soon as she got up to leave, he woke up and came downstairs. He asked if she was going home. Junyoung thought to herself, this guy always wakes up at the right time. Was he some kind of cat? She had planned to tell him before leaving, but he always woke up at the exact moment. At least, she didn't have to feel guilty about not informing him. Baeumjin asked how she would go home. It was getting very dark outside. Junyoung asked softly, was he worried about her? She teased that if he wanted, he could walk her home. But looking at his face, she quickly changed her mind and said it was fine. She had a flashlight and could use that. Baeumjin warned her not to walk around with a flashlight. He told her that using it would make it obvious she stayed in that place. Didn't she know how bright flashlights looked in the dark? Junyoung muttered to herself, then how was she supposed to go in this darkness? Suddenly, Baeumjin went to a corner and took out a stick. Junyoung got scared and asked what he was doing. Baeumjin handed her one end of the stick and told her to follow him. He had good night vision, he said. Junyoung followed, holding the other side of the stick, thinking she hadn't expected this would become a routine. He had even made a handle for her so she wouldn't get hurt in the dark. He was acting so different from the rumors. Baeumjin then said they were almost there. Junyoung thought, was he a cat or something? She told him he seemed like he belonged to a cat family. Even his name had Tiger in it. Cats were known for seeing well in the dark. Baeumjin smiled and asked if she knew these kinds of things. Junyoung replied that he slept all day anyway. He asked her if she wanted to know what he did at night. Junyoung quickly said no. She was only thinking, what if one day he suddenly stopped showing up? Then how would she go home in the dark? Baeumjin simply said then go home before it gets dark. Junyoung whispered that going home during the day wasn't possible for her. Finally, they reached near her place. Baeumjin walked ahead to leave, but Junyoung turned around to thank him. He was already walking away. Then she reached her house. Outside, many empty alcohol bottles were scattered. Junyoung was thinking again. Her mom had drunk the whole night. If things kept going like this, she feared one day her mom would be gone. She opened the door slowly and walked inside. Her mom was already standing there. She looked scary. cold and angry. Without saying anything, her mom suddenly threw a bucket full of water on her. The water was freezing, and right after that, she started hitting Junyoung badly. Junyoung could only wish she had stayed out just a little longer. Then the scene shifted. A new day had started and the school ground was busy. A dodgeball match was about to begin. Junyoung was also there, standing quietly. Suddenly, a girl pushed her. The girl acted innocent and said she didn't see Junyoung. But Junyoung didn't care. She simply raised her middle finger at her. The girl got very angry. Junyoung, still expressionless, thought to herself, at least now you saw it. Just then, a teacher shouted at everyone and told them to stop wasting time. He asked them to form teams quickly. Junyoung stood there thinking. Dealing with girls like Sue wasn't a big deal, but today, something didn't feel right. Maybe it was because she had been out in the rain last night. Maybe she was getting sick. Her body felt weak. She thought maybe she should go to the nurse's office and rest. The game began. A girl kept catching every ball that came toward Junyoung. It started happening again and again. Junyoung wondered if they were doing this on purpose. Were they trying to push her out of the game? It looked like they were working hard just to make her lose. The girl named Si-Yang asked if she could throw the ball this time. Junyoung could feel her body getting worse. She thought maybe she really should leave now and go to the nurse. But before she could move, Si-Yang threw the ball hard, and it hit Junyoung directly. Her body couldn't take it. She collapsed to the ground and fainted. Si-Yang got worried and quickly ran to her. He looked at her lying there and felt scared. He asked if she was okay and said maybe they needed to take her to the nurse's office. Not far from there, Baeom-jin was standing. He had seen everything. His face was unreadable. Soon, Yoon-young was in the nurse's room. She slowly opened her eyes, thinking, "Did I really faint?" Her body felt terrible. She looked toward the window and saw papers covering it. The nurse came in. She looked around and complained about how hot the room was. It was summer, and yet the heater was on. She looked at the papers and asked if Junyoung had done all that. Then she said she couldn't tell if Junyoung was hot because of fever or something else. She told her to rest instead of joining gym class. Junyoung said she was fine, but the nurse insisted class was over, and she should go home and rest. She said she had to go to a meeting and told Junyoung to take medicine if she got a fever. Junyoung thought to herself, home isn't a place where I can rest. Just then, someone came in. The nurse peeked out and said that someone had come to see Junyoung. Junyoung was confused. Who could it be? Who in this school would want to visit her? Only one name came to her mind. It was Si-young. He walked in and softly asked if she was awake. Junyoung was shocked. What was he doing here? Si-yang said he had come to check if she was okay. He had come during break, but she was sleeping. He said he got worried. He thought maybe she would need to be taken to a hospital. He had never seen someone faint like that before, especially not because of his own throw. He looked guilty. But Junyoung was confused. She had fainted because of the flu, not the ball. She realized he had misunderstood, but looking at the situation, it made sense why he felt that way. She replied in a dry voice that he had thrown the ball with full strength. Was he here now to check how much damage he had caused? Si-yang quickly denied it. He said he had noticed earlier that she didn't look well. Even during the dodgeball game, she looked like she was about to fall. He had thought maybe if he hit her, she could leave the game and rest. But maybe he had thrown too hard. He softly asked for forgiveness. Junyoung stared at him. Could someone be this honest? She hadn't even said a simple thank you, but still, his world seemed so warm, so gentle. Nothing around him felt painful. She smiled faintly and said she wasn't hurt that badly. At least no bones were broken. He smiled too and said that was good. Si-young gently asked if she could stand on her own. Then Junyoung asked quietly if he was the one who turned on the heater. The room had been hot, but thanks for trying to cover the window. But Si-young's face showed that he had no idea what she was talking about. Junyoung wondered why saying thank you felt so difficult. Suddenly, Si-young held her hand from behind. He told her to be careful and not walk so fast when she wasn't well. Right at that moment, Baeom-jin walked in. Junyoung was surprised to see him and quickly pulled her hand away from Si-yang. Si-yang looked at Baeom-jin and asked if he had come because he was sick too, but the teacher had already left. Junyoung's thoughts started spinning. Did Seong think Baeum-jin had come to do something with her? That wasn't possible. Why would Baeum-jin come to see her? But Baeum-jin didn't say anything. He simply walked past them, opened a drawer, took some medicine, and quietly left. Junyoung watched him go. She thought to herself, he's trying so hard to act cool. But she knew if she stared at him long enough, he might even wash her clothes just to avoid her gaze. Seong said that things between him and Baeum-jin were still awkward. Junyoung thought to herself, not just you. There's no one in this school who doesn't feel that way about him. She also wondered, why did Baeum-jin come to take medicine? Maybe she could ask him next time. Seong then offered to walk Junyoung home. She quickly refused. She thought, I don't want anyone to know where I live. Later, Junyoung was outside the mountain house. She saw the door was still locked. That meant Baeum-jin hadn't come back yet. She felt tired. Her body had no energy. But she had to study. Exams were coming. Even if it was hard, she couldn't give up now. She wanted to stay the top student, the title she had earned all by herself, the one thing she was proud of. In this school, being number one mattered more than anything else. But she couldn't stop thinking about that bed upstairs. She was too tired and her fever was returning. Maybe she could just rest for a bit. She lay down on Baeum-jin's bed and thought resting before a battle is also important. The bed felt soft, but it was his bed. What if he got angry? But she was already falling asleep. She thought again about that strange moment when he had walked into the nurse's office. She wondered what Seong would think if he had seen them together. But when Baeum-jin had walked in, his face showed no shock. He wasn't someone who easily showed his feelings anyway. Still, she couldn't help but feel like he might walk in at any moment. Or what if he never came? There was no flashlight with her. How was she supposed to leave in this darkness? Night had already fallen, and sometime later, Junyoung woke up from a deep sleep. But what she saw in front of her made her scream in terror. Her heart almost stopped at the horrifying sight. Just then, Baeum-jin quickly grabbed her hand, trying to calm her. He softly assured her that it was him, but Junyoung, feeling startled and embarrassed, shoved him away. In that sudden movement, Baeum-jin's head hit the wall hard. He winced, clearly hurt, and let out a frustrated breath. It felt like he couldn't believe how impulsive she was. Junyoung, still flustered, glared at him. She was upset, thinking maybe he was trying to get too close. She questioned his intentions in her mind. Baeum-jin couldn't help but respond, frustrated that she had assumed he was some intruder. But to Junyoung, it made sense there was no one else besides them in that building. Who else could she have suspected? He then questioned her in return, wondering what on earth she was doing there so late, and whether she even realized what time it was. She admitted she had no idea, since she had just woken up. He informed her it was already 2:00 a.m., and couldn't understand why she was still there. If she had planned to stay, she should have at least locked the door. His voice held concern masked with annoyance. He called her crazy for being so careless. Junyoung fired back that he was the crazy one. How could she have locked the door from the inside? Baeum-jin told her bluntly that she should go home, but she didn't back down. She questioned why he himself wasn't at his house if he was so concerned. What was he doing there at 2:00 a.m.? He took a breath and reminded her that this was the second floor his area. That was when Junyoung's frustration spilled over. She shouted that this place wasn't just his. Both of them had every right to use it. Her head still throbbed, and even then, she was standing her ground. Eventually, she gave up and decided to leave, offering him the bed instead. But Baeum-jin offered to walk her home, worried for her safety. Junyoung refused. Her pride still stung. After all, just moments ago, he had nearly scared her to death. And now he was acting like he cared? He explained softly that she had fainted earlier after being hit by a ball. His tone made it seem like he regretted saying that out loud. Junyoung was surprised. She had expected him to yell at her for being unconscious, not show concern. He asked her gently if she had taken medicine from the nurse's office. She told him she had been asleep the whole time and actually felt a bit better after resting. He asked if she had any injuries. She said no, but admitted she had been feeling unwell because of the weather and hadn't been able to sleep properly for days. She still had a slight fever. Baeum-jin stood up and told her to stay right there as he headed downstairs. Junyoung quietly observed how confidently he moved in the dark, like someone with cat-like eyes. She wondered how he could even see anything in that pitch-black hallway. She called out to him, reminding him to turn on the lights before going downstairs, or else he might fall and get seriously hurt. He chuckled at the irony how the same girl who had slammed him into a wall was now worried about his safety. Junyoung quickly clarified that she wasn't actually worried, she just didn't want to be the one to witness him die, that's all. At that moment, he flipped the lights on. Junyoung noticed something the same medicine he had picked up from the nurse's office earlier. She called out that she was coming downstairs too, but he stopped her, insisting she stay put since she still looked dizzy. He walked up to her and handed her the medicine. She glanced at the packet and realized it was the same one he had taken before. With a little curiosity, she asked if he was sick too. He admitted he had cramps, and Junyoung couldn't believe what she just heard. The shock made her laugh uncontrollably. How could he say something like that so seriously? He told her to shut her mouth and just take the medicine. But Junyoung couldn't stop laughing. She joked that if she had a close friend, she would have run straight to her to tell her that Baeom-jin got cramps. She even regretted not having a friend just for this hilarious gossip. Then Baeom-jin reminded her, shouldn't her family be worried by now? She looked puzzled and asked why they would be. He explained that it was so late and she still hadn't gone home. But Junyoung casually replied that she had no intention of going home tonight anyway. She had already planned to sleep there. He then pointed at the bed and told her to go downstairs because it was his bed. She teased him to stop sleeping so much. After all, he even slept during school hours. He pointed out that she had also been asleep this whole time. Junyoung laughed and said today didn't count, it was a special case. Baeom-jin snapped at her to stop talking nonsense and go home. He even offered to drop her off. But Junyoung stood firm. She said she was staying there tonight. Baeom-jin hesitated. He questioned whether it was really okay for her to stay there alone at this hour. She reminded him there was no one else who would come except him. Still, he warned her that someone else who used that space might show up. Junyoung shrugged and invited him to stay too. It's not like she was asking him to share the bed. He was irritated and told her to stop saying such ridiculous things. Junyoung calmly suggested that maybe they could just agree silently. After all, they both had their own reasons for being there. He pointed out that this space was meant for studying for her. She looked around with soft eyes and confessed in her heart that this was the only place where she could relax. She never thought she'd say it out loud, but somehow he felt like the only person who might understand. His reason for being there seemed no different than hers. She finally admitted she couldn't go home, and she wondered silently if he had a reason just like hers for coming here. He said nothing and began walking away. Junyoung softly thanked him, and as he headed downstairs, she warned him once more to be careful if he tripped. He might die. He snapped back for her to be quiet and just go to sleep. Then he went and sat quietly at the desk downstairs. Junyoung called out to him again. When he responded, she asked him to turn off the lights. He did, and she smiled. That dark room, once unfamiliar and eerie, now felt warm and safe. Despite the darkness, she wasn't scared. Not when Baeom-jin was there, just sitting downstairs. His presence had somehow become comforting, not frightening. She had fallen asleep again without realizing it. And as she curled up on the bed, she noticed how the scent of Baeom-jin still lingered in the sheets. He didn't seem like the type to wear cologne, yet there was something pleasant about the way he smelled. He was nothing like how he appeared on the outside. She chuckled quietly, still thinking about his cramps. From downstairs, Baeom-jin grumbled that she should sleep quietly or he'd kick her out. Next morning, Junyoung woke up feeling refreshed. She couldn't remember the last time she had slept so peacefully. Her fever was gone, and she felt light and energized. She looked over and saw Baeom-jin cooking ramen. The smell made her smile. Morning ramen sounded perfect. Out of curiosity, she asked if his family owned a ramen factory. He stared at her blankly, not responding. As she started walking downstairs, he turned the lights on for her. She reassured him that she could manage in the dark, but he said he had no desire to be the one who found her lifeless body on the floor. Junyoung laughed and joked that if something did happen to her, all suspicion would fall on him anyway. Baeom-jin didn't find that funny and asked why him. She teased that she wouldn't let anyone else take over the bed she liked and burst out laughing again. He mumbled that her jokes were awful. She replied cheekily that at least they were better than his. He noticed her messy hair and asked if she wasn't going to wash it. She said she would after eating. Junyoung watched him as he did the dishes and thought to herself, maybe the only thing he was good at was making ramen. She then asked him if the towel nearby was his and whether he had just one. Junyoung gently took the hair product in her hands. She had a feeling Bomjin was planning to leave today without washing his hair, something no one would dare question him about. But her own hair felt greasy and heavy. She couldn't step out without washing it. No one ever cared about her hair anyway. At that moment, Bomjin teasingly reminded her that Seongwon did. But Junyoung couldn't understand why Seongwon would be concerned about something as silly as her hair. Bomjin quickly shifted the topic and asked if she wasn't planning to go home before school. He suggested she heat up the water first. It was freezing cold today. Junyoung told him to go upstairs and rest for a while. She promised she'd wake him up after washing her hair. But Bomjin hesitated. He said he couldn't possibly sleep in that room. It probably reeked of sweat. Junyoung snapped back, a little offended. She wasn't that sweaty. Eventually, Bomjin gave in and went upstairs, saying he was going to sleep and didn't want to be disturbed. Later, as Junyoung finished washing her hair and stepped out, she caught sight of him resting peacefully. Watching him sleep so easily, she couldn't help but wonder if he put that kind of focus into his studies instead of sleeping. He might even beat her in grades. For the first time, she became curious, what kind of grades did Bomjin actually get? When she arrived at school, the same 3 girls from earlier were waiting for her. One of them asked if she was feeling better now. Junyoung politely thanked her. Another girl remarked that she looked completely fine, sounding slightly disappointed. Junyoung felt a flicker of annoyance. Why were they stopping her so early in the morning? The girl accused her of pretending to faint yesterday just to get Seongwon's attention. She said Junyoung looked ridiculous doing that. Junyoung didn't understand why they assumed she wanted Seongwon's attention in the first place. The girl didn't let up. She claimed everyone knew Junyoung liked Seongwon, that she always stared at him and pretended not to care. Now that they were confronting her, she seemed embarrassed. But Junyoung wasn't sure what she truly felt. She thought about it. Maybe it wasn't love. Maybe she just looked at him because he was different. And it was that difference that unsettled her. She remembered Bomjin's words from before. The girl said if Junyoung really did like Seongwon, she should just be honest about it. Then she took a low blow, saying maybe Junyoung's inability to be honest wasn't her fault. Maybe it was because of the kind of mother she had. But she said she wouldn't tell anyone and would keep quiet. Junyoung was confused and angry. What did her mother have to do with any of this? Suddenly, Seongwon appeared. He asked if she was feeling better. He said if she was still sick, he could. But Junyoung cut him off. She reminded him firmly that she had told him not to worry about her. Then, she turned and walked away. As she moved through the hallway, she spotted Bomjin. Their eyes briefly met, but she quickly looked down and walked past him. Later, sitting in class, Junyoung was still haunted by what Haesoo had said. How could that girl possibly understand her mother? Her mom wasn't an ordinary person. And Junyoung had always been alone even when they were together. In truth, she barely knew her. All she understood was that her mother was silent, deeply hurt, and lashed out at her daughter because of that pain. Junyoung tried to remember their past conversations, but there were only fragments. Once upon a time, she used to worry deeply about her mother. Even when her mom was extremely sick, she still forced herself to go to work. But Junyoung's feelings began to change, especially after cleaning up her mother's mess over and over again. When her mother came home drunk and started hitting her, something inside Junyoung began to shut down. They were very poor, but not everyone who's poor ends up like this. Her mother carried a deep, old wound, one that seemed to be slowly consuming her. Junyoung knew that even understanding that pain didn't make her feel any better. Some time ago, her mother had started leaving money in the corner of their home. The money remained untouched for days. One day, Junyoung asked if she could use it. As always, there was no response. So, she used it to buy old textbooks. Her mother never asked about the money again. From then on, whenever money was left behind, Junyoung quietly took it. She never tried to find out where it came from. At least her mother was doing that much for her. But if her mother had brought her into this messed up life, the least she could have done was raise her with some kindness, something less painful. She often wondered, what did her mother really do to survive? Suddenly, her teacher stormed in and hit her lightly on the head. He scolded her, saying good grades didn't mean she could daydream. He reminded her that teachers weren't there to be taken lightly. His words stung, and they just kept coming. Junyoung knew who this was, their math teacher, a sleazy man who didn't even deserve to be called a teacher. When she refused to join his extra class, he started harassing her. He continued to bother her with his fake kindness. She knew what he was really after, and she refused to fall for it. He was a shameless man who preyed on female students. She wished with all her heart that he would just disappear. Suddenly, Seungwon stood up. He said Junyoung had collapsed yesterday because of him. He took responsibility, saying she couldn't concentrate in class because of what had happened. The teacher laughed cruelly, asking if Junyoung had fallen so hard in love that her heart broke, or maybe she couldn't sleep thinking about him. Bomjin sat in silence, listening to all of it. Then, out of nowhere, a ball flew across the room and hit the blackboard behind the teacher. Bomjin had thrown it. He spoke up, saying no one should ever be treated that way, not even by him. Even he had no right to do something like that. The teacher was furious. He yelled at all three of them, demanding they write apology letters that day. After class, Haesoo asked Seungwon why he got involved. If he'd stayed quiet, none of this would have happened to him. But Seungwon said he was responsible too. Then he quickly brushed it off, pretending his involvement didn't mean much. Still, he couldn't help but think about what Junyoung had told him earlier not to worry. But somehow it made him even more concerned. Junyoung glanced back at Bomjin. She noticed he hadn't written anything on his paper. She was worried. If he kept behaving this way, the math teacher might punish him physically, or worse, use the school rules to make things harder for him. She never imagined he would defend someone so openly. Meanwhile, other students whispered among themselves, was it possible that Bomjin liked Junyoung? Junyoung wasn't surprised. Other kids were probably starting to notice things too. Bomjin had stepped into her problems twice now, and this time it was in front of everyone. There was something about their connection. She liked a quiet friendship only the two of them understood. But if others found out, it might ruin everything. She walked up to Bomjin and offered to help. She told him to give her his apology letter and leave before things got worse with the math teacher. Students watched them curiously. But Bomjin didn't say a word. He turned and started walking away, ignoring her completely. Junyoung reached out to stop him, gently grabbing his hand. He pulled his hand away and snapped at her, asking her who she thought she was. Junyoung stood there, stunned. Haesoo, watching nearby, seemed almost amused by the scene. Then Seungwon came over and tried to help. He told Bomjin he could show him how to write the letter if he needed help, but Bomjin walked away from him too. Later, Junyoung asked Seungwon if he had written his letter. He admitted he hadn't and didn't even know how to begin. Junyoung blamed herself. She hadn't asked him to get involved. Yet here he was, tangled in her mess. She explained that she never meant to disrespect her teacher. She wanted to believe that her feelings were genuine, that she still respected him. If the teacher showed her kindness again, she promised to try her best to be a student he could be proud of. It was her way of showing Seungwon what to write in his apology. He worried that copying her words would make his letter sound too similar, but she told him it wouldn't be a problem. Then, Seungwon hesitated and asked if he had ever done anything to hurt her. Junyoung quietly thought about it. There was a strange jealousy that bloomed in her jealousy towards someone like him, someone who never seemed to get hurt, someone who just kept moving forward. She had always tried to do everything right, never caused trouble, never crossed a line. But still, a thought crept into her mind. Maybe, just maybe, her presence made someone around her uncomfortable. It wasn't about a mistake, it was about being seen. Every time he looked at her, her little insecurities floated to the surface. The worn-out school uniform, the slippers that had seen too many days, the hair that still smelled faintly of cheap soap. She didn't need anyone to put her down. His gaze alone was enough to make her feel small. Later, when she entered the classroom, Haesoo confronted her with a bold question. She wanted to know what was going on between her and Beomjin. Young, trying to stay calm, asked whether Haesoo had feelings for her. Haesoo brushed it off, calling it nonsense. But Young had had enough. She told her to mind her own business if that wasn't the case. As the story moved on, Young found herself climbing a mountain trail, her mind spinning with thoughts of Byung-jin. She wondered what he might be doing at that moment, probably at home. A part of her wanted to go to him and ask why he had behaved so coldly. Maybe he was trying to protect an image where he kept himself detached from others at school, or maybe he wanted to keep their connection a secret, but she doubted he thought that deeply. Still, she knew the visit wasn't just about him. Exams were near, and she had to study, but if he wasn't home, maybe it was better to just return to her mother. Though even that idea brought discomfort, especially after what Haesoo had said. Haesoo may have disliked her, but she wasn't someone who would go out of her way to crush her. Perhaps it was all because of Si-hyung-won. Whatever the case, Young knew they should keep some distance from each other. There were so many things she still wanted to ask her mother someday, questions that had lived quietly inside her heart. But as she approached Byung-jin's place, she noticed the door was unlocked. She thought to herself, so he's sleeping again. There was a strange mix of irritation and mischief in her thoughts. She wondered how someone could sleep so much without getting tired. Then an idea sparked. She would sneak in, scare him, and maybe he'd hit his head on the ceiling again, her small revenge for his coldness. Quietly, she opened the door and tiptoed inside, hoping to catch him off guard. But the moment she reached him and tried to startle him, everything changed. Suddenly, Byung-jin grabbed her and pinned her down, his hands around her neck. For a moment, she was terrified until he realized who she was. His face shifted to panic as he apologized, asking if she was all right. Young, trying to hide her shaken state, let out a nervous laugh, calling him a fool. Byung-jin explained he thought someone had broken in. He was rattled, surprised that she, of all people, would do something like that. She teased him if being startled made him choke someone, then he truly had issues. He apologized again and rushed to bring her water. As she watched him hurry away, her thoughts wandered. He was so different here than he was at school. There, he was unreadable distant, but here, there was softness, concern. She sipped the water and made a sarcastic comment that falling downstairs wasn't her biggest fear anymore. Suffocating was. He replied that maybe she shouldn't play pranks like that. She laughed, accusing him of double standards. He could nearly strangle her, but she couldn't scare him a little? She reminded him she wasn't like everyone else, she was different. Byung-jin asked how, but before he could finish, she kicked him gently and thought to herself that he felt as solid as stone. Then her voice softened as she asked why he had acted that way that morning. He replied vaguely about having bad habits when he slept, but she could see through the lie. She had watched him sleep plenty of times and had never seen anything strange. When she called him out on it, he admitted he sometimes had nightmares. That's why he had chosen to be there, away from home. That admission surprised her. She had never heard him open up like this. Byung-jin then questioned why she hadn't just gone home the night before. Was studying really that important to her? She answered quietly, explaining that studying was the one thing in her life she could control, the only thing she truly loved. Then, with a little smile, she told him to go write his apology letter. He knew how strict their teacher was and wouldn't let this slide. He joked, asking if she had written it together with Si-hyung-won. Young snapped, annoyed. She didn't want to hear that name. Why would she ever work with him? Then, when she turned to Byung-jin, she realized he had already drifted off to sleep. Later, Byung-jin insisted on walking her home. The alley she always used was dark, and the streetlights weren't working. He asked how far her house was. She told him she didn't need help. She could walk alone unless he felt guilty for nearly strangling her. He looked at her silently, and she suddenly felt nervous under his stare. She quickly added that it wasn't far, that she'd be fine, but Byung-jin said he saw a figure on the path ahead. And there was someone, a shadow in the distance. Young's heart skipped a beat. Trying to act brave, she told him he could walk with her up to the corner if he was that worried. But as they got closer, she realized who the shadow belonged to her mother. In a flash, her mother struck her across the face, her anger exploding without restraint. Young hit the ground, stunned. She looked toward Byung-jin, her heart sinking. Now he knew. Now he had seen the one thing she had always wanted to hide, her weakest place. She had never wanted anyone to witness this part of her life. But then, Byung-jin stepped forward, shielding her from the blows. Her mother kept hitting, but he didn't move, taking the pain silently, never letting go of Young. At last, Young shouted at him to move aside. She stood up and grabbed her mother's wrist, her voice trembling with anger and hurt. She asked if her mother was reacting like this just because she hadn't come home the night before. She told her not to pretend to be like other mothers, the ones who give lessons when their daughters stay out late. She didn't need those kinds of lessons. She had grown up on her own. She didn't need explanations or justifications. If her mother wanted to beat her, she should just do it like always. But pretending to be a normal mom, pretending to care, that was the part that disgusted her the most. And with those words, she walked away. Her mother then turned her eyes to Byung-jin, who stood quietly nearby. He calmly introduced himself, telling her that he was in the same class as Young. He understood she wouldn't trust him. But he asked her not to worry. Young hadn't done anything wrong. She wasn't the kind of girl to make reckless choices. Her heart was always focused on studying. Her mother said nothing, gave no reply, and simply walked away in silence. The next day at school, Young sat quietly, lost in thought. She wanted to transfer. No, she wanted to disappear. Her mother's outbursts had left a mark on her, as they always did. But this time, Byung-jin had seen it all. She couldn't face him anymore, yet she couldn't avoid him either. They were in the same class. She didn't want to return to his house to study, but where else could she go? The exams were near. And how long could she keep avoiding Byung-jin? As she absent-mindedly finished her apology letter, she noticed him. His body was covered in bruises. A few students whispered nearby, amazed at his injuries. They guessed he must have gotten into a fight with a gangster or something. Young followed the trail of students and reached the teacher's office, where a crowd had gathered. Curious, she peeked in and was taken aback. There stood a woman elegant, confident, and completely different from anyone she'd seen around the school. Dressed with striking grace, she looked like someone from another world. Young had a feeling she knew who this woman was. And in that moment, she decided to hold on to her apology letter just a little longer. As Yoon-young entered the room, the teachers turned toward her with an almost rehearsed welcome. One of them softly acknowledged her arrival, noting that she had come at just the right time. Another confirmed she was the same student they had been discussing, the brightest in the school. Joon-young stood quietly, her shoulders carrying far more than a student her age should bear. One of the women nearby, a guest, recognized her. She recalled hearing that Joon-young was the one who had fainted after being hit by Seongan's ball. Inside, Joon-young immediately sensed the woman's identity. This was Seongan's mother, just as she had suspected. Trying to downplay the incident, she gently mentioned it wasn't such a big deal. But the woman remained composed, expressing her desire to apologize regardless. She asked if Joon-young was truly all right and admitted she didn't expect much from this school. All she hoped for was a place where children could be healthy and safe, especially since her own son studied here. That was why she had plans to build a gymnasium for the students. She wished the teachers would be a little more cautious when it came to children's health. Her voice held a quiet strength as she revealed how much it had pained her to see her son so upset something that hadn't happened in his previous school. There, he had never been asked to write an apology letter. She looked at the teachers as if asking for silent agreement, and they nervously nodded, unable to hide their discomfort. Jun-young found their expressions oddly telling, as if they were subjects before their queen. Just then, Seongan entered the room, and Joon-young noted how even the prince had arrived. His mother quickly brought the conversation to a close, saying she didn't mean to take up so much of their time. She invited everyone to enjoy dinner, her treat a small token of appreciation, she said, before she left gracefully. Once she was gone, the teachers exhaled in visible relief. One whispered how terrifying she was, only to be immediately cautioned by the principal to mind his words. Jae-young approached with the apology letter in hand, which the teacher took with little ceremony, telling her to just leave it and go. As Yoon-young turned to leave, Seongan called out to her, introducing his mother and explaining she had only come to the school for him. His mother, however, corrected him she hadn't come for school matters but out of concern for her child. Jun-young, a bit confused, realized this wasn't about the gymnasium at all. For a moment, she wondered if she had said something wrong. But then, Seongan's mother surprised her. She spoke warmly, saying her son never stopped talking about Joon-young, and she had been curious to see the girl he mentioned so often. She told Joon-young she was both beautiful and intelligent. Then she asked if Junyoung had any plans for Saturday, casually inviting her to their home. Junyoung hesitated, admitting she wasn't that close to Seongan, but his mother persisted, asking about her food preferences, saying someone at the house would be able to cook just the right thing for her. She even offered to send a car if the distance felt too far. Junyoung declined the offer politely, saying she was fine on her own. The woman smiled and said she would see her at 12:30 outside the church, then left with quiet confidence. Seongan, slightly embarrassed, admitted that his mother often did things her own way. He apologized for it, but Junyoung felt uneasy. She couldn't just show up at someone's home without a reason. She asked him to convey her apologies to his mother. But Seongan reassured her that the invitation had a reason she had truly been invited. Before she could say more, he said he'd meet her at the church on Saturday. Junyoung's heart sank. Everything was moving too fast. She barely had time to process what was happening. Elsewhere, a girl named Haesu had already heard the news. She was shocked and angry that Junyoung had been invited to Seongan's home, especially after she had warned her. Meanwhile, Bumjin had overheard the same conversation. He was quietly stunned, wondering why Junyoung had been invited. His mind searched for a reason, but none came. Later during class, Bumjin found himself watching Junyoung. She seemed more distracted than usual, lost in thought. He quietly wondered what was going on in her mind. He had always found her most fascinating when she was thinking deeply in those moments. The world around her seemed to pause, as if the air itself held something magical. Her eyes would glimmer as her pen moved gracefully across the page. To him, Junyoung wasn't like anyone else. She was the only person who made him feel a little less alone. He often imagined a life where he could hide behind dreams and fantasies because reality had given him too much pain he didn't know how to escape. In a life he hadn't asked for, filled with disappointment and strangeness, Junyoung had become a quiet mystery he longed to understand. At school, she was admired, yet distant. Everyone noticed her beauty and intelligence, but no one truly knew her. She had no close friends and often kept to herself. This distance only fueled the rumors, but Bumjin never saw her the way others did. His curiosity about her was pure. Everything changed when they became classmates and she began sitting in front of him. He spent most of his time quietly observing her, completely captivated. It wasn't romantic, just something deeply interesting. No matter how many days passed, she was always there, focused on her work, writing without pause. She truly seemed to enjoy studying. In a neighborhood filled with problems, she had turned academics into her lifeline. Over time, Bumjin noticed something else. Her eyes always seemed to drift in one direction, towards Seongan. A strange feeling of disappointment crept in. Was she like the other girls, drawn to the school's prince? But when he saw her treat Seongan so coldly, he couldn't help but smile a little. Everything stayed like that, until the day he unexpectedly encountered her at his own home. There, he saw a side of Junyoung he'd never seen before. Watching her had always been enjoyable, but knowing that their connection was now a secret made it feel different. When they were together at his house, it was the only time he felt like a normal high school boy. He didn't have to pretend. But now, something had changed. He suspected Junyoung was avoiding him, maybe because he had seen something she hadn't wanted anyone to see. Still, he didn't think it was something to be ashamed of. After all, it wasn't their fault that they were born into lives shaped by strange, distant parents. Why did it have to be him who saw the truth? As the next episode of her life began, Junyoung felt overwhelmed. She didn't want to go, but she was already on her way. She didn't understand why she had agreed in the first place. She'd thought about buying a new dress since she had nothing to wear, but in the end, she hadn't. A part of her blamed the teacher. If they hadn't been forced to write that apology letter, none of this would have happened. Why had they invited her? Was it just curiosity because their son talked about her too much? Whatever the reason, she decided she would simply go, eat quietly, and come back. There was no need to feel nervous. But then, she spotted Seongan ahead. She hadn't expected him here. The church was still far away. He said he'd been waiting and saw her coming from a distance. He asked if she was hungry, if she'd had breakfast. Then mentioned how lucky they were that it wasn't raining. Junyoung, still unsure, asked if his mother usually invited people over like this. He hesitated, then admitted it happened sometimes. But this time was different. She was the first friend his mother had invited since they moved there. His mother had spent a lot of time thinking about what Junyoung might enjoy eating. Junyoung, quietly, replied that she didn't have any strong likes or dislikes. Her thoughts drifted to how only wealthy people could afford to care about such things. She and Boomjin lived on instant noodles most days. And still, she couldn't understand why she was going. Siangwoon couldn't help but feel a little responsible. He quietly admitted to himself that maybe his mother had shown up because of him. She had always taken a keen interest in his school life and grades. Often, she would ask who the best student in his class was. And every time he had spoken of Junyoung praised her efforts, her brilliance. That must have sparked his mother's curiosity. Yungun thought about it and guessed that this might be the reason his mother kept an eye on the top scorers. She believed it was probably about the apology letter, and yes, she already knew her own son was involved too. But Siangwoon gently reassured her. His mother wouldn't question her about it. He had only casually mentioned how unfair their math teacher had been making them write an apology letter for something so minor. Even Boomjin and Junyoung had only been sitting there quietly, doing nothing wrong. Junyoung, however, remembered it differently. She felt that maybe Boomjin deserved to be included in that apology. After all, it was he who had thrown the basketball at the teacher. She recalled his odd explanation for doing it something about a nightmare. The memory of it still puzzled her, but she never found the courage to ask him directly. Siangwoon thought aloud maybe they should have invited Boomjin too. After all, the three of them had been pulled into the situation together, but Junyoung didn't think he would have come. Even if he had the time, he likely would have just stayed in bed. Then a thought struck her. Perhaps she was coming across as too friendly. Just then, Siangwoon shared something unexpected. He found it strange that she and Boomjin were never seen together, and yet sometimes it felt like they understood each other deeply. Normally, Boomjin was invisible, quiet, withdrawn, as if he wasn't even present. But something about him seemed to shift whenever Junyoung was involved. Junyoung guessed it was probably because they both disliked the math teacher, but even as she thought this, she felt uncertain. She hadn't realized that Siangwoon had been thinking so much about her and Boomjin. Still, she reassured herself he was just curious. It probably didn't mean anything serious, and even if he found out the truth, it wouldn't matter. Then Siangwoon brought up something else. That time when Junyoung had fainted and been taken to the nurse's office, she had thanked him for turning on the heater and closing the window. But now he gently admitted that it hadn't been him. He had just been sitting with her during the break, and honestly, he hadn't even known where the heater was. Hearing this made Junyoung freeze for a moment. A sudden realization began to form. Who had helped her that day? They soon arrived at Siangwoon's house. Just as Junyoung had expected, it was grand and luxurious. Siangwoon joked lightly that he had warned her his mother liked to spend extravagantly. Soon his mother appeared, welcoming them warmly. She was pleased they had arrived on time and assumed they must be hungry. She asked if the food was ready, and Junyoung's eyes fell on the large dinner table full of dishes. She asked softly if someone else was coming, but his mother simply smiled and admitted she had prepared too much. She hadn't known what Junyoung liked, so she made everything she could think of. Siangwoon gently scolded her for overdoing it, but she brushed it off. This, after all, was the first time her son had invited a girl over, and that made it special. Siangwoon turned red with embarrassment while the three of them sat down to eat. His mother encouraged Junyoung to take her time and eat what she enjoyed. Junyoung thanked her sincerely for the meal. Then came the questions. The woman had heard from teachers that Junyoung was an excellent student. She asked if Junyoung attended any academy or had a private tutor. Junyoung replied calmly that she studied on her own. This impressed his mother, but Siangwoon wasn't so pleased. He told his mom she was talking about school even here, as if she was interrogating Junyoung. His mother simply turned to Junyoung again and asked about one of the dishes. Was this her first time trying it? Junyoung admitted it wasn't her favorite. Then came a question that felt even more pointed. Did she have another school in mind for the future? Perhaps something that matched the level of Siangwoon's school? Junyoung answered honestly she would go wherever her grades allowed her to. But that wasn't enough. His mother kept digging. Did Junyoung have a passion, a dream she was following? Junyoung suddenly remembered something. Back at school, she had noticed something off in the way this woman spoke. There was something about her tone too polished, too controlled. It felt less like a casual conversation and more like a quiet investigation, almost as if she already knew everything about Junyoung. Then came the suggestions. With grades as high as hers, maybe medical school would be a good path, or studying abroad, or even something easier like law. Junyoung wondered, was she imagining things? Or was this woman only mentioning expensive options on purpose? Still, she kept her response neutral. If her grades were high enough, she would think carefully about it. Her words made the woman laugh. And then came the question that broke her calm. What did her father do? That one sentence drained the color from Junyoung's face. She rose slightly, and in doing so, her hand knocked over a glass. Juice spilled across her shirt. Siangwon looked at her, concerned, and asked if she was okay. She nodded, saying the glass had slipped. She politely asked if there was something she could use to clean up. His mother smiled and said it might be better to change clothes entirely. She asked someone to bring her something that would suit her. Junyoung stood there, overwhelmed. This she had not expected, and yet it felt so obvious now. When visiting someone's house, wasn't this a common question? Why hadn't anyone ever asked her about her father before? She hadn't even asked her own mother, and now she had no words, no escape. The assistant said he would be back quickly. Junyoung sat quietly, feeling hollow. Why was something so ordinary for others a source of shame for her? Why did she fear being looked down upon? Just then, Siangwon's mother returned, holding clothes in her hands. She handed them over gently, saying she thought they would suit her well. In fact, she had picked them out just for her. Junyoung thanked her softly and stepped aside to change. But something wasn't right. As she looked at the clothes, her heart sank. They looked just like the ones worn by the house servants. She put them on quietly, and when she returned, the woman smiled again and said it suited her. Junyoung stood still, her heart pounding. She had never felt so humiliated in her life. Her voice trembling, she asked why she had truly been invited. Was there something the woman wanted to say? With a cool expression, Siangwon's mother asked if she was interested in her son. Junyoung shook her head firmly. But the woman wasn't convinced. If that were true, then why did her son keep mentioning her name? Junyoung didn't hesitate. It was because her son was interested in her. His mother gave a knowing smile and said that her son was the kind of boy who would offer a newspaper to a stray dog caught in the rain. But any sensible person would know that's just sympathy. In that moment, Junyoung felt the sting of words unspoken. The woman had called her a stray, with elegance but no mercy. She stared at her, her voice steady, and asked if this was the reason she had been invited, just so the woman could teach her a lesson. The woman raised her hand as if to slap her, then suddenly she laughed. She said she admired Junyoung's spirit, but if Junyoung wished to reach great heights, she would have to learn when to keep her mouth shut. If it was money she needed, the woman could provide it. If she wanted clothes or even a house, those could be arranged too. Young had once thought that being offered a scholarship by their foundation was a sign of hope, maybe even a ticket to a better life. They said that if she became one of their scholars, she could see a world far beyond anything she had known. A world that reached past this one, filled with endless possibilities. But as she reflected on it more deeply, a quiet ache settled inside her. Hidden in their proposal was a sentence that didn't scream, but somehow still managed to break something within. Yes, this offer could lift her high, but only as high as a bird with broken wings could go. It wasn't real freedom, just a slightly larger cage to fly around in. Still, in that moment, it felt like the best chance she had. She wondered if she should say yes, even though she fully understood what it really meant and what exactly they were offering her. She questioned herself. Which life was more humiliating, the one she had or the one they were leading her into? Then, she looked at the woman in front of her and, with a quiet strength, asked for her name. She didn't want to remember her only as someone's mother, or just another figure in someone else's shadow. Later, in the same house, Bamjin lay in bed as rain tapped gently on the windows. His thoughts drifted. He wondered if Young had eaten properly. That house she had gone to, it seemed nice from the outside, but he imagined all kinds of things happening inside it. He found himself worrying and then scolded himself for being so distracted. Maybe he should just go exercise, he thought. As he began working out, he still couldn't shake the thoughts. Was she being treated harshly? Did she get hurt? He even thought, should I teach her how to defend herself better? But then he laughed bitterly, knowing she would probably just ignore him. Again, he caught himself imagining all sorts of scenarios. This wasn't helping. Maybe he needed to step outside for some air. Just as he reached for the door, it began to open on its own. Standing there, soaked from head to toe, was Junyoung. The rain had drenched her completely. She looked at him and frowned. There he stood, shirtless, right at the entrance. To her, it looked absurd, maybe even creepy. She muttered something about how ridiculous it was and stormed upstairs. Throwing herself on the bed, she was furious. Everything about that day had pushed her to her limits. She felt like she was losing her mind. Rich people made her feel small, and their presence always left her feeling suffocated. No matter how much they had, they still managed to make others feel worthless. She wanted their world to fall apart. From downstairs, Bamjin responded playfully, almost egging her on to go ahead and destroy it all if she wished. Soon after, she came back down. Bamjin noticed her clothes, a shirt he hadn't seen before. She explained that it belonged to the servant of the house. She had spilled juice on her own shirt, and the woman in the house had deliberately given her that servant's uniform to wear, just to humiliate her. He asked her why she didn't just take it off, and she replied honestly she didn't bring anything else to wear. She had left the house in such a hurry. Without a word, he handed her one of his own shirts, saying she could wear it since her clothes were soaked. In his heart, he was angry at the way they had treated her, inviting her in only to insult her. She looked at him and asked what he would wear now. He told her to return the shirt to him once she was done. She teased him, asking if he enjoyed washing clothes and whether he planned to do hers as well. In a sudden fit of irritation, he ripped the shirt she was wearing. She looked at him in disbelief, upset that he had ruined it. She had actually liked it and had planned to wear it again. He asked her if she had any sense of respect, and she replied that she was simply being practical. The fabric was good quality. Then she poked fun at him, suggesting he liked showing off his strength. Did he not have anything else to wear? He asked her back, did she enjoy looking at his body? She rolled her eyes and scolded him for being vulgar. It wasn't about that. It was cold and raining outside, and she didn't want him catching a chill. If he had no shirt, he could at least cover himself with a blanket. That response caught him off guard. He hadn't expected that kind of care. She handed him the blanket, but he told her she could use it. He wasn't cold. She smiled, telling him that whenever she wore his short-sleeved shirts, they turned into long ones for her. So if he got cold later, he shouldn't blame her. As she wrapped him in the blanket, he noticed the faint scent of her shampoo. He wondered for a moment, should he ask her what really happened that day? Or maybe he should start by asking about her mother. She noticed the bruises on his neck and pointed out they still hadn't healed. He told her not to treat him like a punching bag. She reminded him she'd never even hit anyone. He said her mother had strong hands, maybe she had inherited them too. She laughed at his strange jokes and teased him for being weird. He responded that at least now they were on the same level. She smiled, thinking maybe this was her chance to show what she had inherited from her mom. He asked her gently how often she was hit. Was it serious? She said not anymore. It had become a habit, something her body had simply learned to tolerate. She had grown used to dodging whatever was thrown at her. Then she said maybe he should also open up about his own mother, just like she had. He realized she wanted things to be equal since she had shown him her weakness. Maybe now she was asking for his. Maybe this meant she truly wanted their relationship to continue. He told her about his past. His father had been a gangster, and though he had passed away years ago, life wasn't exactly peaceful while he was alive. After his death, things got even worse. Violence followed him like a shadow, all in the name of revenge. Sharing that part of himself felt more revealing than he had expected. But maybe, he thought, this would help her understand his life had its own version of pain, like hers. He wondered if she regretted asking now, if she thought this was all pointless. But she looked at him calmly and told him no, not exactly. At least, in his case, the person who had caused him pain was gone. In that way, he was in a better place than she was. He told her she didn't understand his father wasn't some small-time thug, but she replied that it didn't matter. He was dead now. After all, who fears a dead king? It's the corrupt people still alive who are truly dangerous. He wasn't sure what she meant by that. Then she asked gently, did his father ever hit him? He said no. His father never raised a hand on him, but he often hurt others. She muttered that if she had a son like him, she wouldn't have been able to hold back. He snapped at her not to say such ridiculous things, and she laughed. She understood now he too liked showing off his strength, just like his father. He denied it, but she continued teasing. She wondered aloud if his father had loved sleeping as much as he did. If he had, then maybe he wasn't a very successful gangster. He defended himself, saying he didn't sleep that much. But she challenged him, pointing out that he slept at least 18 hours a day. In contrast, she barely got 5 hours of sleep. He told her that when he closed his eyes, the world left him alone. No one could bother him in sleep. She raised an eyebrow. So if he wasn't sleeping, then was he just lying in bed the entire time? Suddenly, he got up to leave. She asked where he was going. He said he was going to make ramen and suggested she come downstairs and study too, since she loved it so much. As he walked away, she shouted after him not to break the egg while cooking. He paused and asked again what had happened back there that made her skip her meal. She told him not to ask. That house had a witch living in it, and she barely escaped. He asked how many eggs she wanted. She said 2. Then their eyes met, and for a moment, they realized they were standing at the same height. As she looked into his eyes, he reached out and gently touched her face. He handed her a towel and told her to dry her hair or she might catch a cold. She chuckled quietly, thinking how strange it was that someone who was standing half naked was worrying about her getting cold. And yet, when he looked at her, she couldn't help but blush. The next day, they were back at school. Junyoung sat quietly, her thoughts circling around one person, Byung-jin. There were moments when he surprised her by being unexpectedly kind, almost like a gentle storm that softened her rigid heart. She remembered the time she was soaked from the rain, and without hesitation, he had offered her his own clothes. And those times when she felt humiliated, he got angry on her behalf, as if her pain was his own. Even when she was stubborn and unreasonable, he never snapped. He just patiently accepted her flaws. He would cook ramen for her, the simplest act of care, but one that touched her deeply. He knew her weaknesses, every little insecurity hidden behind her tough face, but not once did he use them against her. Even when she was sick, he turned on the heater and made sure the windows were covered, thinking about her comfort when she herself wasn't. Junyoung scolded herself for letting such thoughts distract her. She told herself to stay strong. This wasn't the time to be soft-hearted. Even if Byung-jin were to do something as ridiculous as dance in front of her with nothing on, she had to stay in control. That's what she told herself. Just then, Sang-gun approached. He asked her gently if she was okay, and she nodded quietly. He reminded her of the day she suddenly left after he went to get his umbrella and asked if she'd caught a cold since then. She replied softly that she was fine, but inside, her mind was tangled. She could feel the eyes of everyone around them, watching closely as Sang-gun spoke to her. He handed her something, an item she had left behind. As she opened it, she realized it was the same set of clothes she had borrowed before. She accepted it silently, whispering a quiet thanks. Then, Sang-gun hesitated before saying something else. He wondered if his mother had said anything that might have hurt her. If so, he apologized on her behalf. His mother never meant harm, but sometimes her words could cut without warning. Junyoung stared at him, thinking how protected his world must be, like a prince raised in a glass tower, untouched by the real world. She asked how it must feel to live so shielded. But Sang-gun didn't quite understand what she meant. A teacher walked in, interrupting the moment, and instructed the class to settle down. Everyone had to form pairs and work on a project together. The teacher wanted a list of teams by evening. Junyoung sighed internally. Group projects were her least favorite. They were loud, messy, and full of chaos. In her mind, life was meant to be lived alone. Why force people into partnerships when solitude was simpler? She also knew no one would ask her to join them. So, as always, she would probably end up with someone else who didn't belong. But then, a thought struck her, what if she chose Byung-jin? It would be the most natural option. No one would question it. They could work together at school and even walk home together. Maybe this was something that could actually happen. Just as she began to consider this seriously, Sang-gun spoke again. He asked if she wanted to pair with him for the project. She looked at him, wondering how even a prince like him couldn't stop himself from acting like one. Did he think he was rescuing her because she had no one? Without hesitation, she turned him down. Surprised, he asked if she already had someone in mind. Junyoung felt uncomfortable because she knew he was probably thinking about Byom-jin. Maybe he wasn't that different from his mother after all. Then, Hae-soo appeared, insisting that Junyoung should partner with her instead. Junyoung responded bluntly, unsure if they'd make a good team. But Hae-soo wasn't backing down. She teased that she had something important to tell Junyoung, something she couldn't keep in any longer. Junyoung's heart sank. Was this about her mother again? Another headache, she thought. But if she had to choose who would bring her misery, at least she'd choose herself. So she agreed to partner with Hae-soo. Sang-gun, watching this unfold, commented lightly on Junyoung's strange way of making friends before walking away. She glanced at Byom-jin, who seemed to be sleeping again, and reminded herself that he claimed not to sleep much, yet here he was, napping once more. Later, on the terrace, Junyoung met Hae-soo. She asked why they had to talk in such a private place. Hae-soo replied with a hint of sarcasm, saying that Junyoung should be thankful it was better than letting the whole school hear what she was about to say. Junyoung thanked her quietly, but Hae-soo was annoyed. She didn't think Junyoung had any idea what was coming. When asked what she wanted to say, Hae-soo finally dropped the question, why had Junyoung gone to Sang-gun's house? Junyoung explained simply that Sang-gun's mother had invited her. Hae-soo demanded to know why. Junyoung replied that his mother was curious about the school's top student. Inside, Junyoung thought to herself that if anyone could handle that woman, it might be Hae-soo with her sharp tongue. But before she could say anything more, Hae-soo asked what Junyoung really knew about her own mother. Why did she act like she had any right to be proud? Junyoung told her to stop circling around the point and just say what she meant. Then, Hae-soo said something that cut like a blade. She claimed that Junyoung's mother had been seen in the red light district during the day, that she was earning money in shameful ways, that Junyoung acted superior because of her grades, but she wasn't so different after all. Hae-soo even said that Sang-gun would never be interested in someone like her. Junyoung was shaken. She asked who said such things. Hae-soo claimed her father had seen Junyoung's mother there twice. She described her appearance tall, dressed oddly, walking in a strange way. Junyoung couldn't believe it. Her mother's mind wasn't stable, but she would never do something like that. But Hae-soo wasn't done. She said she just wanted Junyoung to remember her place. She found it disgusting that someone with a mother like that could still act so confidently. Her parents were upset too. Maybe the school should be informed about the kind of girl attending their classes. Hae-soo even implied that people like Junyoung carried diseases. And she must be infected too. The words were so cruel that they made Junyoung sick to her stomach. Then Junyoung asked the one question that silenced everything. What was Hae-soo's father doing there? Hae-soo's face changed. She said he must have been there for a business meeting. But Junyoung wasn't buying it. That district had nothing but bars, and they didn't open during the day. The streets were designed to keep people hidden. If someone saw anything, it was because they were already inside that darkness. People like her father were just as much to blame. At that moment, Hae-soo slapped her hard, unable to bear the truth. She screamed at her to stop saying such disgusting things, that it was her mother who was selling herself. But Junyoung had had enough. She grabbed Hae-soo's face, pushed her toward the railing, and told her to go ahead, say what else she had to say. There was fire in her eyes, pain in her voice, and a storm rising in her chest. Even though the situation was already tense, the Junyoung words only added more fuel to the fire. She warned that if Hae-soo was so curious about a rumor, then she was free to spread it anywhere she wanted. But she hinted at something darker. What if, in return, someone started whispering about her own family? What if the whispers turned toward Han-soo's mother and her father? What if Han-soo's mother became the next target? She warned her that in the end, the one who would lose everything would be her. Her words were cold, sharp, an unspoken threat that if she dared to speak up, she might end up destroying her entire family. In a fit of emotion, Hae-soo pushed her aside and told her to move. At that very moment, a group of boys approached. They looked amused as they commented on how loudly the girls had been fighting. One of them admitted he had tried hard to ignore it, but the noise had become too much. Junyoung instantly recognized them. They were third-year students, but what were they doing up on the rooftop? One of the boys looked at Junyoung and casually asked if she'd like him to take her side, since he always supported pretty girls. Hae-soo quickly pulled her hand away from him, and he acted hurt, pretending her rejection had caused him pain. In a low voice, Hae-soo wondered what they should do now. These boys didn't just seem arrogant, they felt dangerous. Nayoung tried to stay calm, thinking of a plan. She whispered that their best option was to scream as loud as they could and run as fast as possible. But before anything could happen, Baeom-jin arrived. Junyoung felt a wave of relief. She had almost called his name a moment ago, and now that he was here, her heart felt lighter, happier than she had felt even during their last encounter at that mysterious house. She couldn't understand why, but seeing him now brought her comfort. One of the boys turned toward Baeom-jin, ready to confront him, but another whispered nervously that this wasn't just any guy, this was Baeom-jin, the one with the dragon tattoo, the guy whose name was surrounded by rumors of gang connections. Suddenly, the boys fell silent. Baeom-jin didn't need to say a word, his glare was enough. Junyoung couldn't help but wonder why he had shown up just then. Was it possible he had come only to see her? At that moment, Byeon called out Haesu's name and asked her to come with him. He said he had something important to talk about. Junyoung felt like she had been struck by a stone. Haesu too looked stunned but silently followed Byeon. The boys who had been causing trouble began whispering among themselves. One of them suspected that Byeon liked Haesu. Another admitted they had almost messed with the wrong girl, realizing that if Baeom-jin had lost his temper, they would have been in serious trouble. Trying to save face, one of them pretended he never liked that girl anyway. Another boy timidly approached Junyoung and asked if they could talk, but Junyoung was still in shock from everything that had just happened. She muttered to herself that she should focus on learning her English vocabulary, doing her reading practice, answering questions, and studying hard. She said all this like a mantra, trying to regain control of her mind, and then quietly walked away. One of the girls watching her whispered that maybe they too should get back to studying. Meanwhile, Baeom-jin was standing nearby. He had seen everything and watched Junyoung walk away. Later, Haesu asked Byeon what he had wanted to tell her, but all he did was ask where she had bought her hairpin. She was surprised by the question and told him that her mom had bought it for her. She couldn't understand why he had asked, and he gave no explanation. He simply said he was just curious and left. Haesu stood there confused. Was that the only reason he had called her? At least it had helped her escape that intense situation. But deep down, she wondered, was he planning to confess something to her? Did he like her? If she thought about it carefully, even Baeom-jin wasn't bad looking. Maybe she was just losing her mind. It almost felt like she had become something precious to that gangster boy. In the next scene, Junyoung was climbing a hill, lost in thought. No matter how much she tried to make sense of it, she felt like she was just going in circles. Why had Baeom-jin taken Haesu aside? They didn't even know each other. It made no sense. She reached home only to find the door locked. Her thoughts drifted again. Why Haesu? Was it because she was cute and kind? Her personality was nice. Maybe that was it. But then again, Haesu had a bad temper too. Why had Junyoung even gone up to the rooftop in the first place? But no matter how much she thought about it, one thing was certain: her mother could never do what others suspected. Her mom wasn't someone who would sell herself just for money. She was someone who kept living only because she had to. She had never been able to look toward the future or change herself. Junyoung remembered the night she had come home with Baeom-jin. Her mother's reaction had been strangely emotional. Maybe it was because Junyoung had been with a boy. Maybe, for a moment, her mother had seen herself in her daughter. Junyoung had known for a long time that her father was not a good person. He had made a woman pregnant and then disappeared from her life without even saying a word. Even though he had died in an accident, her mother must have seen her past reflected in Junyoung. So it made sense that seeing her daughter with a boy could trigger old fears. Still, that didn't justify believing that her mother would ever sell herself for money. She thought Haesu was honestly a complete fool. At that moment, Baeom-jin appeared again. He casually asked if she wanted to eat some ramen, but Junyoung refused. He offered to add 2 eggs, trying to tempt her, but she repeated that she didn't want to eat. Still, Baeom-jin cooked 2 packets anyway. Junyoung became irritated and told him again not to make food for her. He asked if she was angry. She admitted she was. He teased that it looked like she was taking out her anger on him. He guessed that she was still upset about the rooftop fight. Junyoung thought to herself that he only knew half the story. She told him that her mood had nothing to do with that incident. But now that they were talking, she asked what he had wanted to say to Haesu that day. He said it was just something he had to tell her. Then, smiling, he asked if Junyoung was interrogating him like a jealous wife. She blushed at his teasing words. He joked again, asking what else she would call it. He noticed she was hungry and said he'd make something for her too, but she refused. Still, he admitted that he hadn't really understood her back on the rooftop. She asked why. He replied with a question, wondering if she really needed to ask. Junyoung said that if she had known, she wouldn't be asking in the first place. He told her to just keep pretending not to know then. Junyoung said she hated people who left their words unfinished. She accused him of pulling her away from the rooftop not to protect her, but to hide the fact that something was going on between them. He asked, "Between us? What do you mean?" She didn't think there was anything wrong with saying "between us." After all, even when he had thrown the basketball, people had started connecting the two of them. Even Haesoo had asked her if something was going on between them. She said if he was so worried about what people thought, then he should stop interfering in her life. He reminded her that he had already told her he talks in his sleep. He said nothing good would come from being around him. Junyoung asked if that was because of his reputation, but she made it clear she didn't care about that at all. He told her that he did, and so did everyone else. He told her to come on, the stove was still hot. Junyoung, now feeling a little calmer, thought maybe she could go back to her studies, but something made her hesitate. Why did she feel like she wanted to stay a little longer? She finally turned to him and quietly asked why had he left her alone that day. Jin immediately noticed the discomfort in her tone. That single word "strange" made him pause. A quiet worry crept into his thoughts as he asked her, in his own way, if something had happened with those boys. But Junyoung simply told him they had called her pretty, brushing it off like it didn't matter. She quickly changed the subject, mentioning how he should only add 1 egg to the ramen and not overcook it. Left alone with her thoughts, she scolded herself. Something wasn't right. Why was her mind spiraling like this? She urged herself to stay grounded, to not overthink. Yet, she couldn't help but feel something shifting. Later, as they were heading home, Jaeyoung found herself lost in another train of thought, wondering what Baeum-jin must truly think of her. Earlier that day, her anger had flared because of Haesoo, and she feared she had come across as too emotional, maybe even stubborn. Would Jin think she was difficult? Hot-headed? But then again, did it even matter what he thought? People misunderstand each other all the time, she told herself. Perhaps if she'd explained things more clearly from the beginning, it wouldn't have come to this. Maybe Jin wasn't even upset because of the confrontation itself, but because being seen with her might affect his reputation. She knew how others saw her. Her image wasn't exactly spotless. Her thoughts were interrupted when she admitted, almost absent-mindedly, that her hands were sweaty. Jin chuckled and gently said he probably should have tied the tape with a hanger clip instead. Then, without hesitation, he took the taped side and held it himself. There was a quiet moment between them before Young asked, with a soft curiosity, if anyone had ever told him he was a good person. Tamjin brushed it off, calling her words silly, but she ignored his tone and gently changed the topic. She mentioned she might not be able to come this week. When he asked why, she told him she had some errands to run near the motel district. Hearing that, Jamjin seemed to stumble. Young asked if he was all right, and he quickly responded, questioning what she meant about going there. If she hadn't said anything, it might have gone unnoticed, but now his concern was obvious. Without answering directly, she simply said it was about her mother. Deep inside, Yoonyoung was still unsure of what she'd find. She didn't believe her mother could ever be involved in anything shady, but something was urging her to uncover the truth. If she truly wanted to deal with Haesoo, she had to understand the real situation. Yet the idea of going alone scared her. It was during that moment of uncertainty that she realized she wasn't completely alone. There was someone she could trust now. When Baeum-jin found out about her mother's involvement, Junyoung just wanted to disappear. The weight of it was too much. But oddly, she also felt a bit lighter, knowing she didn't have to carry it all by herself. Still, she questioned whether she should involve him. Should she ask him to come along? Would that make her seem desperate? Before she could decide, Jin asked her what time she planned to go. She looked at him, slightly surprised, and asked if he was planning to come with her. He simply replied that's why he had asked. Junyoung smiled and said it would be around 11 a.m. and that she'd treat him to a hamburger. Jin said that wasn't necessary. She teased that he only ever ate ramen anyway, she was just trying to be generous. But inside, she secretly admitted to herself that walking beside him, with his hand holding hers like that, didn't feel so bad after all. The next day, Yoonyoung stood in front of the mirror, trying on clothes. She considered a skirt, but quickly decided against it. Maybe a sweater was better. After all, it wasn't like she was going on a date. Then again, why was she trying so hard to look nice? Who exactly was she trying to impress? Meanwhile, Baeum-jin stopped in front of a small band stall, something catching his attention. Just then, Chun-young arrived and noticed he was wearing a hat. She approached him, asking gently if he needed something. Jin explained that during the last rain, the roof of their house had started to leak a bit. She asked which house he meant. He looked straight at her and replied their house. Chun-young was taken aback. How had he even noticed something like that? Before they could talk further, a shopkeeper approached and asked if they were looking for anything. Without hesitation, Baeum-jin took a hairband and carefully put it on Chun-young's wrist. Then, turning to the shopkeeper, he asked about waterproof sheets. The shopkeeper said they had plenty, but Jin politely said he'd come back for them later. As they walked away, Junyoung couldn't help but ask why he had given her his hat. Jin simply replied that it was to cover her face. She blinked in surprise and asked what was wrong with her face. He reminded her of where they were going. She teased that if she covered her face, what about him? But Jin just told her to be quiet and follow him. Even the shopkeeper had looked at them strangely. In the next scene, they hid near a building, careful not to be seen. Jin asked her gently what exactly she was hoping to find. Junyoung admitted she just wanted to see if her mom was around. She needed to know what brought her mother here, what she was doing. Jin asked if she planned to wait there until her mother came out. Junyoung hesitated, but then said she had been thinking of going inside and asking directly. Jin was shocked. He warned her that stepping into a place like that could spark dangerous rumors. Even if no one seemed familiar, there was always a chance someone might recognize her. He reminded her that rumors stick to people like tattoos. Even if they're not true, they leave marks, and the more time passes, the deeper those marks go. Could she really live with that kind of shadow following her? Junyoung asked if this was something he had experienced himself, then quickly said she was just joking, not to take it seriously. She teased him. Was he worried about her? Jin told her she was smart but sometimes acted foolish. She smiled softly and asked whether that story about him beating up his teacher until he died was just another rumor. Of course it was. If people truly knew him, they'd see there was nothing to fear. His height and size didn't define him. In reality, he was a kind person. Maybe it was just his rough appearance that made people jump to conclusions. Jin replied that she was continuing to tease him. Young grinned and said if she kept going, what would he do? And suddenly, without warning, Baeum-jin pulled her into a hug. His voice low, he asked if someone was nearby. After the person passed by, Junyoung looked up and softly asked if someone had really been there. Jin asked if she thought he hugged her just because he wanted to. She quickly replied, saying she thought he was about to scold her. He asked if being scolded would have upset her. She replied, no, not really. As they got ready to move, she said she wouldn't be able to see anything from here. Maybe they should try looking from another spot. Jin told her not to move around too much. He'd go check the right side and she could check the left. After he walked away, Junyoung sat down nearby, her cheeks flushed. Her thoughts wandered again. She had never been this close to any man before, not even her father. Maybe that's why her heart was reacting this way. Maybe it wasn't even about Baeum-jin specifically. Maybe it was just the unfamiliarity of being close to a guy for the first time. Maybe that was enough to make her feel this strange flutter inside. Although Junyoung had been physically close to others before, today felt different. She couldn't understand why this sudden nearness left her heart pounding with anxiety. People had helped her up before when she had fallen, but this moment carried a strange weight she couldn't explain. Suddenly, she heard a harsh voice nearby. A man was yelling at someone, scolding her angrily. He snapped at a woman to clean the floor properly. His tone was full of mockery, complaining that he had nearly slipped. Then, slipping again slightly, he loudly questioned how such people were even allowed to work there. Junyoung froze in shock as her eyes landed on the woman he was yelling at. It was her mother. A surge of emotion rushed through her. She felt a powerful urge to run over and hurl a bucket of that dirty water straight at the man's face. All she wanted in that moment was to grab her mother's hand and get her out of that humiliating place. But reality held her still. She couldn't move. She knew the truth all too well. There weren't many normal jobs her mother could do, especially in a small town like this. no one would hire a minor like her either. Even though her mother worked hard all day just to bring a little bit of change into their lives, what if she lost this job too? What would happen then? Her thoughts were broken as her mother slipped on the wet floor and fell. Junyoung's heart dropped, but she remained frozen in place. She couldn't bring herself to act. At that moment, Baeum-jin returned and saw what was happening. Junyoung tried to explain to herself this wasn't her mother doing something out of care for her. Her mother had always pushed people away with her temper. Junyoung had long since stopped expecting her to be the kind of mother she needed. She was used to being hurt, used to cleaning up the mess her mother left behind. If her mother truly cared, wouldn't she at least try to change? She wondered if she should take her mother home, but deep down, she knew what that would lead to: more shouting, more blame. Baeum-jin noticed the pain behind her silence and gently told her not to speak that way. But Junyoung felt he couldn't possibly understand. He had no idea what it was like to live all those years with someone like her mother, feeling completely alone. She had never been able to fully enjoy life, not even once. And if her mother hadn't been in her life... Before she could finish the thought, Baeum-jin quietly wrapped her in a hug. His embrace was warm and still, as if telling her she didn't need to say more. And that's when Junyoung finally broke down. Tears poured down her face, her heart crying out silently. "Why, Mom? Why does it have to be like this?" Later, Baeum-jin noticed her fist was clenched so tightly that her own nails had broken the skin. Blood was slowly seeping out. He softly asked if it didn't hurt, but Junyoung could only reply that this was a day she would never forget. They walked together, the silence between them full of unspoken comfort. After a while, Baeum-jin casually asked if she wanted to get a hamburger. But Junyoung wasn't in the mood to eat anything, not after what had happened. Baeum-jin said even eating instant ramen at home didn't sound appealing. To Junyoung, the way he spoke as if going back home together was the most natural thing brought a strange sense of peace. She knew there wasn't anywhere else she could go right now, and perhaps she didn't want to. Then suddenly, with a small smile breaking through the heaviness in her chest, she suggested they go on a picnic. It was Saturday, and the weather was beautiful. Instead of spending money on fast food, they could grab a few snacks and enjoy the outdoors. She asked him how much money he had with him. Baeum-jin teased her, asking if she was trying to borrow from him. She replied playfully, what else could she do at a time like this? Her mind was still tangled in confusion. She didn't know why her mother acted this way, and she was frustrated with herself for not being able to do anything about it. Still, she was trying to breathe through the emotions, to find calm. If she had been alone, maybe she would have broken down completely. But right now, Baeum-jin was with her. Handing her his wallet, he told her to use whatever she needed. The way he casually offered everything like someone rich and generous made her feel a thrill, but it also felt like he was just trying to act grand. Baeum-jin gave her a machinoid glare in response. Junyoung changed the subject and asked where the market was. Her thoughts, once as murky as dirty water, were beginning to settle. For so long, she had believed she didn't need friends. But now, she realized how deeply grateful she was for this one person's presence. Just having him here brought her a strange and soothing comfort. Elsewhere, Si-young-woon was with his mother, who was busy discussing business. He was thinking about his earphones when he mentioned that he thought they would have lunch together. But his mother was already focused on her next appointment. She casually remarked that she had considered going for a swim. Then she suddenly asked about the girl it had been a while since he had mentioned her. Had they fought? Si-young-woon brushed it off, saying they weren't close enough to fight. His mother teased him, wondering what had happened to the boy who had once charmed the entire class in just 3 days. He confessed that Junyoung was different from the others. Then, hesitantly, he asked what she had said to Junyoung that day when she personally brought clothes for her. His mother revealed that Junyoung had left in a hurry afterward. Had she not told him why? He reminded her again they weren't that close. His mother simply commented that Junyoung was a bit stubborn, and her unease only grew whenever they entered the village. Si-young-woon told her she didn't need to approve of everything, but his mother insisted in the end he would marry someone she approved of. After all, that's how it should be in a family, right? Si-young-woon was startled by the mention of marriage and, almost unconsciously, imagined himself and Junyoung together. But the image quickly faded. She didn't even let him come close emotionally. Maybe if she responded like a normal person, they might grow closer. But she always built a wall between them. The only person Junyoung ever seemed to talk to freely was Haesoo. Still, even that bond felt distant and disconnected. Just then, his eyes caught sight of Junyoung walking side by side with Baeom-jin. The sight shocked him. It wasn't hard to recognize Baeom-jin, but what truly rattled him was the girl walking with him. Her face wasn't fully visible, but something deep inside him knew it was Junyoung. Opening the door, he abruptly told his mother he was leaving. She could enjoy her lunch without him. He kept thinking just as he had suspected. They knew each other. And not only that, they were far closer than he had imagined. But how? She had always kept that distance between them. So why was it different with Baeom-jin? A bus passed by, briefly blocking his view. And just like that, they disappeared. Panic stirred within him. Had they gone into a building? Were they hiding? Should he call out her name? But even his thoughts were tangled now. He stared ahead, frustration tightening his expression. Back at home, Baeom-jin noticed Junyoung's hand was wrapped in a bandage. He offered to help, but she brushed it off, saying it didn't hurt. She asked him to move. He was standing in her way. Did he really think she couldn't make a simple sandwich? It wasn't that complicated. He watched her fumble and questioned if she'd ever even made one before. She insisted sandwiches didn't need practice. But her movements were slow and awkward. He couldn't help but comment on it, teasing her gently. She told him to be patient since he brought the ingredients. It was only fair that she do the cooking. Still, Baeom-jin stepped in to help her chop the vegetables. Eventually, lunch was ready. Junyoung looked at the food and admitted that he seemed to have a real talent for cooking. Everything was ready so quickly. Baeom-jin quietly replied that maybe, just maybe, he was better than her at this. Junyoung asked him to go outside and spread the papers for their picnic-style meal. And in that quiet little moment, something heavy in her heart felt a little lighter. They had decided to eat outside that day. Baeom-jin quietly began laying out some papers on the ground as a makeshift picnic mat. Soon, he stepped inside where Junyoung had already prepared the sandwiches. With a gentle smile, she reminded him to bring some milk when he comes back out. As he returned, his eyes quietly settled on Junyoung. She looked so genuinely happy, her face glowing with a soft smile that seemed untouched by worries. A silent thought passed through him how he wished he could capture these small, precious moments in photographs. If only he could hold those memories in his hands and relive them whenever he wanted. Junyoung noticed him standing still and gently told him to stop lingering and come sit beside her. As they both sat down to eat, Baeom-jin asked if the food was any good. Junyoung hadn't tried it yet, but after taking a bite, her eyes lit up with delight. She expressed how delicious it was and playfully suggested that he make the same thing next time too. With a hint of curiosity, she asked him why, whenever he's short on money, he only buys ramyeon. Was it because he didn't like it? He gently corrected her. It wasn't that he disliked it, but this time he had made a trade just so she could try something different. She encouraged him to taste it as well. He hesitantly took a bite and raised an eyebrow, wondering how much jam she had put into it. Junyoung giggled and confessed she had added a lot. She asked if he didn't find it tasty. He admitted that all he could taste was the sweetness. Junyoung looked surprised. She had no idea that he wasn't fond of sweet food. She softly questioned why he hadn't told her when she asked what he didn't like. Baeom-jin replied calmly, reminding her that she never asked what he disliked, only if there was anything he couldn't eat. Junyoung, in her usual cheerful tone, insisted that if he kept eating it, he'd eventually start to like it. She encouraged him to give it a chance. As she continued smiling, Baeom-jin found himself lost in her joy. He thought to himself that maybe, just maybe, if she kept smiling like this, he wouldn't mind letting her cook for him now and then. Suddenly, the tone of the story shifted. In the next scene, someone was lying on the ground, lifeless, while another person stood nearby holding a blood-stained stick. The image was brief but haunting. Later, Junyoung was at home, her eyes settling on a small pile of money on the table. Her thoughts turned inward. That money wasn't enough, not for college, and certainly not for her future. She reminded herself that she wasn't doing all this because college was a luxury. It was a necessity. The only reason she had been studying like a maniac was in hopes of securing a scholarship. Her situation hadn't improved. If anything, life had only reminded her of how difficult things truly were. And yet, Strangely, she didn't feel bad. Her heart carried a strange warmth, perhaps, from the memory of that simple picnic. That moment had brought her real happiness. She smiled to herself, thinking back to how fun it had been. She hadn't known until then that Baeom-jin didn't like sweet things. Maybe she should suggest another outing soon, before the summer heat became unbearable. Weekdays were too busy, perhaps Saturday would work. Back at school, she spotted Baeom-jin and silently wished he'd look up so she could at least greet him. As she pondered this, she realized something: he often arrived early to school. Was he hardworking? Just then, Siyang appeared and greeted her with a light smile. He mentioned that he wanted to talk after school. Junyoung wondered what he could possibly want to share. Was it a message from his mother again? That thought annoyed her. But whatever it was, she was confident she could handle it. Her focus now needed to be on exams. They were approaching fast. Her train of thought was broken by a familiar voice. It was Haesoo, speaking to Baeom-jin. Junyoung's ears perked up as she heard her call him by his first name. She herself had never done that. Haesoo handed him a note and explained, almost shyly, that she didn't want to embarrass him by giving it in front of others. Junyoung couldn't help but feel surprised. It made sense they were in the same class, but something inside her shifted as she watched the interaction. She couldn't stop herself from sneaking a glance back. She caught a glimpse of Baeom-jin reading the note, and then he smiled. Their eyes met for a brief second, and she quickly turned away, her heart fluttering. What just happened? Did he smile because of Haesoo's note? When had they grown this close? She wondered if their interaction on the rooftop had been more than just a distraction. From across the room, Siyang was watching Junyoung, sensing her confusion. Soon, the teacher walked in and asked Baeom-jin to come with him. Something about the teacher's smile felt fake to Junyoung. Why was everyone smiling around him today? Time passed, and Baeom-jin hadn't returned. Lunch ended, and yet he was still missing. The classroom buzzed with whispers, but no one had the courage to ask where he was. Then, a boy burst into the room, exclaiming that no one would believe what had happened. Baeom-jin had been taken away by the police. Chaos broke out. Everyone began speculating. Had he gotten into a fight? Was he in trouble? Whispers filled the room. If he had done something wrong, he might be expelled. One student even said that many would be happy if that happened. Junyoung had heard enough. She rose and calmly but firmly told everyone to stop talking. The room fell silent for a moment. One boy challenged her, questioning why she cared so much. Did she like Baeom-jin or something? She didn't flinch. Without hesitation, she admitted that she did. The entire class froze in shock. Siyang stepped in, telling the boy to back off. He reminded everyone that they didn't even know what really happened, and it was unfair to assume Baeom-jin had done something wrong. Siyang's eyes then drifted toward Junyoung. She looked deeply worried. Later, students began asking teachers why Baeom-jin hadn't returned. The whispers continued. Had he really been taken by the police? Was he guilty? The teacher calmly instructed everyone to settle down. They had only taken him for some questioning, and nothing had been confirmed yet. She scolded the class, reminding them that their exams were near. If they failed, there would be consequences. Junyoung tried to focus, but her mind was clouded with worry. All she could hope for was that nothing terrible had happened. If Baeom-jin returned from the police station, he would probably go to his house. And that's where she needed to be to find out the truth. Right now, nothing else mattered. She couldn't concentrate on anything. Siyang stopped her as she was leaving school and asked where she was going. She told him she was heading home. He reminded her that he wanted to talk. She urged him to be quick. She was in a hurry. He asked what was so urgent. She said with exams so close, she didn't want to waste even a minute. Siyang then questioned if she was heading to the police station, suggesting she was worried about Baeom-jin. She denied it and asked why she would be concerned. But Siyang was firm. He said they were close and he had seen them together. Junyoung froze. Had he really seen them? But where? Could he be referring to that house? Her thoughts spiraled. How did he know? Had he followed them? Was he capable of going that far? She tried brushing it off, telling him maybe he saw wrong, but Siyang insisted he had seen them clearly. Junyoung finally demanded when he saw them and why it mattered to him at all. Siyang didn't reply. Just then, Mr. Kim, their family's secretary, appeared and informed Siang that his ride had arrived. He was told to go home and study for safety reasons. Siang was confused. Mr. Kim explained that there had been a serious incident recently at the city center, and one of the students from their class was suspected to be involved. He added that Siang's mother had instructed him to bring Siang home immediately. Junyoung couldn't stay silent. She stepped forward and asked who the suspect was. Mr. Kim quietly answered the name was Jin. Her heart dropped. She couldn't believe it. This couldn't be true. He couldn't have done something like that. Seon-gun couldn't shake off a thought that lingered in his mind. It was now clear that Junyoung was finally opening up about her relationship with Jin, something she had kept hidden for so long. Just by watching her, he could sense the tremble in her hands and the nervous weight she carried. She must have trusted Jin deeply to stand by him like this. But a part of him still wondered why him? If he was being honest, Jin didn't come across as innocent at first glance. Meanwhile, Yeonwon quietly offered to look into the situation Jin was in. Perhaps it would help ease some confusion, but Junyoung gently declined. She recalled what had already been said, that things would get sorted soon and there was no need to worry. Still, Seon-gun questioned what Junyoung truly knew about Jin. Trusting someone like that meant knowing them well, really well. Later, Dang-gun approached Mr. Sek Kim and asked for a favor. Could he find out what exactly had happened? After all, if a student had been taken by the police during school hours, it had to be serious. There must be evidence, or at least something more. Mr. Kim tried to calm him, saying there was no need to be so concerned. But Seon-gun wasn't satisfied. He reminded the secretary that a simple phone call was all it took to find the truth. Surely he was capable of that much. Mr. Kim gave in and promised to check. "Please," Seon-gun added softly, "find out before dinner." That evening at home, the atmosphere was anything but calm. His mother was pacing the room, speaking loudly on the phone, her tone filled with frustration. As she ended the call and saw him enter, she apologized. She admitted she had been very stressed lately. The world was growing stranger by the day, and students didn't seem to understand just how frightening it could be. At dinner, she brought up something that had clearly been troubling her. She asked if he was friends with that boy, the one involved in the criminal case. She'd been shocked to learn that Jin was in her son's class. He wasn't famous for good reasons. His reputation was full of trouble. Seon-gun reminded her that she had never seen him hanging around kids like that. His mother agreed, noting that he was a good boy, and of course, she trusted him. But that wasn't the real question she wanted to ask. She wanted to know about Yoon-young. Was she friends with Jin? Were they close? She had heard rumors that both of them were involved in the apology letter incident. Her tone was sharp. She said she'd always had mixed feelings about that girl. As far as she was concerned, no one could ignore the kind of environment a person was raised in. She explained that she disliked Junyoung not because she wasn't intelligent. In fact, she admitted the girl was exceptionally smart, ranking even higher than her son in national scores, but because Junyoung lacked a basic understanding, she didn't seem to realize that she could never stand in Seong-gun's place. That ignorance, to her, was reckless. A smart child acting foolishly, that, she said, was truly pitiful. Junyoung had no clue how to handle people, and emotional intelligence wasn't something she possessed. Seon-gun asked her not to speak about Junyoung like that. His mother sighed. She didn't dislike his kindness. Kindness was a strength, especially for someone who would one day rise to great heights. But being kind didn't mean he should get involved with someone accused of a crime. As his mother, she simply couldn't allow it. He quickly clarified that he wasn't close to Jin, they'd barely even spoken. But she wasn't convinced. She asked why. Then, he had requested information about Jin from the police station. Surely he understood how powerful Secretary Kim was and how he could get answers about anything. She warned him with a mother's firm tone, it's easy to stay clean by avoiding dirt, but cleaning yourself after being tainted is much harder. Seon-gun pushed his plate away. He had lost his appetite. He said he'd eat later. Still, as he stood on the balcony, watching the sky, his thoughts kept turning. Of course, Secretary Kim was one of his mother's people. Naturally, he received respect from them. But they never truly listened to him. Even so, thanks to Secretary Kim, he had managed to find out what he needed. The hit-and-run incident had taken place last Saturday afternoon. The victim had been struck repeatedly with a blunt weapon and was now in critical condition, unconscious. Before losing consciousness, the victim had described the attacker tall, dressed in black. When the police investigated nearby, a hardware store owner recalled seeing someone matching that description. He remembered the young man clearly. He had been standing outside the shop, heading toward the alley with a girl wearing a black cap. The officers asked if he remembered the boy's face. The shopkeeper said yes, he looked rough. In a small town like theirs, it wasn't hard to match a face with police records. One officer identified him right away. It was Baeom-jin, the same boy known for trouble at local schools. He had been on the radar during school violence investigations. And now, he was tangled in something much worse. The lead officer asked where the boy lived. Back in the present, Seon-gun recalled how calm Baeom-jin had been when taken from school. He hadn't resisted, though it was clear he felt deeply troubled by what was happening. But something in him changed when the police asked about that Saturday afternoon. They had questioned him, trying to get a clear answer, but from that moment on, Baeom-jin had remained silent. No matter what they asked, he said nothing. Outside the interrogation room, the officers discussed the case. One believed Baeom-jin was guilty. Why else would he stay so quiet if he weren't? But the other pointed out that there was no solid evidence yet. They needed to keep digging. Still, it was obvious the police chief wanted to push the case straight to juvenile detention. The victim, after all, was his younger brother. It seemed Baeom-jin had picked a fight with the wrong person. Someone who wouldn't easily forgive. Seon worried. The whole situation looked bad for Baeom-jin. No witnesses, no clear proof, and his silence only made him look guiltier. That same afternoon, a girl in a black cap had also been seen near the alley. A car had followed them for a while, but witnesses noted the pair had been walking in the opposite direction from the bar. It didn't seem like they were planning to split up anytime soon. If only Baeom-jin had explained where he had been and who he was, with the investigation could have taken a very different turn. But he'd chosen to stay silent. Maybe he didn't want anyone to know he'd been with Junyoung that day. But why? Why hide their relationship? Could it be something deeper? Were they step-siblings? Or was it something else entirely? Seon-gun felt torn. If he came forward and told the police what he knew, maybe it would help. He wasn't exactly friends with Baeom-jin, but he was the son of someone far more powerful than the police chief himself. His words would be taken seriously. Yet, if he remained silent, and Baeom-jin did too, perhaps it wouldn't end in prison for him. But Junyoung wouldn't sit quietly. She would tell the truth sooner or later. Unless something stopped her. Elsewhere, Junyoung sat with her thoughts in turmoil. Baeom-jin hadn't been to school, and he hadn't returned home either. She had no way of finding him, and with no answers, she felt helpless. She needed more information. And she certainly wasn't going to depend on Seon-gun. There had been something in his eyes that reminded her of his mother, something that had stirred her rejection of him. Like always, she was alone in this. She knew she had to act on her own, so, quietly, she made her way to the police station. She approached the officer and gently explained she wanted to file a report she had lost her wallet. It held something incredibly dear to her. When the officer asked if it had money, Junyoung shook her head with a sad smile. No, it wasn't money. Inside was a photo of her mother, taken when she was very young. The officers fell silent. Her words touched something in them. Even they, hardened by years of dealing with crime and paperwork, felt a quiet ache in their hearts. As the officers searched through the items collected, one of them asked if any lost wallet had been handed in. Every word spoken echoed through the space, and Baeom-jin heard it all clearly. That's when Junyoung's eyes landed on him. Shock filled Baeom-jin's face as he saw her standing there. In a quiet, urgent voice, he tried to tell her to leave. But Junyoung, her heart pounding with frustration, was stunned by the suggestion. How could he ask her to walk away when she had come here only out of deep concern for him? He had no idea how anxious and helpless she had felt these past few days. A police officer gently informed her that no wallet matching her description had been found yet. He asked her to leave her contact details so they could get in touch if it turned up. Then came a curious question: did she know Baeom-jin? Junyoung's thoughts briefly wandered. She had lost focus again, but she reminded herself it didn't really matter. all she needed to know was how long he would be kept here. She explained that they were classmates, though she didn't know him that well. In her eyes, he didn't seem like someone who could violently hurt another person. He was more foolish than frightening, she thought. But then, one of the officers asked something that caught her off guard. Had she been with Baeum-jin on Saturday night? A sudden wave of confusion swept over her. How much did they know? What had they found out? As she tried to piece things together, a realization hit her. Yes, that incident had taken place on Saturday. And she was certain of one thing. Baeum-jin couldn't have done it because he had been with her the entire night. Still, he hadn't told them that. Was it because he didn't want anyone knowing about their relationship? Or maybe he was protecting the secret of the abandoned house they shared. He really was such an idiot sometimes. Just as she was about to speak up, Baeum-jin suddenly raised his voice, asking the officers not to believe a word she said. He called her a stalker, claiming he was tired of being harassed and simply wanted to go home. His voice cracked with desperation as he accused them of holding the wrong person. He insisted he hadn't hurt anyone, that although he had walked past the mall alley, he hadn't touched a soul. One officer questioned why he had stayed silent for so long. Baeum-jin, irritated, replied with sarcasm. He said he had gone to the alley with girls, and it wasn't the police's business to pry into his private life. They had no real evidence, and yet they refused to believe his words. This, he claimed, was entirely unfair and illegal. The officers watched him carefully, puzzled by his sudden outburst. One of them glanced at Junyoung, sensing a shift. She calmly told them that she had only come to ask about her missing wallet and didn't want to be questioned further. But she promised to inform them if she remembered anything useful. The lead officer, a man with sharp instincts, gave her a long look. He mentioned that his specialty wasn't just investigations, he was especially skilled at uncovering secrets. And if anything came to her, she shouldn't hesitate to share it. As he walked away, he couldn't shake off the feeling that he was right. This was the same girl the hardware store owner had described. If she had really been with Baeum-jin that night, she could be a key witness. And if they'd both gone to the mall together, it made sense why neither of them wanted to talk. This boy didn't seem like a criminal at all. In fact, it was touching how far he was going to protect the girl's reputation. Meanwhile, Yoon-young sat alone at school, her thoughts clouded. She couldn't help but curse him in her mind. Baeum-jin, that fool. They had gone to the mall's elevator together after she'd seen her mother working late. Then they'd returned to the house to make sandwiches. But who would ever believe that story? If people found out she was living in an abandoned house with him, that she'd been out at night with him, they would jump to ugly conclusions. She could already picture the rumors. Their names would be whispered in every hallway, and her life would be buried under gossip. She knew exactly what Baeum-jin had been trying to say through his dramatic act. He wanted her to stay silent, to protect both of them. But a question haunted her. What if those rumors started anyway? Would she be able to handle it? People already disliked her enough. Worse, what if this mess affected her college admission? What if her mother found out? Or what if the house they stayed in got exposed? They'd lose that place, their fragile shelter. Even if the real criminal was caught eventually, if it took too long, Baeum-jin could be wrongly punished, all because of her. Just then, Seong-gun arrived, his tone light as he tried to make conversation. He asked if she wasn't feeling too hot. He told her not to worry too much about Baeum-jin. If he was innocent, he'd be released soon. Though he didn't know Baeum-jin very well, he mused that anyone might be capable of such a crime under the right pressure. Junyoung didn't take that lightly. Did he really think that people could just kill in a fit of anger? Seong-gun quickly backtracked, saying that wasn't what he meant. She snapped again, asking what the difference was between someone like him and Baeum-jin then. Then came a shift in his tone. Seong-gun softly asked if maybe she liked Baeum-jin because he was different. He confessed that he liked her. He wanted to understand her better, to support her. He wished she would lean on him when things got hard. Junyoung had sensed his interest before, but she hadn't expected him to open up now. She thanked him gently, but told him there was nothing he could do for her at this moment. He still tried to reach out. Maybe, he said, if she would just open her heart to him, even a little, things could change. But Junyoung quietly let him know that whatever he was offering, it wasn't enough for her right now. Then, Seong-gun asked the most painful question of all. Did she really believe that her relationship with Baeum-jin would stay the same if he ended up in jail? She smiled softly, but her eyes held firm resolve. She said she wouldn't let things reach that point. Proving Baeom-jin's innocence was the most important thing now, even if it meant they'd never go back to what they were before. Elsewhere, Baeom-jin sat in the holding cell thinking about Lee Ta. He always believed she was smart, but sometimes she acted without thinking. Why had she come there, knowing the risk? It had already been 5 days. He'd assumed he'd be out soon, without needing anyone to speak for him. After all, he wasn't guilty. But the situation was becoming more serious. Even the police chief had come down personally. Would they really keep him here without a warrant? He hoped Junyoung understood the message he had tried to send with his silence, that she shouldn't get involved. He knew how powerful rumors could be. They didn't just spread, they exploded. No matter how careful someone tried to be, whispers could destroy lives. They could twist the truth so deeply that the real story vanished. And this time, he feared, the target wouldn't be him, it would be her. People would call her a girl with 2 faces. They'd paint her as someone who sneaked around with boys, who went to shady places late at night. They'd be judged for every little detail. And that, he couldn't allow. He thought to himself he'd rather sit here and eat prison food forever than let the world say those things about Junyoung. But if he truly got trapped here, it would be a disaster. What if Junyoung did something reckless in her desperation? If only he could tell her one thing, not to do anything, just to wait for him. He remembered how, when he was little, his father had once told his mother the same words before returning safely. He wondered if he too would come back safely like that. Then, just as suddenly as all the chaos began, the door opened. An officer stepped in and told him to come out. The real culprit had been caught. He was free. The officer looked at him with a mix of amusement and relief, commenting on how strangely he had behaved during it all. Now that Baeom-jin had finally been released, I think there was an uneasy question lingering in the air. Would he still carry the same anger as before? After all, the real culprit hadn't been caught right away. Some officers tried to shift the mood, reminding the boy that he should thank those who supported him during his time in custody. Since his guardians hadn't shown up, the section chief had taken care of everything for him. Another officer, clearly irritated by the unnecessary chatter, interrupted them and focused on finishing the report. He offered to walk the boy outside. Baeom-jin, quiet and composed, gently thanked him. The officer simply replied that they were only doing their duty, but confessed they'd been genuinely worried. If the real culprit hadn't been found, they feared Baeom-jin might have broken down outside the jail itself. With that, he handed over the release documents and told him he was free to go. Before parting ways, the officer smiled and made a light-hearted comment he thought Baeom-jin and Ju-young looked good together, but warned them to be more cautious and avoid such places in the future. He teased that although Ju-young didn't seem the type, she was surprisingly romantic. Baeom-jin, puzzled, asked which girlfriend the officer was referring to. But the officer quickly changed the subject, signaling for him to stay quiet with a playful wink. He admitted that Ju-young had been so serious and sharp during questioning that even he had felt nervous. He hinted that he couldn't share everything they had talked about, as he had promised her. Baeom-jin felt the need to defend her, saying their relationship wasn't the kind where they'd be going to suspicious places. But the officer seemed to know more than he let on, and reassured Baeom-jin that he wouldn't tell anyone. As Baeom-jin walked away, his thoughts drifted. What exactly had Ju-young said or done? Back at Baeom-jin's temporary home, he tried to settle in. After a refreshing shower, he pulled out an old bag from the closet. It was filled with bundles of cash. A memory surfaced. A man had once given him that money, saying it would be enough until everything became safe again. He had told Baeom-jin to wait, promising to return for him once the storm passed. When Baeom-jin had asked whose house it was, the man had simply told him not to worry about that. In the present, Baeom-jin stared at the money. No matter how much he spent, it never seemed to run out. As his eyes wandered across the room, he noticed a small box on the table. Inside was a simple hair clip. He wondered whether he should have bought it with a ribbon, or if Ju-young would even want something so plain. She might just throw it away. After all, she rarely tied her hair back, and he actually liked it better when her hair was left open. He feared she might get angry if she saw the gift, but somewhere deep inside, he hoped it might calm her down instead. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps interrupted his thoughts. An elderly couple appeared, and the old man bowed respectfully to him. Beomjin said nothing in return. He simply observed them, how their hands trembled, how fear showed clearly in their expressions. He didn't speak a word and quietly walked away. He knew why they were afraid. His uncle had likely threatened them to let Beomjin stay in the house. That's why Beomjin avoided them as much as he could. It was painful to see how much fear he caused them. Back inside, an odd smell filled the air-spoiled food. It was clear that Ju Young hadn't been around either. Beomjin hurried to clean up the mess. Then, out of nowhere, the door burst open. Ju Young stood there, panting heavily, as if she had run all the way. Beomjin smiled upon seeing her, but she wasn't smiling back. Her eyes were teary. Without a word, she threw a plastic bag at him. Inside, it was just tofu. Anger and worry had taken over her. She couldn't understand why he had stayed silent during the investigation. How could he be so thoughtless? What if they had believed he was guilty? Beomjin tried to calm her down, insisting that the South Korean police had done their job well and caught the real criminal within a week. But Ju Young wasn't satisfied with that. She believed he should have spoken up when he was innocent. Why hadn't he explained himself? Why had he chosen silence? Deep inside, she already knew the answer. It was because they had been found in a suspicious place together. And even though it was her presence that caused the misunderstanding, Beomjin had stayed quiet perhaps to protect her. The thought of that made her even more emotional. She was overwhelmed with gratitude, yet furious that he had put himself at risk. She called him a fool, an idiot, for thinking that staying silent was the best option. And yet, her heart was filled with so much thankfulness, she felt like kneeling down just to say it properly. But the frustration still poured out. Exams were just 3 days away, and she hadn't been able to study properly. If she didn't come first, it would be all his fault. She had always secured the top spot, but now, because of him, she might lose it. Beomjin reassured her that she had studied hard and would surely come first again. He tried to comfort her, but Ju Young snapped back that she wasn't crying, she was just angry. Beomjin could clearly see the truth behind her words. She was angry, yes, but also hurt and scared. She told him he was too careless, too unaware. He nodded, as if accepting the truth. He had heard that many times before. Then, without warning, Ju Young hugged him tightly and finally let herself cry loudly, openly. She called him an idiot, blamed him for everything, and sobbed in his arms. Beomjin, holding her close, smiled gently, understanding how much she had gone through for him. Later, he noticed the tofu again and asked her if she didn't like tofu in her ramen. Perhaps she hadn't really bought it to eat. Ju Young, sitting beside him, was lost in thought. She couldn't remember a time in her life when she had cried so much. It was embarrassing, yes, but also strangely relieving. The officer had told her to trust him, and now she knew he hadn't lied. As soon as she found out that Beomjin had been released, she had rushed out to buy tofu, the traditional Korean way of welcoming someone back from jail. She hadn't planned to throw it at him like that, but when she saw him standing there, all the bottled-up emotions exploded. Because of him, she hadn't slept well in days. She couldn't focus on anything, not even her studies. Beomjin gently told her that she could say whatever she wanted to. He was ready to listen. Then, sitting closer, he asked what she had said to the officer. Ju Young admitted that she had spoken up, saying things that Beomjin himself hadn't said. This confused him. Why had she done that? If she had just stayed silent, the real culprit would have been caught, and they would have been released anyway. But Ju Young explained that the officers had already made up their minds at that moment. They truly believed Beomjin was guilty. If her words had carried weight, maybe it pushed them to search harder for the real criminal. Beomjin reminded her that people might start questioning her too. Why put herself in that position? She didn't need to be dragged into the mess, but Ju Young didn't care. If someone tried to tarnish her name, it would only reflect badly on them, not her. She had already been through enough. A little more mud wouldn't matter. The important thing was Beomjin had come back safely. That was all that mattered. If anyone needed to say thank you, it was him. Beomjin looked at her, feeling overwhelmed. The girl who was always so obsessed with studying had cared about him so much that she couldn't even focus on her books. He truly was grateful. He felt like bowing down and thanking her from the bottom of his heart. But Ju-young quickly dismissed the idea. It didn't mean she cared about him. Yet, in that moment, Baeom-jin softly asked her something he had been holding back. Did she like him? When Junyoung heard his words, a warm blush spread across her cheeks. She gently reminded him that he was the one who had feelings for her, wasn't he? Otherwise, nothing he had done made any sense. Why would anyone risk everything just to protect someone else? Clearly, he had been afraid. Afraid that if she got involved as a witness, it might damage her reputation. That's why he took the fall. Baeom-jin quietly agreed. No, it didn't make logical sense, but his feelings weren't based on logic. He knew exactly what was in his heart. And now, he wanted to know what she felt. He softly questioned her, wondering aloud why she always pretended to be so smart, but ended up doing such foolish things sometimes. Junyoung, still flustered, couldn't help but ask, did this mean he liked her? But why? What was it about her? Baeom-jin didn't have an answer. He confessed that he had been asking himself the same question. Junyoung wondered how that was possible. Didn't everyone have a moment where they realized they liked someone? Wasn't there a turning point? But Baeom-jin couldn't recall any such moment. His mind was blank. There was no one memory he could point to. So Junyoung asked him then, what did it feel like to like someone? He tried to explain. His thoughts were always tangled with her day and night. If that wasn't what it meant to like someone, then perhaps he was going crazy. Junyoung quietly agreed. Maybe he was right. As a moment passed between them, Baeom-jin gently touched her face and told her to go focus on her studies. He needed to rest. Junyoung replied that after the exams, if she came first, she'd finally give him her answer. Baeom-jin smiled at that. He teased her, what if Hyuntae came first? She looked surprised. Why would he say that? He jokingly muttered that if Hyuntae did come first, he'd bury him. Junyoung laughed and asked what he was even talking about. He had just gotten out of detention, but Baeom-jin only told her to work hard, win first place, and protect the world she had built for herself. The next day at school, during the exam, Baeom-jin found his mind drifting. He remembered a time when studying had once meant something to him, but after his father passed away, everything changed. He no longer knew where life would take him or how long he could stay in any one place. His future felt like a blur. Studying had started to feel meaningless. But now something had shifted. Lately, he found himself trying again, maybe because he saw Junyoung pouring herself into her studies every day. Their paths were so different, yet somehow he couldn't stop imagining what it might look like to walk alongside her, even if just a little. Maybe their futures weren't destined to align, but what if they moved forward slowly, together? Could that future become possible? Even as he thought this, he smiled to himself. What a foolish thought. Later, as class ended, Yoonyoung told him she was hungry. Baeom-jin asked how her exam had gone and whether he should go find Hyuntae. But Junyoung waved the question off. The exam was done, no point thinking about it now, and besides, there would be no need to stop Hyuntae. She sounded confident. Baeom-jin teased her again. Was she admitting she wasn't confident? Junyoung scoffed at the thought. Did he seriously think Hyuntae was at her level? She believed she'd outshine him easily. Baeom-jin smiled. Everything was set then. He suggested she go first or people might start watching them. Junyoung said she wanted a sandwich and maybe they could get ingredients together, but Baeom-jin offered to go alone. She could wait. Junyoung chuckled. Why go alone? They could just go together. But Baeom-jin reminded her that he had only recently gotten out of detention. What if someone threw eggs at them on the street? Junyoung laughed and told him no one would dare. No one was that bold or that rich to waste eggs like that. But Baeom-jin suddenly looked distant. He asked if she even knew what was bothering him. Junyoung looked at him with concern. She had told him before not to worry. Then she got up to leave. Her heart was heavy. If she couldn't openly acknowledge him in front of everyone, how could she ever handle a relationship like this? Baeom-jin, surprised, asked what she meant, but Junyoung just told him not to worry about it and began to walk away. Suddenly, he reached out and gently held her hand. Then, realizing what he had done, he quickly let go and apologized. But Junyoung, without a word, took his hand again. She told him he wasn't allowed to finish the strawberry jam without her. Then, blushing, she turned away and walked off. Baeom-jin stood there, stunned, his heart full. He felt like something so sweet should be illegal. Junyoung was giving him space, at least enough to think and feel. Just as that thought warmed him, he reached his house only to freeze in place. A black car was waiting outside. His heart sank. Out stepped his uncle, walking straight toward him. He asked if Baeum-jin was all right. Had anything happened? Baeum-jin said he was fine for now. But his uncle didn't waste time. He said they had to leave immediately. There was no time to pack. They were going straight to the airport. And just like that, Baeum-jin knew. He didn't even need to ask where they were going. He had already guessed the moment he saw his uncle's face. His uncle asked if there was anything he needed to bring from the house. Baeum-jin wondered, was there really anything left here that he could call home? To him, home was where Junyoung was, and if that was true, then he couldn't leave like this. He asked his uncle how much time they had left, just a little. He needed to go somewhere first. But then he noticed something. His uncle's hand was bleeding. He had gotten hurt. His uncle reminded him firmly there was no time to go anywhere else. And just like that, Baeum-jin remembered. Nothing had really changed. His situation was still the same, but a thought wouldn't leave his mind. Junyoung was probably waiting. If it got too late, how would she return home? He asked his uncle quietly, would they ever come back? His uncle paused, then replied maybe if they were still alive. That answer said everything. But Baeum-jin wasn't ready. He begged for just a moment. And then, as if fate had given him a sign, he spotted Si-yang walking by. He ran to him. There was no other choice now. If this was the one chance he had, he couldn't leave without saying something. He asked Si-yang to please tell Junyoung that he was sorry for leaving her behind. Please, let her know. And then he walked away, heart full of unanswered questions. Would they ever meet again? And if they did, would it be a good meeting? After all, he didn't belong to a normal life. Junyoung, on the other hand, always walked her path with confidence. Their worlds were just too different. Maybe he should have been less careless about money. Maybe he shouldn't have wasted eggs that day. Maybe if he'd known earlier that she liked sweet things, he could have told her that he liked her. And now, with that ache in his chest, he disappeared into the night. Back in the empty house, Junyoung waited. Why hadn't he returned yet? Maybe he couldn't find the strawberry jam. Maybe he was just running a little late. She'd wait a little longer. He'd walk in and she'd scold him for being late. Then they'd make sandwiches together. But night fell, and Baeum-jin never came. The scene fades into the future 10 years later. Junyoung sat on a plane, staring out the window, lost in a familiar dream. She had been remembering the past again. On a call, someone spoke to her asking for her opinion. Her words held weight now, like a leader's, but her heart was somewhere else. Junyoung felt frustrated as she responded to Martin in her mind. She had been sitting for hours, mentally exhausted, and all she needed now was some rest. She didn't want to take any more calls and decided to end the conversation. Her body ached with fatigue, and all she wished for was some peace at home. While checking her blocked contacts, she noticed Si-young-woon's number listed there too. The only thing on her mind now was to go home and rest. When she reached home, a surprise awaited her. Si-young-woon was already there, smiling warmly. He seemed relieved to see her, assuming she would return before midnight since her flight was scheduled at 10:00 p.m. She explained that she had received urgent emails at the airport, which had delayed her. Si-young-woon guessed that the tension she referred to might be about a business deal. He had prepared dinner and everything was set. Junyoung was confused by the arrangements, wondering what it was all for. Si-young-woon explained that since she was returning from a business trip and the next day was Saturday, he thought it would be a good idea to have drinks together and relax. But Junyoung didn't like that he was in her home so late when she wasn't even there. She told him to stop doing this. Si-young-woon tried to understand what was wrong and asked if Martin had been overworking her again. But in her thoughts, Yoon-young knew it wasn't just Martin. Even Si-young-woon, who had been sitting there waiting, didn't see how tired she was. Still, he brought her a drink. She refused gently, saying she had already had enough on the plane. Si-young-woon then mentioned that his mother wanted to have dinner with them in 2 days. She asked if his mother specifically wanted to see her. He confirmed, saying it had been a long time, and his mother missed seeing her. Junyoung sighed internally. She had hoped for some quiet time this weekend, yet again, she wouldn't get the break she needed. She warned Si Yang-woo not to come into her home without permission again, and even threatened to change the passcode if he did. She explained that she valued her privacy and expected him to respect that. Si Yang-woo, feeling exposed, admitted he had nowhere else to go. Everyone around him either treated him like a burden or used him for their own benefit. Junyoung was the only one he could talk to without fear or pressure. Eventually, she gave in and told him she would have a drink with him. Si Yang-woo's face lit up with joy. She went to wash her hands, and as she stood in the bathroom, she reflected on how long the day had felt. Later, the scene shifted. Si Yang-woo was sitting with his mother, and Junyoung was there too. His mother noticed how formal Junyoung was and asked her to relax. She found Junyoung too rigid and wondered why it was still so hard for her to open up after all this time. Si Yang-woo gently questioned why his mother always focused so much on Junyoung. Junyoung observed quietly, knowing that director Miang Si Yang-woo's mother always liked to discuss company matters during meals. It was her way of trying to stay in the spotlight, especially when trying to position herself between her brother, President Hung, and corporate decisions. As Junyoung started to speak about work again, Si Yang-woo's mother interrupted, saying she was too much of a workaholic. She complained that Junyoung even brought up business during dinner. Embarrassed, Junyoung apologized and changed the subject. Si Yang-woo softly told her to stop worrying and just eat. He knew she must have been exhausted from staying up so late the night before. His mother, now curious, asked if he had met Junyoung the previous night, since she was supposed to be on a business trip. He admitted they had met briefly and shared some wine. Junyoung, hearing this, was overwhelmed by frustration. Whenever Si Yang-woo acted this way, she had the urge to scream or slap him just to shake him out of it. His mother continued, hinting that after Si Yang-woo had dropped off Syra, he must have gone to meet Junyoung. Then she brought up another girl, Min Elbo's second daughter, saying she wasn't that bad either. More importantly, she had connections in a media company, which could be beneficial. She explained that the girl liked art, traveled in France, and had recently returned. It might be hard to set up a meeting because she was selective about who she met, but after seeing Si Yang-woo's photo, she had agreed. His mother even joked that his good looks deserved thanks. They could talk more later, but for now, he should give his best effort. After all, it was Junyoung who had worked hard to connect them both. Surprised, Si Yang-woo asked if Junyoung had arranged the meeting. His mother reminded him that he wasn't getting any younger and should start thinking seriously about marriage. She told him not to make Junyoung suffer and to properly meet the other girl. Even Junyoung chimed in, saying the girl had a very lively personality and was into sports, someone who could match Si Yang-woo well. His mother was pleased that Junyoung understood him so well and encouraged Si Yang-woo to give the girl a chance. She believed the girl could help him in his career too. But for Si Yang-woo, hearing all this from Junyoung's own mouth was painful. His expression changed and he stood up, saying he didn't feel well and was leaving. After he left, his mother wondered aloud what it was about Junyoung that Si Yang-woo endured so much. He was her son, and yet even she couldn't understand him. She assumed that because he had studied abroad, he must have had relationships. Junyoung, however, knew the real reason. Many women had tried to approach him because he lived alone. She assured his mother that she would keep boundaries, he was just a friend. Si Yang-woo shared everything with her and she would respect that. But his mother made it clear that she didn't trust Junyoung personally, only her ambition. She believed Junyoung wouldn't throw away everything she had worked so hard for. Then she asked if Junyoung was still visiting the hospital these days. Junyoung had expected this question eventually and admitted that she was, and she was grateful for that support. Later, at the hospital, someone lay on a bed. In the next scene, Junyoung received a message asking her to go to the Busan factory site because local officials were being difficult, especially after a recent accident. Junyoung protested, explaining she had an important meeting that same morning. But the person insisted they would handle it. The factory couldn't afford any delays. He took a call as Junyoung boiled with frustration. She thought to herself that it was always like this just because she had returned from a 3-day international trip. Now she was being sent to Busan? She suspected that team leader Sang had done this directly on Hung's orders. There were multiple power lines in the company, Hung Myang from the director's side and Vice President Na Ha-sik from her husband's side. Even though she was just a regular employee, her Hong Kong scholarship came directly through Hung Myang's personal management. Because she was close to the president's son, she received extra attention in the company. Hung Myang and Na Xiang both openly used their connections with her, trying to showcase her as a shining talent they had personally discovered. Xiang Wun's mother was no different. Some people even bet that she would become a new member of the president's household, but nobody really cared about her thoughts. In the end, once Xiang Wun got married, all these rumors would disappear, and he would do whatever his mother wanted anyway. Just then, something unusual caught her eye. From a distance, someone was walking near the mountain who looked a lot like Byung-jin. She rushed out to see, heart racing, but when she stopped him, the person turned and it wasn't him. Apologizing, Junyoung explained she had mistaken him for someone else. As she walked back, her thoughts were clouded. It had been a long time since she had such a strange, vivid dream. The scene shifted to Busan, where Junyoung was reading through a report with serious focus. It mentioned an incident where, during a roof repair, a worker had fallen from a height of nearly 10 meters. His right leg had suffered a severe injury. Another person nearby explained that even officials from the district office had come to inspect the site. Surprised, Xiang Wun thought this matter had already been settled. She wondered why things were being reopened again. The man admitted he wasn't entirely sure, but mentioned that there had been a series of safety incidents in that area, especially as construction was still ongoing, so naturally, it had drawn everyone's attention. Later, Junyoung arrived at the site herself. She introduced herself and gently asked why they were all gathered there. One of the men replied that it wasn't anything too serious. They were simply inspecting the area after a recent accident to make sure no further incidents had taken place. He pointed out that even small tasks, like welding, required proper safety around the site. A safety net that should have prevented falls was also broken, and such things needed attention. Judging someone by how they looked was one thing, but the tone and attitude of these men told a deeper story. One of the workers even laughed and jokingly pointed at her, calling her a beautiful flower among them. He added that the inspection wasn't done yet, and he would like to walk with her, but reminded everyone that safety should remain a priority. She could sense that the workers were worried. Everything around felt unfamiliar and uncomfortable to her. This wasn't a place where she felt at ease. Seeing this, Junyoung firmly reminded them not to act without a supervisor's input. If there were safety concerns, those should first be reported through the proper channels. Only then would she review and improve things. The older man scoffed at her words. He told her to step aside and stop interfering. To him, she was nothing but an obstacle. He mumbled that such misfortune had come upon them, wondering what kind of girl had been sent to their site. Hearing this, Junyoung felt a sting in her chest. Did they really believe that a girl's presence could bring disaster? Were they saying people would just keep falling if she stayed? Sometimes, accidents happened because of carelessness or due to poor safety conditions. If they truly believed her presence had caused harm, then perhaps they should have done everything possible to stop her from stepping in at all. She challenged them, asking why they were simply standing around, watching. If their carelessness had led to the accident, then she couldn't help them. But if it was due to safety failures, she could find a solution. She asked whether anyone had even reported their concerns to the company. Had they united to raise their voices? If they had, she believed the company wouldn't have ignored it. The old man retorted that officials only made promises but never acted. He questioned whether the company had ever truly trusted them. Junyoung acknowledged that once the police or outside officials got involved, the entire process would slow down. It would waste time, money, and, in the end, only the company would have the power to solve their problems. She urged them to take their concerns to the company first. It was curious to her how all the workers seemed to stand together. Perhaps if a proper report was submitted, safety on the site could genuinely improve. But she wondered, was safety really the only issue here? Or was something being hidden beneath it? She considered her next steps. Should she understand the workers' side first? Or should she investigate that boy's past? The older man then mocked her again. If she truly had so much power, would the company even listen to her? He believed that powerful people never came to places like this. They just read reports, they didn't look at the people behind them. Junyoung silently reminded herself she was the one who wrote those reports. Suddenly, the old man asked where Kim was. Apparently, he was always disappearing and sleeping somewhere. He sent someone to go fetch him. Curious, Junyoung wondered who Kim was. Moments later, Kim finally appeared, and the old man called him over. Junyoung looked surprised when she saw him. The boy questioned why everyone kept bossing him around. Half joking, he asked if they wanted him to cook ramen now. The man who had brought him laughed, saying Kim's ramen was surprisingly delicious. To Junyoung, it didn't feel like anything special, just a habit. After going through so many moments like these, she had learned to expect nothing anymore. The old man informed Kim that someone from the company was here and only someone like him could deal with a girl who spoke like a machine gun. That was when Junyoung finally realized who the boy was. It was Byung-jin. Her heart skipped. She found herself wondering, why was he here? Byung-jin's eyes fell on her shirt, which had turned transparent in the rain. The old man teased him, asking if he'd fallen for her at first sight just because she was pretty. But Byung-jin didn't respond to that. Instead, he quietly took off his own shirt and offered it to her. He reminded the old man that someone standing in the rain should, at the very least, be offered an umbrella. The old man grumbled that Byung-jin could have just brought her inside instead of taking off his own shirt. He joked whether this was some ploy to show off his muscles and charm her. But Byung-jin wasn't thinking about that at all. He simply turned to her and suggested they talk inside. As Junyoung followed him, the faint, familiar scent of his clothes stirred up memories, ones that felt like they belonged to just yesterday, no matter how much time had passed. She silently wondered why he was known as Kim now, and noticed a scar on his body that hadn't been there before. Inside, Byung-jin handed her a towel. He gently asked why she had come. Junyoung thought to herself, was he pretending not to recognize her? Given the situation, maybe it made sense. She reminded herself that one can't draw conclusions from only one side of the story. Her job was to uncover the facts. Byung-jin replied that if that was really part of her job, then perhaps it wasn't going to be of much help. Cheap materials were being used in construction, and workers were struggling to keep up. That's why safety measures often fell short. The worker who had been hurt might now be permanently disabled, and yet there were efforts to cover up the investigation. That, he said, was the hard truth. He had discussed this with her senior many times. Junyoung was shocked. She had never seen Byung-jin speak so much before. Junyoung glanced at him and asked politely just who was she really talking to right now. Junyoung kept wondering what could have happened to him, how someone could just vanish like that, only to reappear in such an unexpected way. When she finally saw him again, there he was, blending in among the workers like it was nothing unusual. Byung-jin, now covered in dust and sweat, made no effort to hide it. He was just one of the laborers now. Nearby, an old man murmured something quietly that this was the same boy who cooked ramen for them. There was a strange mix of familiarity and distance in the air. Byung-jin said to focus on the task, reminded everyone they needed to get back to work. The foundation had to be completed before water filled the trenches. Just then, Junyoung stepped in front of him, asking him to wait for a moment. But Byung-jin, cold and distant, told her to get out of the way. This place was dangerous. Someone could easily fall and get hurt. Junyoung stood still, shaken. Was it really true? Did he not remember her at all? Or was he just pretending? Her heart refused to believe it. She had imagined their reunion countless times, picturing what it might feel like to see him again. But never had she considered this, that he might not even recognize her. Was she truly that different now? Or perhaps, had something happened to his memory? Still trying to process her emotions, Junyoung composed herself and asked for a decent place to stay nearby. She said she was planning to remain here for a few days, long enough to see things with her own eyes. Maybe, if possible, somewhere near where they were staying. The other workers couldn't hide their excitement at the idea. Byung-jin quickly dismissed the idea that his place was suitable not for someone like her, but Junyoung simply said she'd judge that for herself. Byung-jin warned her that his work would take at least 6 hours to finish, but she reassured him she'd wait in the office. Byung-jin understood by now she wasn't going to be persuaded otherwise. With a quiet sigh, he simply agreed to her wish and walked away. Once he left, Junyoung stared at the files in front of her, trying to concentrate, but her thoughts kept drifting. She couldn't find any records connected to Byung-jin. Now that she had confirmation he was here, maybe things would begin to make sense. There was so much she wanted to tell him, so much she needed to ask. Just then, her phone buzzed. It was Si Yang-woon calling. She answered it gently, realizing how long she had been unreachable. Si Yangwoon was worried he'd been calling, and she hadn't responded. She apologized, explaining her phone had been on silent and that she hadn't seen it vibrate. He wanted to know if something urgent had come up. She gently reminded him that he was using his personal number, so it clearly wasn't work, but she also explained that she was still at work. Si Yangwoon questioned her again. Didn't she say she was going out of town? When was she planning to return? Junyoung told him it might take a few days. There was a lot to be done here. He asked how many days and where she was staying. She paused, wondering why he needed all these details. It was a sudden trip, she hadn't booked a hotel yet. Hearing that, Si Yangwoon offered to book one for her just for a week so she could get proper rest. She'd just returned from a trip, and now she was already gone again. He felt the team leaders were pushing her too hard. Junyoung politely declined his offer she would manage on her own. Just then, Bamjin arrived and asked if she truly planned on coming with him. Without hesitation, she nodded. He told her to wait outside, and she quickly ended her call with Si Yangwoon, telling him she had to go urgently. Her expression had shifted, she looked quietly joyful. Inside the car, as Bamjin drove, Junyoung watched him from the passenger seat. There was something about seeing him like this that made her heart flutter. The way his hair covered parts of his face made her wonder if he could even see the road. He, calm and steady, responded that he could drive with his eyes closed. She softly asked him how long he had been working here. About a month, he said. She wondered aloud about what he had done before. Where had he worked? Bamjin simply said that it had nothing to do with the company. But Junyoung disagreed. There were no records of him in the office files. She suspected that Choi Yongbak had sent her to him for a reason that was still unclear. She remembered that the old man had insisted she call him foreman. Calling him Mr., she'd been told, could mean never being allowed back on site. Still, Junyoung wasn't afraid. Until someone broke her leg, she joked to herself she wasn't going anywhere. Bamjin couldn't help but smile at her boldness. Junyoung noticed the slight grin and asked what amused him. He said he simply expected this place to get a little more chaotic now that she was around. But he also warned her that she should find a better place to stay. It might be hard to catch a cab from where he lived. There were hotels just 10 minutes away. She replied with calm resolve unless the place was broken and filthy, she didn't mind. She had stayed in worse places before. Though time had passed, she could feel her old self coming back. Soon they arrived at Bamjin's place. An older woman greeted them, confused and curious, asking who this girl was and what was going on. Bamjin was about to explain, but Junyoung quickly stepped in. She said she was simply looking for a place to stay for a few days. Did they have a room available? The woman hesitated. This wasn't the kind of place for a young lady to stay, she said. It was old and not very comfortable. Junyoung replied that she could sleep anywhere, just show her a room. The woman eventually admitted there were rooms, but only one bathroom, which everyone had to share. That might be uncomfortable for her. Bamjin tried once more to stop her. The company would cover her expenses. He could drive her back. But Junyoung insisted she liked this place. Truthfully, she didn't. She had the money to stay somewhere better, but this wasn't about comfort. Seeing him again felt like a miracle, and she couldn't let this chance slip away. What if he disappeared again? Before that could happen, she needed answers to everything. If she didn't get them now, she might regret it for the rest of her life, just like she had once before. Bamjin finally gave in. She could stay just one night, and if it was too uncomfortable, she could leave. The older woman agreed and showed her the room. Junyoung asked if there was a shopping center nearby she needed some clothes. The woman said there was one down the street, but it was already dark. After dinner, she suggested Kim could take her there. Junyoung hesitated, they weren't that close. The woman then pointed out that the clothes she was wearing looked just like the ones Kim had left in that morning. Junyoung admitted she had borrowed them under some urgent circumstances. The woman kindly offered her some comfortable pants freshly washed, much better than the skirt. Junyoung thanked her, though she quietly refused the offer. As she looked toward Bamjin, who was watching her silently, she began to wonder what was she really doing here. Could she find peace in a place like this? She had worked non-stop for days. Maybe it was time to wait. Just a little longer. She believed he would remember everything soon, everything he seemed to have forgotten. Later, when she stepped out, she saw Bamjin had just finished showering. He looked different now, his features sharper. Still, there was no doubt this was Bamjin. And honestly, how many black t-shirts did he even own? Junyoung asked him about the hot water in the bathroom. He said it wasn't working, but when she checked herself, it seemed fine. They sat together for dinner after that. The older woman told Bamjin to take the young lady shopping. She'd likely need quite a few things. But Jin replied that whatever she needed, she could get it at the hotel the next day. She didn't need to go anywhere else. Junyoung, however, reminded him who said she was going to the hotel. He explained gently that he only said that because he assumed she'd be uncomfortable here. She repeated herself, calm but firm. She had stayed in places like this before. Baeomjin quietly wondered if she truly needed to stay there. But Young didn't hesitate. Her reason was simple, because he was there. Baeomjin couldn't quite understand what she meant, but Junyoung softly added that walking side by side, staying close, felt like the right thing to do. An old lady nearby observed her with a knowing smile. She found the young girl unusually direct, and in a way, she admired it. She nudged them gently, urging them to hurry up if they'd finished eating. Baeomjin, however, disagreed. He didn't see it as being straightforward. To him, it just seemed stubborn. Young felt a little confused. Why would someone who barely even knew her speak like that about her? Still, when he offered her a ride, she didn't refuse. As she sat quietly in the car, her thoughts wandered. A part of her couldn't help but wonder, was he only pretending to have forgotten everything? Was he acting as if he'd lost his memory? She watched him carefully, curious to see how long he would keep up this act. Trying to break the tension, she asked if they were going shopping together. Baeomjin casually replied that he would stop by the pharmacy first and told her to meet him there once she was done. Young turned to him with amusement. It seemed like he had never been shopping with a girl before. He didn't understand that it never ends quickly. He asked her what she planned to buy, genuinely curious. Later, at the shopping center, her mind drifted again. She thought it wouldn't take her long to make a decision. Back when she was younger, she had received a lot of help from the Hong King Foundation. Her mother's hospital bills had made life difficult, so she usually bought only what was cheap. The expensive things she had, they were all gifts from Nas Youngwoon. Whether it was graduation, the end of school, or her birthdays, he always found a reason. But she never really used those gifts. They just sat there, gathering dust. They felt like a burden, like things meant to make her feel small. Now, standing in the shop, she looked at the clothes before her and tried to choose something that would suit her. She was almost surprised when she realized she had bought two things, both with her own money. Stepping outside, she spotted Baeomjin smiling while talking on the phone. It made her pause. Was he really smiling for someone on the other end of the line? Her heart grew uneasy. She hoped it wasn't a girlfriend. As she crossed the road, her mind clouded with thoughts. Something caught Baeomjin's attention, and what he saw shocked him. Junyoung had nearly stepped into the path of an oncoming bike. The moment froze, and then, in a blur, she fell. A man from the bike jumped out, saying she couldn't just leap into traffic like that. It could have caused a terrible accident. Before she could respond, Baeomjin rushed over and wrapped his arms around her tightly. His worry spilled out without words. Was she hurt? Was she okay? Young reassured him softly it was just a scrape, nothing serious. The man, still shaken, insisted his bike hadn't even touched her. But the way Baeomjin glared at him fierce and cold was enough to terrify him. The man quickly fled, unable to take the weight of Baeomjin's silent rage. Baeomjin gently lifted Junyoung to her feet and asked if she could walk. Her heart raced, not just from the fall. She wasn't sure if it was pain or something else that made her pulse so fast. They sat on a bench. Baeomjin checked her injury carefully. She looked down at the torn patch on her clothes and sighed. Grandma had given it to her. Now it was ruined. He looked at her in disbelief. Was she really worried about that at a time like this? She needed to go to the hospital. She might feel fine now, but who knew what pain could come later? Then, Junyoung looked at him, her voice quiet but full of truth. She didn't believe he had really forgotten her. His formal behavior had convinced her for a while, but now she saw it. She had always hoped that someday they'd meet again like this. She asked gently how he had been all this time. But Baeomjin didn't answer. Instead, he just said he would go get some bandages and told her to wait there. She looked at him, wondering if that was really the most important thing right now. He nodded seriously. Yes, to him, it was. As he walked away, Young sat still, a quiet certainty blooming inside her. She had really seen him again. Now she understood why Beomjin was so special to her, because he had been her first love. Because of him, she had lived through precious moments she would never forget, even if they were short-lived. If only he hadn't disappeared right after they began dating, there could have been so much more between them. Every meaningful memory she carried started with him. Sure, she had feelings for others after that, but those relationships never lasted long. At one point, she had even thought dating was just a waste of time. But Beomjin, he was different. She still wanted to know everything about him. Later, as he helped her with the bandages, she looked at his hairstyle and teased him, saying it didn't suit him. He didn't say anything, just tore the patch on her clothes in mock frustration. She laughed. Was he really that angry over a hairstyle comment? He hadn't changed. He still showed off his strength in little bursts like this. Beomjin reminded her that if she didn't want scars, she had to take care of her wound. She looked at him with a smile. Was he worried about the mark on her leg? When they finished shopping, he said it was time to go, but Yoon had one more thing to buy. When he offered to get it for her, she calmly said it was underwear, and the world went quiet. Later, she was walking beside him, holding his hand. She asked something she had been meaning to for a long time. Why was he called Kim now? Beomjin simply replied that it had just happened. She knew he wouldn't explain easily, and maybe today wasn't the day she would find answers. So she asked him if he was really going to stay Kim, what should she call him? He let go of her hand and walked ahead. He said she didn't need to call him anything. There was nothing special between them. Junyoung felt like a heavy stone had just fallen on her chest. How foolish she had been, the only one excited for their reunion. Had she completely misunderstood the situation? Beomjin asked her when she planned to leave. She looked at him, heart aching. He had truly forgotten her, hadn't he? She couldn't stand not knowing the truth anymore. She had gone to their N Mountain house, even to the police station after he disappeared. When she learned he was gone, she went again. She had even visited his house. Everything had been left behind in chaos. It wasn't some normal reason that made him disappear. No one else seemed to care. Only she had gone to the police station again and again, desperately looking for answers. Did he even realize how many times she'd gone there only for him? And now he asked her when she would leave? She couldn't answer that. She hadn't decided yet. Her job was to make sure the construction project was finished on time. She also wasn't staying at a hotel. What she really wanted to know, why did Beomjin become Kim? Why had he vanished in the first place? He better be ready with a story, she thought, and this time, if he disappeared again without a word, she would never forgive him, not even on her deathbed. If those words meant nothing to him, he could walk away again. But strangely, saying that out loud brought her a strange sense of relief. The next morning, Junyoung sat up restlessly. She hadn't slept at all. She had been afraid that if she closed her eyes, Beomjin would disappear again. Had she said too much yesterday? No, it was what she truly felt. No point overthinking it now. They could have had a better meeting. She believed that Beomjin must have thought of her as his first love too, but life had drawn a line between them. And that line's name was Kim, the person pretending not to know her, the one standing between them. Why had Beomjin acted like a stranger? Maybe it was because he had been adopted. Maybe someone was after him. Maybe that's why he changed his name. There was no point thinking about it now. She would rather go shower. When she stepped out, the old lady noticed she was already up. It was only 6 a.m. She asked if her leg was okay. She had heard there had been an accident. Young nodded gently. Her leg was fine, but she felt sorry the patch the old lady had given her had been ruined. She promised to buy her a new one. Lady, seeing the worry on her face, calmly assured her not to stress. She mentioned that she had plenty more, and the rice would be ready in just 10 minutes. She invited her to come quickly and eat. But the girl said she'd prefer to eat after bathing. Lady gently reminded her that the water was still cold, and it would take some time to get hot in their house. Warm water didn't come instantly. It needed to run for a while before turning warm. Beomjin had gotten up looking completely unrested. It seemed like he hadn't even slept at all. Just then, Junyoung stepped in, politely reminding everyone that she had been waiting and wanted to take a shower first. Beomjin responded that he'd only take 5 minutes, but Lady, ever understanding, suggested Junyoung could bathe after breakfast instead. If Kim went first, the water would already be warm for the next person. That seemed like a better plan. As the morning began, Baeomjin stood alone on the terrace, lost in thought. The breeze, the sky, the very air reminded him of that exact day at the picnic with Yoonyoung. He had never imagined they would cross paths again. He had always believed that destiny might bring them together someday, but not in a place like this. She hadn't changed at all, still fearless, still full of confidence. She didn't care what others thought of her. And he too was still the same man he had always been. This very spot held memories. It was the place where that man, Young Man-soo, had fallen. In fact, Young Man-soo had taken a loan from Baeomjin's uncle's company. To put it simply, unpaid debt had brought Baeomjin here to recover the amount from Young Man-soo. But now, Young Man-soo was hospitalized. The debt left by Young Man-soo was massive, nearly 117 million won. He had taken the loan due to his gambling addiction. But everything changed when he found out about his wife's illness. After that, he had tried to make regular payments. Then came the accident. Since that incident, he had been unable to repay the debt. The company had created a new recovery plan, trying to frame the situation in a way that benefited them. Because the accident had occurred during work hours, there was talk of compensation. Jung Man-soo claimed that he felt someone had pushed him. Baeomjin quietly observed, realizing that the entire compensation claim hinged on whether it was considered a work-related injury. If it wasn't, the company would cancel the compensation, and Jung Man-soo would never be able to repay his debt. Even his wife feared that outcome. That's why Baeomjin had come to the construction site to investigate everything himself. He needed to find out whether any conflict had taken place among the workers. What he hadn't expected was that Junyoung herself would be sent to inspect the matter. Suddenly, an old man approached and asked Baeomjin why he hadn't answered his calls the night before. Maybe he had gone to bed early? That's when Baeomjin remembered he had completely forgotten about his phone. It must have fallen on the road that day. He casually replied that he might have lost it. When asked if something had happened, the old man said he had just wanted to invite him for a drink. Then the old man, with a teasing smile, asked about that cutie. Baeomjin was confused. The man chuckled, hinting at the confident girl who worked like a perfectionist and looked like an actress. Baeomjin smiled and replied that she did seem familiar, but he didn't really know her. The old man spoke about how confidence was key, how beauty itself was a kind of bravery. He mentioned how his own wife was beautiful, and how once, during a difficult time, he had brought her a bouquet of flowers, and it had brought a smile back to her face. Baeomjin understood what he meant. When asked if he was being advised to do the same, Baeomjin jokingly asked if the old man wasn't bothered by the new female supervisor. The old man said he had been unhappy with company before, who wasn't good at his job. But this new girl was different. She was talented and definitely going to be helpful. He insisted that someone like her deserved to be called a cutie. Baeomjin politely asked him not to call her that. The old man, clueless, just laughed, and as they walked to work, he teased Baeomjin again about the nickname. Later, Junyoung was busy going through reports. She noted how a repair had been requested but ignored. She wondered if the man who visited the day before Kim Yeja had confirmed anything. She planned to meet him. Meanwhile, the workers finally started to feel some relief. Junyoung, while organizing paperwork, asked if anyone on site didn't have a resume on file. She wondered if something was missing from the documents they received from the labor agency. But the other girl confirmed that they had received all documents. Junyoung, however, wasn't convinced. Something felt off. She felt that Bumjin was hiding something or hiding from someone. Maybe he was a gangster, or maybe the police. Had she not known who his father was, she wouldn't be thinking this way. She decided to check the construction site once herself. As she walked there, her injured foot still ached. She thought perhaps she should have charged the motorcycle guy for a bandage. It was around 9 p.m. when Jung Man-soo had fallen. He had been on night shift. That day, it had rained lightly, making the stairs slippery. Carrying heavy items on that wet surface could easily cause a fall. She thought it would be better to talk to Jung Man-soo directly. Suddenly, Baeomjin appeared behind her and startled her. She was shocked and asked how he appeared so quietly. He wanted to know why she was there. She responded that she had been waiting for him. Since they had come to work together, she thought it would be good to leave together as well. Plus, her foot was still hurting, and she didn't even know the address. He pointed out that if she could climb 4 flights of stairs, she could probably get home too. She asked him hesitantly if he had come here for something dangerous. He looked at her, amused, and asked what kind of danger she was thinking of. She couldn't explain exactly, but she had a feeling. He admitted that accidents happened on this site, people got hurt here, so he couldn't deny the risk. She asked if he was close to Old Man Youngbok. After all, it was he who had trained and brought Baeomjin here. She also asked if he had met Young Man Soo. Bumjin questioned if she was trying to prove that the accident was something other than an accident. She replied that maybe the company wanted to see it that way just to avoid extra costs and complications. They didn't want to escalate things. But she wondered if it even mattered to Baeomjin whether it was really an accident or not. His earlier concern about safety had made it seem like it did. He said that when lives are at stake, everything matters. Next time, it could be him who falls. She asked since when he had been working in construction. He looked like a complete beginner, being trained by someone. She was curious, what had he done before? Why had he chosen to work in such a place? Before she could finish, Baeomjin suddenly moved close to her, leaning in. His gaze locked on hers, his face near. It felt like he might kiss her, but instead he whispered into her ear. He sensed she had a lot of curiosity. He told her not to pretend otherwise because this kind of unexpected meeting, he knew, could be very thrilling. And with that, he turned to walk away. But Junyoung reached out and held his hand. She pleaded softly, asking him to explain. She needed to understand why he had disappeared, where he had been all this time. Only then could she find peace within herself. Suddenly, she lost her balance and fell onto him. Baeomjin noticed something strange. Her body felt unusually warm. He asked gently if she had a fever. She admitted she had gotten wet in the rain, had almost been hit by a motorcycle, and hadn't slept all night. Even now, her heart struggled to believe that her body would truly heal, especially when her thoughts returned to Baeomjin's actions and words. There was no harmony between what he said and what he did, and that inconsistency haunted her. Was she supposed to trust his promises, or the silence between his actions? He had claimed he was just curious, that he never meant to disturb her life. He insisted there was nothing in his world that he wished to understand deeply or hold on to for long. But she had never felt so frustrated, so helpless. All she longed for was to understand where he had disappeared to, and where he had been living all this time. She had liked him once, and that quiet truth, that long-held confession had waited patiently inside her. It was what she had wanted to tell him that day. And now, with trembling honesty, she had asked him to tell her the truth, no matter what it was. Baeomjin, hearing this, gently let go of her hand. But Junyoung didn't let that moment slip away. She held his hand again, more firmly this time, refusing to let the distance grow. She offered something heartfelt. If he truly wanted to return to the past, then they could go back together. But Baeomjin gave no reply. Just then, her phone started to ring. She wondered who could be calling at such a strange time. When she glanced at the screen, she saw Siang's name flashing, and she noticed Baeomjin had seen it too. Hurriedly, Junyoung tried to explain. They only worked at the same company, she said. Thanks to the foundation run by Siang's mother, she had been able to graduate from school. A lot had changed after Baeomjin disappeared. But Baeomjin stopped her mid-sentence. There was no need to explain he didn't care. He told her to answer her phone and come downstairs when she was done. He'd drive her home. Junyoung felt something quietly fall apart. A door that had just begun to open had suddenly shut. "Siyang," she thought, "you clueless fool." She answered the call. Siyang asked if she had finished work, adding that the team leader had left and she should handle things now. He offered to help, but Junyoung kept her voice steady. She told him this wasn't the right time, and she wasn't part of his team. He needed to stop interfering, or he'd make things worse. She didn't want him involved, especially with the arrangements surrounding her marriage with Min Elbow. There had been moments when Siyang had brought up Baeomjin's name, a name she had never uttered in front of him. Siyang used to say how unfortunate it was that Baeomjin had vanished that day. He wondered aloud what Baeomjin might be doing now. But Junyoung had always sensed the truth behind those words he was testing her. Siang had seen her, in that desperate moment, searching for Baeomjin like someone reaching for breath. Back in the present, Junyoung slowly stood up, and there he was. Baeomjin hadn't left, he was still standing there. She remembered something he had asked her once. Did she really need a man in her life? And if so, would she let him be that person? She didn't answer that now. She simply told him to take her home. Her voice faltered as she said she felt like she might faint. And then, she collapsed into his arms. Elsewhere, Siang's mother was pacing, yelling into the phone about a meeting. Her voice was sharp with frustration. It seemed that President Han was about to be removed, and someone else, likely one of Insub's allies, was planning to take over. Had she known earlier, she could have acted. Now the situation was unstable, and her husband, though holding the vice president title, looked increasingly disheartened. If things went downhill, everything they had could be lost. They needed to increase their shares without letting Insub catch on. She turned to Manager Kim and asked if Manji Elbio had responded yet. Was he still hesitating to give a clear answer, waiting to see if Siang would remain as director? Manager Kim confirmed that it appeared the young master had made a strong impression, but Siang's mother wasn't fully convinced. She felt they might have to push Sarah even more. If President Manji Elbio realized that his daughter liked Siang, it might sway his decision. It was already midnight. Siang would arrive any moment. And just then, he walked in. His mother asked if he had been drinking. It had been a long time since she'd seen him like this. Was something wrong at the company? But Siang didn't respond. He simply walked over and drank a glass of water. His mother tried to shift the mood. She mentioned how Sarah seemed to like him already and suggested he take her out. She reminded him of the benefits he enjoyed as part of the Sarah family and that those came with equal responsibilities. If he stepped back, others would be eager to replace him, and Sarah was perfect. She needed someone loyal and caring. But suddenly, Siang hurled the water jar against the wall, shattering it into pieces. His anger erupted without warning. He said he was planning to go out. Manager Kim offered to take care of it, but Siang refused. He would handle it himself, and then he left. His mother, now fuming, asked where that girl was. Mr. Kim hesitated, then asked if she meant assistant manager Junyoung. She told him to find out everything. There had to be more to it. She already knew Siang was crazy about that girl, but as long as Junyoung stayed just a friend, it was manageable. Siang wouldn't act rashly. But Junyoung herself was a risk, a threat. From her point of view, Junyoung was a tool. That's why keeping her close and under watch seemed like the best option. The good thing was that Junyoung seemed to understand the situation and had chosen the right path for her future. But if she ever crossed the line, Siang's mother would cut her off instantly. She had handled worse before. This would be no different. The only real problem was if Siang outright refused the marriage. A memory of the past returned. Junyoung watched Baemjin wearing all black, even on a hot day. She wondered how he wasn't feeling the heat. She offered to take his food if he didn't want it, but Baemjin told her to make her own. He had already taken a bite. She didn't mind. They had shared so much before, even instant ramen. Just one bite, she asked. But in a playful moment, Baemjin popped it into his mouth before she could. She called him rude. He had once said he didn't like sweet things, but clearly he wasn't being honest. His expression showed it hadn't tasted great, and he quickly drank milk to wash it down. He stood to leave, saying he was going to get more milk. Then he asked if she wanted another sandwich. She smiled, asking for one with plain strawberry jam. She felt peaceful in that moment. Here was a home, and here was Baemjin. If life could remain like this, she wouldn't ask for more. She didn't need perfect days, even in hard times. This feeling would be enough. She closed her eyes, wishing silently. When her eyes opened again, she realized she was in a hospital, and beside her, Baemjin was sleeping in the chair. He was still there. He hadn't left her side. She often dreamed this same dream, but this time, Baemjin's face had appeared slightly blurred, and that thought made her uneasy. The fact that they didn't even have one photo from that day, it left an ache in her chest. She had imagined that when they met again, they might pass by like strangers, unable to recognize each other, but she hadn't expected things to turn out like this. Suddenly, it struck her she needed a photo now, something to remember this moment by. She raised her phone to take a selfie, but Baemjin opened his eyes and stared at her. His gaze pierced through the silence. He asked her what she was doing. She quickly said she was just taking a selfie after all. Who would believe she had been in the hospital? But deep inside, she wondered if he suspected the truth. Trying to change the subject, Junyoung asked why she was even there. Baeomjin calmly explained she had fainted due to exhaustion and fever. She asked how she had ended up here. He replied by car. But she remembered losing consciousness on the 3rd floor. There's no way he could have carried her from there, could he? With a dry smile, he said he'd simply thrown her down from the 3rd floor. She joked that it was a good thing she'd passed out on the 3rd floor. If it had been the 4th, it would have been worse. He added that workers collapsing during work hours wasn't so uncommon. She then looked around and asked for the time, wondering just how long she had been unconscious. Baeomjin gently reminded her that her fever hadn't gone down yet. That's why they had to give her a 2nd dose of medication. It was already 1 a.m. She needed to stay at the hospital a little longer. Young, still worried about him, told him to leave and rest since he had work in the morning. But she knew deep down that even if she asked him to go, he wouldn't. Baeomjin simply hushed her and asked her to sleep quietly. A quiet thought crossed Young's mind. She asked if Jang Man-soo was also being treated in this hospital. Baeomjin questioned why she thought that. She explained that since they were both found unconscious around the same time, maybe they had ended up at the same place. She quickly added that she hadn't passed out on purpose. Baeomjin assured her that Jang Man-soo wasn't there. Curious, Young asked if he knew anything about Deputy. If he did, she wanted him to tell her because she was desperate to end everything soon. Baeomjin half-jokingly wondered aloud if she got some sort of bonus for working this hard. Young smiled faintly and replied that yes, the reward was huge. He looked at her with concern and asked if her work mattered more to her than her own body. She paused, unsure. She didn't know whether her health came first or her mother's life. She feared people would mock her for collapsing from exhaustion while trying so hard just to support her mom. It all felt so absurd. But Baeomjin already knew what her mother had done to her. He remembered. Her mother used to work in a motel. Sometimes, she thought she was foolish, caught in this never-ending cycle of trying to pay back 10 times what was taken. It was the cost of her own fear. Even though her mother had treated her the way she did, just imagining her disappearance was enough to terrify Young. She lay there thinking how no one in this world truly knew her. No one knew how she was born, how she was living. Her life felt like a swamp, dark, quiet, and forgotten. If she were to disappear, the world would move on exactly the same. Nothing would change. Keeping her mother alive, watching her breathe, that felt like her own way of surviving. Tears welled up in her eyes. She was lying here, saying things she hadn't said out loud before. And now, finally, there was someone she could talk to about her mother. That simple thought brought her a strange kind of comfort. Baeomjin quietly pulled a blanket over her. She asked him softly where he was going. He reassured her he wasn't going anywhere. She should just close her eyes and rest. He would rest beside her too. As Young drifted off, her heart whispered thoughts she couldn't say aloud. This gentle presence, this quiet care, it reminded her of the Baeomjin she used to know, not the one she'd met recently, but the real Baeomjin, the one who had once meant everything to her. She didn't want him to leave. If she let him go now and never saw him again, she would carry that regret forever. She slowly fell asleep. Then, Baeomjin carefully picked up her phone and unlocked it using her fingerprint. He scanned the screen, saw her photos, and softly thought to himself how young and small she seemed. Then, he quietly deleted the photo of himself. From her phone, he dialed a number. When the person answered, they asked, confused, who was calling. Baeomjin warned them gently not to say anything they might regret later. As soon as the voice on the other end recognized him, it filled with relief and happiness. The person asked if Baeomjin was okay and where he was. Jin told them to track his phone location. The other person replied that they had already found his phone. It had ended up at the police station. It was the first time they'd ever been there for something like this. Baeomjin asked them to come to the hospital. They said they would, but explained they had been delayed because the chairman Baeomjin uncle had sent them to the Sang building. Baeomjin simply told them to bring the phone to the hospital quickly. When asked if he was hurt, he answered no, he was just here for someone else. After ending the call, he noticed that Sianwon's number was also in her call history. He deleted the recent call and quietly put her phone back where it was. Soon after, a man came running toward Baeomjin and hugged him tightly. Baeomjin looked at him and asked what he was doing. The man apologized, saying he was just overwhelmed with happiness. Baeomjin asked for his phone back. The man handed it over immediately. Baeomjin joked that it had only been a day without his phone, and he'd already rushed here. The man replied that he couldn't stay calm. Baeomjin had never disappeared like this before. When the call had suddenly cut off, he panicked. The phone had been found by someone else and turned in at the police station. The man then asked who was currently in the emergency room. Baeomjin changed the subject and asked about the Sangban building. The man said nothing had been finalized, yet it might go up for auction or it might stay as it is. The chairman hadn't decided. But he had asked Baeomjin to visit him since he'd been away from Seoul for a while. Baeomjin sighed and said they must think he was on vacation. The man replied that the chairman had been extremely worried ever since the knife accident. He had asked the man to stay close to Baeomjin at all times. Baeomjin said he was leaving now, and if the chairman tried to meet him, he should stop him. The man hesitated, asking where he should go now. He'd been told to stay with Baeomjin. Baeomjin reminded him, didn't he always say he followed Baeomjin's word first, not the chairman's? But the man replied that when it came to Baeomjin's safety, he was 100% on the chairman's side. He'd just pretend this was a vacation because, deep down, he really liked Baeomjin. Apparently, the man name was Samdu. Baeomjin thought silently to himself if Junyoung ever saw Samdu, she would instantly realize what Baeomjin was planning, and maybe that was for the best. Baeomjin asked Samdu to go home. If Grandma asked who he was, he should say he was Baeomjin's cousin. There will be another woman named Junyoung. If she tried asking anything, he should say nothing. He should pretend she didn't even exist. Just act like he couldn't speak at all. Samdu agreed, saying he wouldn't interfere with anything. Baeomjin warned him that if he did, he'd be on the next train back to Seoul. The next day, Young returned home and saw that Samdu was already there. Grandma told her he had claimed to be Baeomjin's cousin and would be staying with them for a few days. Young looked at him and said if he was Baeomjin's cousin, then he must be like a younger brother to her since she and Baeomjin were the same age. She asked curiously, was he from Baeomjin's mother's side or father's side? He looked just like Mr. Kim. She got close to him and asked if he knew what kind of relationship she shared with Baeomjin. Samdu turned to her as if he was about to speak, but then remembered Baeomjin's warning and kept quiet. She kept asking questions, but he didn't respond. Then Baeomjin came out after taking a shower. Young greeted him and said she had already met his cousin. Samdu looked at Baeomjin with pleading eyes, silently begging him to rescue him from the questions. Young mentioned she would repay the favor soon and told Baeomjin to let her know when, but Baeomjin dismissed it, saying there was no need. Young quietly thought to herself she didn't know where this cousin had suddenly come from, but somehow he seemed easier to handle than Baeomjin, so maybe it was fine. Later, she returned to her work. A colleague looked over some documents and remarked that they didn't show much improvement. Then he noticed her taking pictures and asked whose pictures she was snapping. She casually replied that she was photographing materials for checking, but in truth, she was secretly taking pictures of Baeomjin. She remembered how her phone hadn't saved his picture the day before. This felt like her chance. She also asked about Mr. Jang Man-soo. The man replied that his condition was still unstable. Only his guardian was allowed to visit. Even his colleagues weren't being let in. Young found this strange. Why would Jang Man-soo refuse to meet his own team? Young felt something wasn't right, and she gently asked the man if he had the contact number of the guardian. He hesitated, explaining that contacting them would only lead to harsh rejection. They would yell and refuse to meet, but Young took the number anyway. With a calm voice, she introduced herself over the phone and requested permission to conduct some additional investigations, speaking carefully about topics that were usually left unsaid. It seemed her sincerity had opened a door. An hour later, she arrived at Vosan Hospital. The atmosphere was tense. A woman, visibly shaken, lashed out in frustration. She accused everyone around her of being the same greedy devils chasing money, completely devoid of compassion. Young, keeping her composure, assured the woman that she would leave for now, but offered a way to stay in touch if she ever needed anything. As Young turned to walk away, the woman, overwhelmed with emotion, hurled a bucket of water at her. It splashed over her completely, but Young didn't react. She remained still, unaffected, and calmly made a call. She introduced herself again, asking to speak with Debit Young Jun, inquiring if there were any documents related to a past accident. Meanwhile, Byung-jin was seen at work. One of his co-workers noticed something was off and asked if everything was okay. Byung-jin, caught off guard, asked what he meant. The worker clarified a man had come by recently, someone big and intimidating, clearly there to collect debt. He seemed to be watching over the area every day now. Samdu, observing his older brother, was struck by how he never rested. He stood on his feet all day, tirelessly working. Byung-jin, watching the others, muttered softly that maybe things weren't as bad as they seemed. The worker reassured him that if there was ever a problem, they were ready to help. Another conversation nearby brought up a disturbing memory someone had fallen from an apartment building, the same one where Shimjin worked. Though the man had survived, his leg and shoulder were badly injured. The compensation process had moved quickly, luckily. It turned out years ago, the man's wife had fallen seriously ill, pushing him into overwhelming debt. The accident might now be his only chance to repay what he owed. He worked night and day to ensure his daughter wouldn't inherit the burden. But this raised an unsettling question. Why were so many accidents happening? A whisper spread another worker had also fallen 2 months ago while carrying materials. Byung-jin listened quietly to every word. Afterward, he walked away and called Samdu. He instructed him to leak some tips to smaller local media outlets, especially those that publish news online. They were not to involve big companies. If needed, they could even offer money in exchange for publishing the stories. But under no circumstance was Hung's name to be mentioned. The company didn't want too much attention. This quiet pressure on Junyoung was enough. He asked if Samdu was still listening. Samdu confirmed he was. Byung-jin then instructed that once the investigation was complete, they should look beyond the corporate side. A list of victims should be gathered as well. If any of them were on the list, they needed to find out who their creditors were. Byung-jin suspected that Jang Man-soo had refused to meet with his former colleague for a reason. Maybe he believed the person who pushed him was among those familiar faces. Still, watching the workers, Byung-jin had a hard time believing any of them were under serious financial strain. So if it wasn't them, who had pushed Man-soo and why? The company Byung-jin worked for had evolved beyond just being loan sharks. Yet even now, there was intense pressure to stay at the bottom to remain invisible. He couldn't guarantee that every employee followed the rules. Some might have started taking dangerous shortcuts. He only hoped that whoever was responsible didn't come from within their own walls. As he walked forward, he saw Junyoung standing ahead. She gently asked if he was heading out somewhere. Byung-jin noticed she was soaked again. He asked her about it, and she replied, almost with humor, that this time it wasn't the rain. Someone had thrown a full bucket of water at her. Byung-jin reminded her that maybe she should think before she speaks, but Junyoung seemed unfazed. She explained that no one thought quite like she did. Most were just waiting for her to succeed, as if her result was their only guide. Later, she turned to Samdu and asked why they were waiting here in the first place. She then looked at Byung-jin and teased him, saying if he truly didn't want to see her upset, maybe he should spend some time with her. She even joked about sneaking into his room in the middle of the night. Byung-jin, uncomfortable, told her she shouldn't say such things. But Junyoung, feeling lonely, admitted she just needed someone to share a drink with. She preferred it to be him. As he watched her, Byung-jin found that same familiar spark in her eyes, the one that always drew people to her. Nothing had changed. He gave in, saying he would take a quick shower before joining her. Deep down, he knew he couldn't say no. She playfully reminded him how predictable he was that she'd known he'd agree. She told him how she'd once asked someone else to join her too, but only if they told her their name. They hadn't. Then, turning to Samdu, she asked for his name. He replied that he was Park Samdu. She smiled and said it was nice to meet him, hoping they'd cross paths again. Later, as she sat drinking with Byung-jin, she raised a toast to their reunion. She teased him for not drinking, telling him he wouldn't survive her company if he stayed quiet. Byung-jin asked if she really thought drinking would make things easier. She shrugged and said if he wouldn't drink, she would do it herself. Byung-jin reminded her she hadn't eaten anything, that she'd just come out of the emergency room. but Young insisted they bring a bottle. He finally asked her what her problem was. She looked into his eyes and said it surprised her whenever he pretended to care. She didn't understand what he was trying to gain by acting like that. She reminded him they weren't close, not even enough to call each other by name. But then she mentioned how scared he'd looked, how quickly he ran to her when it seemed she might get hit by a motorcycle. She questioned how he chose which direction to run when faced with confusion. Byung-jin told her it wasn't that complicated. Anyone would have been shocked in that moment. It wasn't just because it was her. She challenged him again. Would he have reacted the same if it had been someone else? Then she asked if he had met with Jang Man-soo. He admitted he hadn't, that the man had refused. Young wasn't sure what Man-soo was trying to gain by staying silent. She suspected the reason might be compensation. To her, the whole situation didn't feel like a simple accident at all. Byung-jin asked if she had proof. She replied that sometimes circumstances themselves could be seen as evidence. She wondered if something had happened between the workers. Byung-jin began to worry. If Junyoung kept moving this fast, she might soon uncover the truth that someone had pushed Man-soo. That would shift the entire narrative. If compensation wasn't awarded, Man-soo's debt would only grow deeper. The company would save money, but at a cruel cost to him. Young noticed Byung-jin looking at her and asked why. He hesitated, then reminded her that Man-soo wasn't the only one who had slipped at that site. She asked how many others there were. He revealed that 4 workers had fallen in just the past 2 months. This wasn't just one incident. Young added that Jang Man-soo and his wife didn't seem to be reacting normally. There was something strange about their behavior. Byung-jin asked if she suspected insurance fraud. She said she needed to gather more information. She had to find out if all the fallen workers had been in need of compensation. There had always been enemies around them, people who had pushed them into hardship. As these memories came rushing back, Byung-jin opened up, sharing truths he had kept hidden for so long. Young, surprised by the sudden seriousness, couldn't understand why he was telling her all this now. But Byung-jin, resolute and calm, told her that he intended to uncover the truth on his own and didn't want her wasting her time or energy on his burdens. He revealed that the company, where Jang Man-soo was involved, to which he was buried under debt, that's where Byung-jin had come from BK, financial company. Hearing this, Junyoung was caught off guard for a moment. The pieces of the puzzle were beginning to connect in her mind. In the next moment, the two of them were seated in a car. Silence hung in the air as Byung-jin wrestled with his thoughts. He could have stayed quiet. He could have walked away. But letting Junyoung leave without a word just didn't feel right. People don't really change, he thought. Yet deep down, he already knew the truth that if fate offered him another chance, he would fall for her helplessly all over again, just like before. He had once believed that as long as Junyoung was by his side smiling, alive, present, that was enough. She had always been there. Even through the days spent hiding with his uncle, trapped in a life of shadows, he'd held on to her memory. It hadn't mattered where they ran to or how deep they buried themselves in the dark. The traitors who had turned against his father never stopped chasing them. But something shifted the day their enemy gang leader died in a sudden accident. The chaos that had once defined their lives finally came to an end. Even so, peace didn't arrive as easily as they hoped. When he started his father's legacy company with the help of legal guidance, building it from scratch, he realized how much there was to guard against. The traitors attacked him again, this time more violently. They stabbed him. The wound dragged him into a coma that lasted 3 days and nights. Even now, he knew life would never be simple. He was not someone who could lead a normal life, and the things Junyoung dreamed of would never truly be his. Still, the innocent moments they had once shared so beautiful, so pure continued to shine brightly within him. She was moving forward confidently on her path, and he wished for her to keep living like that, while he took his own lonely road. As they neared the house, Byung-jin mentioned something unsettling. He had heard that Man-soo hadn't fallen by accident. Someone had pushed him, but no one knew who. Man-soo had refused to meet his colleagues and was desperate to repay his debt as quickly as possible, a debt that would have taken him years. Byung-jin believed that if any real evidence came to light, it should be handed over to the police, because this was no small matter, it was a criminal case. Young, sensing something, asked Jin if he was planning to disappear again. He denied it, at least for now. But she pressed him, if not now, then when? Baeomjin only smiled. Seeing Junyoung standing beside him at that moment filled him with quiet joy. He remembered how she had once pulled him out of a life of dull emptiness. She had been the one to help him forget, to feel again. If he hadn't spent that time with her, he would have become someone completely different. He looked at her and confessed silently in his heart how glad he was to see her again. It was a feeling too deep to express. Just as Junyoung turned to leave, she paused. Something inside her refused to walk away. She turned back, telling Baeomjin that she understood him better than he realized, better even than he knew himself. And if he truly thought he could end everything between them so easily, he was mistaken. Without hesitation, she leaned forward and kissed him. The next scene picked up from that very moment when Junyoung kissed Baeomjin. She told him that she was no longer the same Junyoung from the past, and perhaps he too had changed, but she couldn't simply let him go. It didn't matter that they weren't who they once were. What mattered was that he was still the Baeomjin who once shielded her with his shirt when she got caught in the rain, and that, to her, was enough. She was ready to spend time getting to know the Baeomjin who now worked for Giobi Financial. She wanted to find out for herself, was he really someone dangerous? Someone she should stay away from? Or had he just taken the wrong path for the right reasons? If he truly wanted everything between them to end, he should have ignored her completely, let her walk away, soaked in the rain, without a glance back. But he hadn't. He was still the man who took a cold shower first, just so she could enjoy the warm water after. That thought alone made her blush. Baeomjin, meanwhile, had convinced himself that staying away from her was the right thing, that his presence would only cast a shadow over her life. But he was starting to realize just how cruel that kind of distance really was. Just then, his phone rang. It was Samdu. Baeomjin answered, asking him to pretend he hadn't seen anything unusual. Samdu, ever casual, joked that he'd been staring at the moon, he saw nothing at all. But then, he mentioned something strange. While grabbing snacks earlier, he had noticed a car parked in the alley. It had been sitting there for nearly 2 hours, right behind Baeomjin's own vehicle. Someone was in the driver's seat, unmoving. Baeomjin stepped out immediately, unsettled. There was no reason for a car to be parked like that for so long. It wasn't from the building, that much he was sure of, so who could it be? He knocked on the car window and demanded to know who was inside. Was someone stalking them? Should he call the police? To his surprise, the man inside responded calmly he hadn't expected to meet Jin like this. It was Siang-woon. It had been a long time since they'd last seen each other. Baeomjin studied him closely. Something about Siang-woon's energy had changed. He remembered him as being a bit more friendly before. He asked if Siang-woon had come to meet Junyoung. Siang-woon claimed he was in the area for work and figured he might as well drop by to see her. Then, he turned the question back to Baeomjin. What was he doing here? Baeomjin replied that he worked nearby. Siang-woon chuckled lightly. Maybe Junyoung had been happy to see Jin, but she hadn't mentioned him at all in front of Siang-woon. Maybe she was just busy, he added, before pointing out that she was a valuable asset at their company, always smart, always diligent. Before leaving, Siang-woon said he found Baeomjin's attitude odd. Shouldn't he at least say goodbye before walking away? Baeomjin seemed confused. What attitude? Then came the real jab. Had Baeomjin bumped into Junyoung by chance? Or was this all part of a plan? Baeomjin calmly replied that Siang-woon should be asking Junyoung that question, not him. Siang-woon warned him not to come between them. But Baeomjin had no such intention. He walked away, saying he didn't even know what coming between meant anymore. Left alone in his car, Siang-woon fumed silently. He had felt this coming. He had always known this moment would arrive, the moment Baeomjin would return. And to him, Jin wasn't just an old flame, he was a stain. Something impossible to erase. A wound that never healed. Even Junyoung reacted differently whenever Jin's name came up. No matter how much he tried to pretend everything was fine, deep down he knew Baeomjin had a place in Junyoung's heart that no one else could ever take. Siang-woon hadn't even tried to replace Baeomjin. He had known all along that he couldn't. Still, he had stayed by Junyoung's side with complete faith. He had believed in her. And yet, deep in his heart, he feared that if Jin ever came back, Junyoung would go running to him. That her heart would still open for him, just like before. Then Seong-moon made a call to manager Kim. Kim responded kindly, asking if he had found a place to stay, offering help if anything was needed. Seong-moon asked Kim if he remembered someone named Baeomjin. The name struck a chord. Kim did remember Baeomjin was a classmate of Junyoung's, but more importantly, he was also a criminal. Seong-moon asked for every detail who he was before and what he was doing now. Kim seemed puzzled, wondering if this was somehow related to Junyoung. Seong-moon's reply was sharp and cold, reminding Kim that when his mother gives an order, no questions are asked. He demanded information on Baeomjin without any further discussion. Kim, however, still hesitated. He wanted to understand what benefit this would bring to the company. Then, changing the subject, he reminded Seong-moon of an upcoming exhibition next week. Seong-moon immediately rejected the idea of attending his voice firm, but Kim gently mentioned that Jang Sara would also be present. The moment her name was spoken, Seong-moon understood. He had to host a tea party for her and see her back home afterward. Kim tried to reassure him, saying Sara wasn't the kind of woman whose presence should make him uncomfortable. Her choice of outfit, he added, seemed to indicate that she was coming just for him. The words stung. Seong-moon's irritation flared. Was Kim suggesting that he was supposed to sleep with Sara? Kim, unflinching, said nothing outright, only that such things were simply bound to happen. Their engagement had already been scheduled for next month. Seong-moon was livid. He snapped at Kim to stop talking nonsense. No one had the right to decide whom he would get engaged to. He ended the call abruptly, saying he'd find out about Bumjin himself. But Kim didn't let go easily. He revealed that a few years ago, he had conducted an investigation on Baeomjin. After transferring to the same school, all of Baeomjin records had mysteriously disappeared. There wasn't a single trace left of him. It suggested only two possibilities. Either he was dead, or he wasn't just an ordinary person. As Kim was about to explain further, he received a call from Madam. He excused himself and left. Meanwhile, Yoon-young sat alone, her mind busy. She was researching a Baeomjin uncle company, BK Financial. It was once a state project that had expanded drastically. At first glance, it looked like just another private firm, but its scale told a different story. The man she was thinking about had claimed to work at a company under Jibae Baeomjin uncle. Baeomjin had come to recover money that had been taken by Jan Man-soon. But if Jan Man-soo's accident turned into a criminal case, it would become nearly impossible for Baeomjin to collect that debt. And if that happened, Baeomjin would vanish again, slipping away without a word, just like before. Still, this time felt different. He had left behind clues, hints she couldn't ignore. She walked toward the bathroom, deep in thought. It was Saturday, and only yesterday she had kissed Baeomjin. A part of her wanted to go further, to not hold back anymore. Maybe they could start again, like before, making sandwiches together, sharing those simple, happy moments. As she reached the door, she saw it open and assumed it was Baeomjin. She called out playfully, asking him to join her in making sandwiches, but it wasn't him. It was Samdu. He stood there awkwardly, saying he had already taken a shower and that the bathroom was now free. Junyoung froze in shock. She asked why he was there. He usually bathed at night. Then, quickly, she brushed it off and asked where Baeomjin was. Samdu hesitated and simply said he had gone out. When she asked when he would return, he admitted he didn't know. Frustrated, she demanded Baeomjin number, but Samdu refused. Even if she got angry, even if she threatened him, he wouldn't share it. It was clear he had been told not to. Junyoung's emotions bubbled over. She couldn't believe Baeomjin would disappear on her again, not after everything. She had let herself trust him, only to be abandoned once more. This time, the pain cut even deeper. In her anger, she questioned why Samdu hadn't gone with him. Samdu explained that there were still unresolved issues related to young Man-soo. Baeomjin had told him to stay behind to watch over her. Those words made her pause. So he had left his watchdog behind, had he? But Samdu gently corrected her. Baeomjin hadn't called him a guard. He had simply said, "Take care of her." That made Junyoung's heart ache. It was rare for Baeomjin to say things like that. Even a small parting word would have meant something. But he hadn't even said goodbye. She wondered aloud if he had left because of the contract, and that too on a weekend. Samdu, however, assured her that Baeomjin wasn't someone who did things so casually. He was more disciplined than most people, even ignoring instructions from his uncle during breaks. But realizing he had said too much, Samdu quickly backtracked and begged her to pretend she hadn't heard it. Elsewhere, Seong's mother was preparing to go somewhere unexpected. She hadn't imagined that she'd be involved in something so serious at her age. Manager Kim explained that the matter was too important to be handled by just anyone, and yet there wasn't much information available, which made it harder. Seong's mother mentioned that she had heard the wife of Chairman Park had once helped this person. If they didn't uncover the truth soon, it could become dangerous. After all, someone who could grow a company so rapidly through loans couldn't possibly be just an ordinary man. Kim promised they would post people to keep an eye on things from the outside, but Seong's mother warned against getting too close. It had to be subtle. They couldn't afford to look like they were afraid. In another scene, Baeomjin appeared dressed sharply in a suit, looking dashing and composed. Soon after, Seong-moon's mother returned to the screen, once again asking about Junyoung. Kim explained that what was supposed to be a 2-week trip might take longer. Seong-moon's mother frowned. Unless her son saw that girl face, he wouldn't feel the urgency, just like the time she had gone abroad to study. They needed to move quickly and strengthen their ties with the Mingan group. Kim reassured her that he would be back soon. The mother smiled with satisfaction, praising Kim for his quiet efficiency. He always got things done even before she realized it. Later, while riding in her car, she reflected on the performance of the management planning team. It had been underwhelming. She considered placing Seong-gun in the director's seat, but having shares and being her son wouldn't be enough. His heart was too soft to take charge with confidence. Seong-gun lacked the charisma to draw people in naturally, so she had given him both a strong background and a company to support him. Now, she could only wait and see. But one thing was certain, Manager Kim had never disappointed her before. She had come to meet someone, but when she finally arrived to meet Baeomjin from BK Financial, she realized she was late. Her watch had broken and time had escaped her. The person she was meeting simply offered her a seat, saying he'd bring her something to drink. Seong-moon's mother wasn't sure what to expect. She had imagined an elderly chairman, perhaps someone more predictable. The place didn't make her feel entirely at ease, but then again, she didn't really have a choice. Still, a sense of unease settled in. Her eyes fell on the drinks tray in front of her. It held exactly the same kind of items that Seong had once angrily hurled at the wall. A sudden realization struck her. She liked her drink with soda and lemon, and only a handful of people from her own family knew that. Yet somehow, this stranger knew it so casually. That wasn't just a coincidence. She couldn't stay silent. Seong-moon's mother finally asked him how he knew that detail. It couldn't just be an accident. Baeomjin, calm but slightly apologetic, explained that he meant no offense. It was simply his job to conduct background checks. It was a habit he developed over time. He introduced himself as Baeomjin, working with BK Financials. She admitted she had expected something far more formal. Baeomjin gently explained that his uncle never personally attended these kinds of meetings. The conversation turned serious. She brought up how his uncle had once been stabbed a few years back. It was a severe incident. Baeomjin reassured her that his health had since recovered. Then he asked, in a measured tone, if she was seeking money laundering services. She admitted she was open to investment opportunities if possible. Baeomjin then inquired about the amount she was hoping for. She simply said she would accept whatever was offered. That vague answer didn't sit well with him. He explained that such indecisiveness wouldn't help with the deal. Most issues in deals like this arose when both sides didn't clearly state their desires. She then got specific. She wanted to funnel 8 billion won through laundering. It wasn't that she lacked the money, she just didn't want any trace left behind. Baeomjin understood. After all, she was related to Hyung Company, who had made 1.3 trillion won just last year. She asked how long it would take. Baeomjin estimated about a week to gather the funds. After that, his team would deliver everything directly to her house. This speed surprised her. She hadn't expected things to move so easily. It wasn't a small amount, yet here it was, progressing quickly. Baeomjin remarked that sometimes just having the name Hung Myung was enough. But he also pointed out that she had already revealed her weakness. She seemed confused. What weakness? Baeomjin reminded her of why she needed invisible money in the first place. It was a vulnerability. Still, they weren't worried if anything went wrong. They had done this many times before. They always recovered what they invested. In fact, those who were afraid of loss were often the ones who made the biggest mistakes. He then asked her to hand over the paintings, explaining that this was only the beginning. With that, he quietly left. As Seangmoon's mother sat alone, she couldn't tell what kind of person Baeomjin really was. But one thing had become clear: he operated strictly by his own set of harsh rules. In the next scene, Junyoung was sitting in a car when she received a call. She was told to arrive in Seoul early the next day, where the assistant manager would meet her at the hotel. It wasn't unusual; she was used to receiving sudden instructions like this. Still, it made her wonder, why had they given her this task specifically? They knew she was in Busan. It felt strange. If they simply wanted to send documents to someone, they could have done it directly. Why send her? When someone asked what was wrong, she replied that she had to leave for Seoul. Samdu then offered to take her there, saying he had been told to keep an eye on her. Junyoung thought it was just local protection, but apparently it extended all the way to Seoul. She asked Samdu not to call her Nuna. It felt strange. Samdu explained she was the same age as his older brother, and he himself was 28. That surprised her. She had assumed he was older. Curious, she asked how long he had known Baeomjin. He replied it had been around 6 years. She then asked if he had a girlfriend. Samdu caught her real intention. He said his brother was strict, distant, and didn't seem interested in romantic relationships, yet he had one weakness: alcohol. One evening, when he had a little too much to drink, they had teased him about why he avoided women. That's when he admitted that there was one face he had never been able to forget. Someone had once stolen his heart. And when Samdu realized that Junyoung was still alive, he had silently thanked the heavens. Junyoung admitted she had missed Baeomjin terribly. She was sure that as soon as she reached Seoul, she would finally see him again. The next episode opened with Seong lying in bed beside Saira. She whispered something softly to him, suggesting they spend more time together, since it was still early. But Seong's face showed no emotion. When she asked what was wrong, he quietly said he just hadn't fully woken up yet. Saira kissed him without warning. Meanwhile, Junyoung had arrived at the hotel with the documents. Standing outside the room, she was thinking, why had she been asked to personally deliver the documents? Surely someone else could have done that. She couldn't help but feel there was something more going on. She rang the bell. To her shock, Siang answered the door. She asked him bluntly why was he at the hotel on a workday. Didn't he have any office responsibilities? But before he could reply, she quickly handed him the envelope. She said the team leader had asked her to deliver it. Just then, Saira's voice echoed from inside the room. She asked if he had ordered room service. That voice hit Junyoung like a wave. A woman's voice? Siang, clearly uncomfortable, tried to brush it off, but Junyoung noticed how unsettled he looked. Siang had never been in a serious relationship since he returned from studying abroad, especially not while spending so much time with Saira. So who else could he have been with? The real question, however, was why Junyoung had been sent to deliver those papers. This wasn't about her at all. It was a setup for Siang. A cruel trap designed so that he'd be caught with another woman in front of someone he deeply cared about. Whoever orchestrated it knew this moment would leave him shaken. She calmly said that if the woman inside wasn't Jang Sara, then it didn't matter. But if it was, then congratulations. She handed him the documents and walked away. Inside, Junyoung couldn't help but think how ruthless Seong's mother had been. She had done this deliberately, knowing her son wouldn't be able to handle such emotional pressure. As she turned to leave, Siang ran after her and grabbed her wrist. Junyoung asked if he seriously planned to chase after her in those clothes. Did he even realize the position he was in? And besides, Jang Saira was still inside the room. His reaction puzzled her. Why was his hand trembling like that? Seong tried to say something he needed to speak, but Junyoung cut him off. She didn't think there was anything left to say. He was chasing after a friend, but had just spent the night with another woman, someone he was supposed to marry. She admitted the situation was clearly embarrassing, but someday, this moment would just become a ridiculous story from the past. Hearing that, Seong couldn't hold back anymore. His eyes filled with tears. Junyoung could feel it, something had shifted. He spoke with a quiet bitterness, saying perhaps none of this meant anything to her. After all, she had already met that Beomjin, the one her heart seemed drawn to. Now, he felt like an unnecessary part of her life. With that, he left, telling her to wait in the lobby while he changed his clothes. Left behind, she stood still, her thoughts spiraling. How had he found out about her meeting with Beomjin? Had he been watching her all this time? The realization unsettled her. Maybe today would be the day everything came to an end. She thought about Siangmoon. He wasn't the type to fall into casual relationships. Especially when it came to women, he always kept a distance just as she was seeing now. It wasn't that he disliked Jang Saida, but his behavior didn't suggest he felt any strong attraction either. It didn't seem likely that he'd go to a hotel with her. There was also a nagging thought. Was Secretary Kim involved in all of this? It felt like Saira had made some sort of offer to him in exchange for something. But what was it? She told herself that if Siangmoon ended up revealing his feelings to her, she would simply reject him. But deep down, she questioned whether it would really be that easy. Just then, Siyang entered. He approached and said that Ju-young had to leave for an urgent meeting. He offered to drive her in his car. As they moved toward the entrance, Siyang noticed his mother waiting there. She smiled and asked how he knew she would be at that location. Then, without waiting for a reply, she invited him to join her and her important guests for tea. She introduced Siyang to everyone present and then turned to Beomjin, presenting him as the director of finance for JK Group. Beomjin offered a polite greeting, saying it was nice to meet everyone. Siangmoon's eyes briefly widened when he noticed Beomjin. Siyang's mother continued chatting, suggesting they all visit the picture gallery next. She had already selected pieces to view and told Beomjin they would talk later. He nodded, saying he'd wait. As everyone else left, only Beomjin and Junyoung remained. She quietly observed him. Something about him felt different, his hairstyle, his choice of clothes, even the scent of his cologne. It seemed like he was planning something. She thought about that one moment, the kiss, and how quickly he had walked away afterward. Beomjin, however, believed she was the one who had made the first move. She asked if he hadn't liked it, especially since he hadn't said anything about it. Then she offered to ride with him just a lift to her company. In the next scene, they were seated in his car. Junyoung asked if it was just a coincidence that he showed up that day. Beomjin replied with a question of his own, what if it wasn't a coincidence at all? What if he came because he already knew she'd be there with Siang? Her expression softened. She tried to explain that there was nothing going on between her and Siang. She was just there to deliver some documents. But Beomjin pointed out that he didn't realize she was working as Siang's personal secretary now. Suddenly, Junyoung leaned in and kissed him on the cheek. Surprised, he asked what she was doing. She replied simply it was because he looked cute. She admitted it was up to him whether he trusted her or not, but she had only returned to help with Siangmoon's wedding. She didn't know the full story, only he did. And even then, he had known about the wedding all along, but still suspected something between her and Siang. Beomjin said that nothing had changed, especially the way Siang looked at her. Junyoung fired back, asking what about the way she looked at Beomjin? Had that changed at all? As she spoke, he warned her not to distract him while driving, but she could barely contain her emotions. Something about him was making her heart race today. He seemed too adorable. She asked him for his phone she needed to call Samdu since she had come in his car. He handed it over. After the call, she muttered that it was strangely difficult just to get someone's number. That's why she had asked him quietly that day, hoping he'd quietly share it too. She teased that he had left Samdu behind, and maybe he should start again from the one he walked away from. Beomjin seemed puzzled. He asked what exactly he had left unfinished. She reminded him they had only gone on a single date, if that may be just 30 minutes together. Yet, somehow, he expected her to marry someone else? The words hit him hard. He suddenly stopped the car. Startled, he asked her what she was talking about. But Junyoung didn't hesitate. She said she didn't want to see him with another woman. She hated the silence between them. She hated it even more when he disappeared without a word. If something was happening in his life, she wanted to be the first to know. She told him plainly if he didn't want to just show up at her wedding with a gift, then maybe they should try dating. Beomjin struggled to respond. He said she didn't understand the kind of person he really was, but she interrupted she knew him well, and if this didn't work out, they could just stop. It wasn't like she was asking for a marriage contract. So why was he so troubled? He asked again, stunned. She smiled gently, taking his silence as a yes. But then, with a serious tone, Byamjin said that once he started something, he didn't stop. That's why it might be better not to start at all. Junyoung thought to herself how foolish he was because they had already started. Then she asked, half jokingly, if she should start dating someone else instead. He warned her that she'd regret it. But she calmly replied that she'd regret it more if she didn't try. Instead of wasting more time, she asked him to give his heart fully to treat her right. What was he so afraid of? Byamjin admitted he was just surprised by her confidence, by how sure she seemed that he was in love with her. She smiled again. Now he had just confirmed her suspicion. He muttered that the real problem was exactly that she knew him too well. She asked if they could hold hands now. After all, she was his girlfriend. If he couldn't even do that, how would they manage everything else in the future? She warned him the girl he knew from before was gone. She was no longer the quiet student focused on her books. That version of her had changed. He said that wasn't how he remembered his first love. She asked what he did remember. He replied that she was stubborn and quick-tempered. She laughed. It surprised her that anyone would have liked such a girl, but he said he did because she was the one. Later, Junyoung reflected on Seong's mother. She understood her character well. If her guess was right, this wasn't her business anymore. After all, everything boiled down to power and influence on the internet now. With that thought, she decided to back off and head to Busan. She promised they'd have dinner together soon and told him not to skip lunch and to save her number. As Byamjin saw her contact saved in his phone, a quiet thought passed through his mind. Junyoung was like a storm. Now that he had met her again, avoiding her felt impossible. Meanwhile, the scene shifted. Siang stood in front of Secretary Kim. Without warning, he slapped him across the face. His mother appeared, alarmed by the scene. She approached, asking what had gotten into him. Why was he acting like this all of a sudden? She turned to Secretary Kim, confirming his identity. Siang asked her to question Kim directly. Maybe then she'd understand why he reacted this way. Secretary Kim had manipulated him. He had broken something inside Siang, something he had been trying hard to protect. Sign Moon had never anticipated things to unfold this way. He had underestimated him. Now, she needed answers. With a calm but firm voice, he turned to her mother and asked if she had known anything about what Secretary Kim had proposed to him earlier. After all, her mother had been present when it happened. His mother tried to deflect it, saying the meeting with Byamjin that day was purely for an exhibition. It had been director Lan Hee who invited her there and suggested the location because the gallery was close by. But her son didn't seem satisfied. He questioned her mother's judgment, wondering since when had she begun associating with such people. He knew exactly what kind of person that man was: a criminal, someone who lingered around police stations, a man who never even finished school. His background, too, was troubling. The moment grew tense. Everyone in the room had their eyes fixed on the mother. Unable to bear her son's tone, she slapped Siangan and demanded to know how he could speak to his own mother that way. Everything she had done, she said, was for his sake. He needed to stop questioning her and instead focus on his goals. Whatever they had in life now was because of her efforts alone. Those words stirred something inside Siangan. He suddenly remembered what Junyoung had once asked him, how it felt to be so protected all the time. Back then, he hadn't been able to answer her. But now, the realization hit him hard. It felt as though he had lived his life as a blind fool. Saying nothing more, he walked out of the room. Later, his mother sat alone in the living room, troubled by her son's behavior. She couldn't understand why he was acting this way. My manager, Kim, trying to explain, admitted she had struck a deal with the young Seong Moon to gather information about Byamjin. In return, he had agreed to be with Jang Sarah, but things hadn't gone as planned. Byamjin they were looking into turned out to be associated with Jake Financials. The mother was stunned. What a strange coincidence. Director Byamjin and Junyoung were close friends. Manager Kim confirmed it was true, but Junggun's mother felt something deeper. She had approached Jake Financials earlier herself, and if this was happening now, it couldn't just be coincidence. There had to be a plan behind it. Secretary Kim added that she had heard that name years ago, but even after investigating, they couldn't find anything useful. That explained her son's anger he didn't want to lose to that man. Kim apologized sincerely, saying she thought Junyoung and Sarah might actually get along. Then she asked about Junyoung's whereabouts. Secretary Kim informed her that Junyoung had stopped by briefly. The mother's gaze sharpened. She told Kim to lift her head. One slap shouldn't break her like this. It wasn't like her to fall apart over something so small. Then, almost to herself, she remarked that it was foolish to grow attached to things like this. If she had given him that earlier, perhaps he would have already grown bored of it by now. At least now she knew where their weakness lay. It had been exposed. But now, she suspected she had found Junyoung's weakness too, director Byung-jin. She ordered someone to be assigned to keep an eye on Junyoung. The connection between Byung-jin and Junyoung went far back, and if they had once been that close, they couldn't just be ignoring each other now. Meanwhile, Junyoung sent a message to Byung-jin. She mentioned she was grabbing a few things from home and would meet him soon. Then she paused and wondered, would she really have to go back to Busan with Samdu? Was it truly the right thing to do? She wasn't sure. She even felt a little embarrassed, thinking that she might have already made up her mind. Suddenly, someone knocked at her door. It was Seongan. He knew she was inside and asked her to open up. Junyoung hesitated for a moment, thinking to herself that avoiding him wouldn't change anything. He wouldn't leave so easily. So she opened the door. Seongan asked if she had changed her passcode. She explained she was planning to go to Busan and was simply packing. He looked exhausted. He confessed that the day had been especially difficult for him and quietly asked if she could spare just 10 minutes. Junyoung agreed, suggesting they talk outside. But instead, Seongan pushed the door fully open and walked inside without hesitation. He rushed toward her bedroom as if searching for something. Confused and angry, she asked what he was doing. He laughed, admitting he thought Byung-jin might be there. Then he noticed she really was packing her things. Junyoung told him that whether Byung-jin was there or not shouldn't matter to him. She had no reason to hide anything. But Seongan didn't stop. He pointed out that she hadn't told him she had met Byung-jin. As he picked up a box of clothes, she insisted again that there was no reason for her to hide anything, but also no reason to tell him either. He looked at her sadly. He told her that if it had been anyone else, she could have hidden it, but not from him. He was the only one around her who truly knew about Byung-jin. She realized then that their understanding of friendship was very different. Seongan nodded. It had always been different. She must have known that. And still, he had chosen to stay close to her, always pretending to be just a friend. But deep down, she was the only one he had ever truly cared for. She was unlike anyone else. He had tried hard to be near her. It hadn't been easy. She had always kept a wall between them. Still, he hadn't given up. He had even been with other women. Yet, even in those moments, it was her he longed for. Junyoung thought to herself maybe other people might melt hearing such words. But she quietly admired how deeply he had held onto his feelings for one person. Unfortunately, that person wasn't her. For her, that person was Byung-jin. Seongan begged her to be with him. He admitted he wasn't perfect, but if it was her by his side, he would work harder than ever. He'd climb as high as he could to give her everything. With her beside him, nothing would be impossible. But Junyoung simply asked for his forgiveness. This wasn't what she wanted. She had never seen him that way, and she never would. Seongan blamed Byung-jin for this. That man, he said, would never lead a proper life. He would only drag her into the mud. She didn't even know the kind of life he had lived. But Junyoung pulled her hand away. If she was the only one for Seongan, then for her, Byung-jin was the only one. She had thought she'd never see him again. For years, she hadn't even known whether he was alive. And when they finally met, it had shocked her how easily he seemed to have forgotten everything. They had once eaten together, studied together, shared everything, yet she had never spoken of it. She didn't want to remember those childhood days. They weren't just good memories. Especially the high school years, those were unbearable. She used to wonder what would happen if the world suddenly ended, and honestly, if it had, she wouldn't have minded. She wouldn't have cared at all. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't escape that place. She had felt helpless, hopeless. But because of Byung-jin, she had learned to smile sometimes. When they would return home together, she felt like she wasn't losing her mind. He had been the one reason she could still laugh. Sometimes, she felt like she was dreaming. Back then, she had no one except him, and because of him, she had felt free. Seonggun, now overwhelmed, yelled at her to stop. That was all in the past. But Junyoung looked at him with quiet resolve. She reminded him of the night he had returned from a month-long business trip, completely drunk, collapsing on her couch. No matter how many times she asked him to stop drinking, he kept going. That night, in his drunken state, he had spoken of Byung-jin. He had told her maybe Byung-jin had died, that he had driven away that day, and maybe it was a good thing. At least now he wouldn't have to see that rough guy's face ever again. Seongmoon quietly denied ever saying anything like that. That moment stayed with Junyoung, etched into her memory. And now, with a steady voice, she reminded Seonggun of what he had said back then. She confessed that even when she had once found him with Sarah in bed, she hadn't felt anything at all. That clarity made her realize one simple truth: she never truly liked him. And more than that, she could never forgive him. Not for what he did, but for what he chose to keep from her the words Byung-jin had asked him to pass on to her. Seong-moon, on the other hand, brushed it all off like it was a trivial matter. He said it was probably for the best that Byung-jin had disappeared, that it was better if he never showed up again. But to Junyoung, none of it felt small. If only Seonggun had told her the truth earlier, maybe she could have let go. Maybe she wouldn't have frozen every time a shadow reminded her of someone lost. So many times, she chased after strangers just to check if it was really him. The uncertainty had created a darkness around her, a helpless silence she couldn't explain. Though she couldn't forgive Seonggun, she offered something else: gratitude. Because in a strange way, it was because of him that she got to meet Byung-jin again, and in that moment, the feelings she thought she had buried returned to her heart. Seonggun laughed bitterly at her words. He claimed she would never be truly happy with that man. He believed she was only overwhelmed after seeing him again after such a long time. He imagined she was already wondering how to present herself in front of Byung-jin. As he gripped Yoon-young's wrist tightly, his tone darkened. He warned her not to disgrace herself any further and assured her that when she came back to him, he would still accept her because she would eventually end up in the same place. Junyoung tried to pull away, asking him to let her go, but he insisted that the only reason she had the audacity to speak to him this way was because he had allowed it. He told her she needed to learn when to stay silent, that she shouldn't mess with people's minds. In that moment, Junyoung couldn't believe the violence Seonggun was turning against her. She had underestimated him, thinking he was different from others. Maybe she had been wrong from the start. Then, a knock at the door interrupted everything. Junyoung guessed it might be a neighbor, probably someone who had heard the argument. Seonggun said they hadn't finished talking and suggested they send the visitor away to continue. But Junyoung's thoughts were racing. She didn't know what to do. She realized she couldn't stay in that house with him any longer. It was no longer safe. Perhaps she should ask the neighbor for help. She believed someone would help her if she asked. But if Seonggun found out, it would only enrage him further. She opened the door hesitantly and was stunned. Standing there was none other than Byung-jin. Without thinking, she pulled her hand free from Seonggun's grip and rushed into Byung-jin's arms. Then, quietly, she hid behind him like a child seeking shelter. Byung-jin stared coldly at Seonggun and remarked on how often they seemed to cross paths in such unexpected places. Seongmoon responded that it was only unexpected for Byung-jin. He himself often came to that area. But Byung-jin made it clear, not anymore. He warned Seongmoon to stay away because he didn't want to get the wrong idea. Seongmoon questioned what Byung-jin meant by that. What kind of wrong idea? Byung-jin ignored the question and demanded to know what this situation was between Junyoung and Seongmoon. At that moment, Junyoung stepped forward and wrapped her arms around Byung-jin from behind. Byung-jin, firm and unwavering, told Seongmoon to leave. He said they didn't have much time left and didn't want any more disruptions. As Seongmoon turned to go, he said goodbye to Junyoung, asking her to take care of herself in Busan. After he left, Byung-jin turned to Junyoung. He gently asked whether she felt guilty meeting Seonggun alone. He wondered if this was really the first time. But then, he noticed her hands were trembling uncontrollably. Concerned, he asked her to show him her face. Junyoung resisted. Her legs were weak, and she could barely stand. Seeing this, Byung-jin carefully lifted her up. He told her there were many ways to hold someone and lifted her onto his shoulder. She chuckled softly, saying that wasn't a hug, he was carrying her like a sack of potatoes. Byung-jin smiled and gently placed her on the table. She looked at him curiously, asking how he knew she was there. Did he know she was with Seong-gun? Byung-jin explained that Samdu had told him, and he'd seen Seong-gun's car. The noise from the building had given him more than enough reason to rush inside. She admitted there had been a bit of a fight, then asked why he hadn't waited a little longer for her to come out. Byung-jin said he had decided he wasn't going to wait anymore. In his eyes, what had happened wasn't just a simple argument, everything was happening because of him. But Junyoung disagreed. It was all because of Seong-gun, she said. Now, at last, everything had come to light. Then, playfully, she asked if he was wearing perfume. The scent was really nice. As he reached out to touch her face gently, Byung-jin mentioned that he could still feel her body trembling. She teased him, asking what he was waiting for. Wasn't he going to hug her? He pulled her into a warm embrace. His thoughts, however, were full of anger towards Seong-gun. What had he done to her? Junyoung admitted she had thought about Byung-jin constantly, and now that she was finally with him, everything felt right again. Byung-jin asked what she planned to do about Seong-gun. She didn't give a direct answer but made it clear that she had already pushed him away that day. He had been in a rush, but she was ready to end it. Byung-jin had only seen a glimpse of Seong-gun's expression, but even that had unsettled him. As he checked Junyoung's wrist, he noticed the red marks. Quietly, he asked if Seong-gun had done that. Junyoung brushed it off, saying her skin swelled easily. Byung-jin asked if she was still trying to protect him. She countered with a question of her own. What did Byung-jin plan to do? Was he going to set Seong-gun on fire? He'd already been in jail once, wasn't that enough? She told him not to pretend like he didn't know what had happened. If she needed help, she would ask. For now, all she wanted was to go home. Byung-jin said they should leave together, but she explained she was planning to return with Samdu. She was just packing her bag. Byung-jin insisted she should come with him. Samdu could drive himself. He would take her back today. Junyoung hesitated, saying she didn't need a ride all the way to Busan. The train was more comfortable. Byung-jin agreed they would take the train together. And once she returned to Busan, she should stay at his place. It was closer to work. She smiled nervously, asking if they were really going to live together. She reminded him that though she had agreed to date, this felt a little fast. Byung-jin said the safest option, he explained, was for her to live with him. That way, he could protect her. And in her heart, Junyoung agreed. It made sense. Young agreed to stay with him but warned him not to expect her to share the bed. Byung-jin teased her, wondering aloud if she truly meant that, which left Junyoung surprised. Byung-jin questioned her again, wondering if she was now pulling away from him when, in fact, she had been the one to draw him closer in the first place. He wanted to know if she planned to step back. Junyoung, hesitating, told him she had thought he wasn't really interested in these matters. But at that moment, Byung-jin slipped an arm around her waist and whispered that whoever had told her he wasn't interested was wrong. Seeing the slightly damp strands of her hair stirred something fierce inside him, and he confessed that not touching her would only make it worse. Young knew his body temperature always seemed higher than most, but this time it felt almost scorching, as if she might get burned by it. Pushing him away, she demanded to know why he was suddenly acting so close. Byung-jin reminded her that this was coming from someone who had kissed him before, and before she could react, he kissed her again. Apologizing for leaving her alone that day, he unknowingly pulled her into a memory she had tried to bury, a memory of waking alone in a dark house. The pain of that moment made her cry. She thought of how she had longed for this. These emotions, these hands waiting for what felt like forever. Byung-jin promised not to dwell on regret, but instead to give her his everything. Yang told him he would have to, calling him a terrible man, and they kissed again. Soon after, Byung-jin interrupted, asking where the bedroom was. Young's heart raced so fast she thought it might burst. Byung-jin told her he wanted to be with her, and she admitted she felt the same. That night, they shared a sweet and intimate evening together. And next morning, Byung-jin cooking dumplings. He went to wake Junyoung, but she said she couldn't get up. She thought that if she could return to the past, she would ask something important to the innocent 18-year-old version of herself. Baeomjin found this amusing because the Junyoung in his memory was anything but innocent. Pulling away her blanket, he reminded her that she had said she was hungry, so he had cooked ramen. She asked for her clothes first. Later, Yoonyoung happily ate the ramen, her smile bright. Baeomjin asked why she was laughing, and she explained that it was funny the taste was still delicious, even without the egg he usually added. She realized it was already 11 and decided she couldn't leave today. Perhaps she would take a train tomorrow. Baeomjin said that was fine, as he had planned to go home anyway. Young reminded him he had promised to leave with her, but he explained that he thought he should check his house first before they went anywhere together. If she was tired, she could stay, and they would leave another time. While washing dishes, Baeomjin asked her about the case of Jung Monsu. Young explained that Monsu had finished his testimony, stating someone had pushed him, causing him to fall, and that this was just the beginning. She suspected the risks involved and admitted that sometimes life forced her to speak less honestly. It felt almost like glimpsing the future, but since it had now been handed over as a criminal case, there was little she could do. She hugged him, promising to finish her work quickly and return. Baeomjin said that every time she hugged him without thinking, he felt a strange mix of pleasure and torment. Young told him that sometimes a bit of torment was needed, and he pulled her into another embrace, their closeness deepening once more. In the next scene, nearby workers were talking among themselves about whether it was true that someone had pushed Mansu. An old man asked where they had heard such a thing, and they said Mansu had told them the police were investigating. The old man pressed them, wanting to know if anyone had actually seen it happen, but no one could answer. Meanwhile, in her office, Junyoung thought about how, if this workplace accident truly was a criminal case, she had no power to change anything. Yet, until the matter calmed down, she would have to keep traveling to and from Busan, a thought she dreaded, especially since she had just begun dating Baeomjin. She didn't want things to end so soon. Feeling she needed to see things for herself, she decided to take action. Later, Junyoung was with Samdu and asked if Jake Financial had known someone had pushed Mansu, and if they had been investigating the accident earlier through the workers. She wanted details from the documents. Samdu told her the information was internal and could not be disclosed. She wondered aloud if there was something JP Financial wanted to keep hidden, but Samdu firmly refused to say more, adding that from now on, he would remain silent. Young told him she had other cases to investigate, and her mind was already turning toward the work ahead. She had been trying to gather bits of information from the other victims of the accident, knowing it might take some time. She wondered if someone else could handle it instead, because she herself could be careless about such matters. If she went to question the workers about the dangerous construction site, she would do it in her own way. And in her way, she revealed so much that Samdu was left surprised by what he heard. Later, Samdu spoke with Baeomjin. He explained that he thought helping her was the right choice. She didn't seem like the kind of woman who only spoke without acting. She was different. He admitted that even if he tried to keep his distance from her, it would still be difficult for him. Baeomjin already knew how her imagination worked and told him to go ahead and act according to his own way, but to be careful. He promised he would come soon when he found the time. Before ending the call, Samdu mentioned that there was something else he wanted to tell him. For at least the past 2 days, a car had been following them. Baeomjin immediately asked for the number plate, thinking it might be Seongon's car. But Samdu said it was not. He asked if they should get rid of it, but Baeomjin told him not to get directly involved, only to find out what the person looked like. Later, Baeomjin was busy moving the sofa and placed it in a spot from where the night view would be beautiful. He had chosen this apartment for Junyoung's safety. It was spacious, with many rooms, but he wondered if it would be better for the two of them to have separate rooms. He even thought about filling most rooms with things to make them unusable. The truth was, Junyoung would soon be living with him. The thought filled him with restless frustration. He longed to hold her in his arms right now. He felt he should at least go and look at her, even for a short while, to let her know how madly he cared for her. But just then, the doorbell rang. A man outside informed him that the chairman Baeomjin uncle had arrived. Baeomjin told him to say that he wasn't home, but the man revealed that the chairman could hear him already. Moments later, the chairman entered, teasing Baeomjin for claiming not to be there. Baeum-jin questioned why they had come. He was annoyed at his uncle bodyguard, asking if he had lost his mind. He had told him to lock the chairman in the house after sunset. But the older man only brushed it off, asking who would attack a toothless tiger. Baeum-jin replied that even without teeth, a tiger was still a tiger, and even after death, it left its mark. The older man casually ordered him to fetch alcohol, but Baeum-jin reminded him of the doctor's advice to stay away from drinking. The uncle argued that the doctor never said he couldn't have even a single glass a day. They stood by the door, and Baeum-jin asked if this visit had something to do with the construction company. The older man avoided the question, instead noting how much Baeum-jin had changed. 3 months ago, he had looked like a wall made entirely of empty bottles. Then the uncle asked if Baeum-jin was planning to live with Junyoung, reading the answer on his face before Baeum-jin could say anything. He reminded Baeum-jin of the name he used to mumble in his sleep, even when drunk or during his 3 days in a coma. When Baeum-jin asked if he knew about Junyoung, the uncle said of course he did, otherwise, why would he bring it up? He admitted he had known where and how she was living for a long time. It hadn't been difficult to find her after all. She was a Hong Foundation scholar. And Baeum-jin had never bothered to ask, so he had kept quiet until now. Baeum-jin felt a deep ache, wondering how he had survived without her until now. The uncle suggested meeting her once, but Baeum-jin refused, not wanting to make his life more complicated. The uncle said he had already seen them together before, long ago. At that time, Baeum-jin had known she was involved with the Hong Foundation, and Baeum-jin insisted it hadn't been her choice. Miss Hung's son had liked her for a long time. Baeum-jin suspected that Siang-moon mother is spying on Junyoung because of her connection to him. The uncle warned him that Siang-moon mother might investigate Baeum-jin's own background as well. Baeum-jin believed they wouldn't stop until they achieved their goals, buying shares and placing Siang-won in an executive position. The uncle said they should focus on their own work, but admitted he worried that Junyoung might discover something dangerous. He wondered if she would continue working there even after everything ended. Baeum-jin replied that it would depend entirely on what Junyoung wanted. As the uncle left, he teased that Baeum-jin had already fallen into her spell. Baeum-jin picked up his car keys. When asked where he was going, he told the bodyguard to take care of the chairman and not to let him leave the house after dark. The uncle smiled as Baeum-jin left. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Junyoung woke up suddenly, unsure if what she had just experienced was a dream. She felt as though Baeum-jin had been right beside her. She tried to convince herself it had to be a dream after all, he was in Seoul. But then, she caught his familiar scent in the air, and her heart trembled. This was no dream. The memory of last night came rushing back. He had truly come to see her. She had asked why he was there, and he had told her that he simply wanted to see her, even for a moment. She had turned her face toward him, and he had known she had done it so he could see her clearly. She had wondered if he would stay until she woke, and he had answered in his own uncertain way. She had promised not to open her eyes so that he wouldn't leave. Before leaving, he had told her to take care of herself, not to skip meals, reminding her that she was like a small child to him. She had teased that he was the only one who ever saw that side of her, so he should feel lucky. Now she called Baeum-jin. He asked if she was awake. She told him that if he had come all this way, he should have stayed at least 24 hours. She confessed that at first she thought it was only a dream. But his plan had been only to stay for a short while, to see her face, because he had a meeting in the morning. Junyoung worried that Baeum-jin hadn't slept at all. She felt for him, thinking he must have only gotten a little rest. She said she was off to work, and he should go too. In her mind, though, a torrent of frustration raged. What was his problem? Why didn't Baeum-jin woke her up? What was happening to him? Just then, Samdu approached her and asked if she was okay, if something was wrong. She denied it, saying nothing had happened. Samdu reminded her that they had to meet with the second victim today, and he would go get the car ready. Junyoung's thoughts, however, were racing. She felt she couldn't wait any longer. She needed to get to Baeum-jin as soon as possible, to hold him and kiss him for the entire day. The scene shifted, and Baeum-jin was with Siang-gun's mother. She expressed her surprise about the connection, that he and her son had been classmates. Baeum-jin clarified that he had only been at the school for a short time and that their meeting was a coincidence. They didn't even know each other well. Seonggun's mother then asked if he knew Junyoung, and Byung-jin responded yes, and also asking if it would affect their work. She hoped not and assured him she hadn't mentioned it. Byung-jin then brought up the shareholder meeting, mentioning that the project was 50% complete. Seonggun's mother said it was on Friday. Byung-jin promised to make sure everything was finished quickly. As he left, he requested that after the meeting, she stop watching Junyoung. He found it very uncomfortable and advised her to focus on her son instead. Just because Seonggun had become an executive director didn't mean everything was settled. Seonggun then arrived. His mother told him to leave, saying they were having an important discussion. Byung-jin, however, said he was leaving anyway. Seonggun protested, finding it cold that Byung-jin would leave without saying goodbye. He insisted that Byung-jin stay, since he was already involved in their work. Seonggun's mother explained that Byung-jin was there to buy paintings. Seonggun then mentioned that he had scheduled a meeting with Jang Sarah. He said she disliked complicated formalities, and an article about it would be published next week. He also planned to attend a golf meeting the day after tomorrow, seeing it as an opportunity to build connections with executives. His mother praised him, calling it a smart choice. Seonggun apologized for causing everyone so much trouble, saying he had realized he couldn't just sit around like a fool. He now understood who he was and what he could do, and he wanted to do something meaningful. He also brought up his mother's plan to acquire shares with Jake Financial. As Byung-jin was leaving, Seonggun approached him. Byung-jin commented that their farewell at the office was enough. Seonggun said he had something to say, then asked how much money Byung-jin was getting for his work. He assumed it wasn't a small amount and questioned if Byung-jin was washing money for the rich. He also found it cheap that Byung-jin would get an executive title for such a job. Byung-jin retorted that he hadn't expected someone to spend so much money on a cheap title and considered it his filial duty to carry out the work. Enraged, Seonggun grabbed Byung-jin by the collar. Byung-jin, however, easily overpowered him, threw him down, and told him to hope his leash was long enough. He gave Seonggun a final warning to never touch Junyoung again before leaving. As Byung-jin walked away, he worried that things were getting more complicated. If Seonggun decided to get fully involved, it would open up many new possibilities. Seonggun's personal vendetta against him could make him a wild card. He thought of Junyoung, who had been in his arms just hours ago. He tried calling her, but her phone was unavailable. He then called Samdu and asked where he was and where Junyoung was. Samdu said he was at the site to check on things. Byung-jin asked if Junyoung wasn't with him. Samdu explained that Junyoung had asked him to do something for her and that he was gathering more information about the victims. Junyoung was on her way to meet the victim from Samjin Construction, the only one whose compensation had already been paid a man named Chae Yeon-kyu. Byung-jin asked if he had learned anything new. Samdu said there was a suspicious person and gave Byung-jin the details, which shocked him. Byung-jin was furious that Samdu had left Junyoung alone, knowing someone was following her. Samdu explained that Junyoung had said she wanted to finish things quickly to get back to Seoul. Byung-jin told him to find out where she was immediately, as she wasn't answering his calls. Meanwhile, Junyoung was with the person she had come to meet. She told him that she would investigate the compensation, hoping he wouldn't get caught up in a big lawsuit, especially for his daughter's sake. The person told her to leave. Junyoung thought to her he was being targeted but had chosen to remain blind because of the compensation. The prime suspect was the old man who had worked at every accident site, Choi Yoon-baek. The investigation had revealed that all the victims were deep in debt, wanting to support their families, especially their daughters. The old man had also been heavily in debt, but had later paid it all off. He had a wife and daughter, but was now divorced and lived alone, his daughter having passed away long ago. Junyoung wondered why the old man had pushed all the workers, but she knew no one could truly know what was in a person's heart. Reports showed that he had treated the workers well. She pondered if he saw his younger self in them and if he used the compensation to help them pay off their debts. This idea seemed very strange. Jang Monsu was lucky to have survived the fall from the 4th floor. Junyoung then checked her phone, seeing 13 missed calls from Samdu and 4 from Byung-jin. She wondered why Samdu was so desperate and realized Byung-jin must be on his way. She called him back. Byung-jin immediately asked where she was. She asked him not to say he was on the highway, asking if he was coming there. He asked why she didn't want to see him. She said it wasn't that, but who would make 2 trips to Busan in one day? Byung-jin replied that she should be grateful he was even in the same country. Junyoung told him not to waste his energy, as there was nothing left there for him. She said she was going to mute her phone because she was meeting a lot of people today. Junyoung wondered when he would leave if he was coming. Byung-jin told her not to worry him and suggested that if she didn't like it, she could just tell him to go back to Seoul. She quickly denied that she didn't like it. He warned her not to do anything dangerous alone and then hung up. She was puzzled, thinking to herself, "Dangerous? What dangerous thing would I do?" Next, she was in the office. The manager was leaving, asking if she was staying there. He told her to take care of herself as he left. Junyoung was thinking that it was true. Old man was the prime suspect. The fact that he was at every accident site was enough to count as evidence, but without proof, she couldn't do anything. She needed him to confess. Anyway, the police would handle the rest. Her work could just help with the investigation. She decided she would go back to Seoul soon. As she was looking out the window, she saw a light. She wondered if she was seeing things, as there was no night work scheduled. Was someone there? The light was coming from the exact spot where Monsu had fallen. The strangest thing was that the light was shining directly on her. She felt compelled to check it out. She remembered Byung-jin's warning about not doing anything dangerous alone, but she couldn't just ignore this. She wasn't that kind of person. What if she found some evidence? Suddenly, the light shone directly on her face. The old man was standing there. Junyoung asked what he was doing there. The old man explained that he had forgotten something and had come back to get it. She asked if it was so urgent that he couldn't have gotten it in the morning. He countered, asking her what she was doing, working alone at this hour. She then asked how he knew she was alone. The old man responded that she seemed very curious about him and that he had heard she was investigating his records from the other side. Junyoung wondered how he had found out, thinking someone must have slipped up. She asked him why he was doing this to Monsu, Changmu, and the others. He pretended not to understand what she was talking about. She said that if it was a matter of revenge, it would be easy to understand, but it didn't seem to be about money either, since he had been genuinely close to the men. She asked how he felt about Jang Mansu's fall. Junyoung realized that old man was clearly the culprit and that he knew she was suspicious of him. She thought he had pulled her here without any regard for what might happen. She saw an opportunity to use the situation to her advantage and secretly called Byung-jin, who was listening to everything. She said that if the accident hadn't happened, Jang Mansu wouldn't have been able to pay off his debts. After paying his debts, he and his family would have been able to support each other. But he fell, and old man had pushed him. Byung-jin understood that they were at the same spot where Monsu had fallen. Junyoung continued, saying she couldn't guarantee when Monsu would fully recover, but she knew he wouldn't be able to work the same way again. His family would have to bear a heavy burden, his wife, his daughter. She wondered how long they would be able to endure it. Was this what he wanted? A struggling family. She suggested that this was bothering him because he couldn't do the same. He had lost his only daughter and his wife had left him. She concluded that he was comparing them to himself. The old man grabbed her collar and told her to shut her mouth. He asked what she knew about abandonment in comparison. It was easy for her to talk when she knew nothing about it. He claimed that everyone had their own reasons. They worked to death for their families, but the world wouldn't let them live in peace, whether it was a matter of trusting someone, falling ill, or being born poor. They fall into despair and can't get out, and no one helps them. He asked what was wrong with helping those people. Junyoung told him to stop spouting nonsense. She said he was helping them, but Jang Mansu had taken on debt for gambling and had dug his own hole. He was just pushing people into such situations. How could he guarantee that they would only get injured and get compensation, not die? Everyone had died, and it was all because of him. The old man said that, for example, Changgu got compensation when no one was helping him, but he did. As for Monsu, he was unlucky. He insisted that if she had left things alone, none of this would have happened. He blamed her, saying she had encouraged that fool Monsu, who was trying to stay quiet. That was why he had changed his mind. It was all her fault. If she hadn't started the investigation, none of this would have happened. He said that if he shut her up, maybe Monsu would also stay quiet, because in the end, it was all for their benefit. Junyoung told him to stop. She pointed out that pushing her from there would go against his principles. She asked if he thought she was the only one who knew about this, revealing that Byung-jin also knew everything. The old man said he didn't care who Byung-jin was and would think about him later. He then let go of her, but just then, Byung-jin appeared and punched him. Junyoung narrowly avoided falling. Byung-jin looked furious, and the old man was lying unconscious on the ground. Byung-jin told Samdu to call the police. Samdu said he had already called them and that they would be there soon. Byung-jin then hugged Junyoung tightly and told her that he had warned her not to do anything dangerous. She apologized to him. And next, showing Junyoung at the police station. The recording on her phone had become the evidence. The police officer warned her not to do something like that again and to report to the police immediately. He asked her what would have happened if her boyfriend hadn't arrived on time. She claimed she wasn't trying to make him confess and that the phone call was an accident. The officer said that anyone who heard the recording would think she was intentionally trying to make him confess. Junyoung insisted that it was just her personality. She claimed it was the same reason they had an argument the first time she met the old man. Outside the police station, Byung-jin told Samdu to go home and rest. Junyoung looked at Byung-jin, who seemed very quiet. She joked that she must have a strong connection to the police station since she was there so often. She suggested that he must be tired too, and they should go home and rest. Byung-jin didn't say anything but simply told her to get in the car. She thought to herself that he must be angry. She then realized they were going to a hotel, not his grandma's house, and concluded that he wasn't tired, just very angry. The scene shifted to them sitting in the hotel room, a tense silence between them. Byung-jin finally broke the silence, saying that if she knew he was nearby, she should have waited for him and not gone there alone. Junyoung said it wasn't that, but she was worried something was going to happen. He reminded her that she had said the old man had enticed her. He asked if she really thought that old man could only entice her with words, his anger visibly simmering. Junyoung admitted that she had been careless. She felt she shouldn't have gone so far and had gone overboard. Byung-jin asked her if she had heard what the old man had said. What would have happened to her if he had been even a little late? She asked what else she could have done, saying she just wanted to settle things quickly. Byung-jin asked if she even knew how much this incident had cost her. She said that the project she was working on had been taken over by her boss, so someone else would get the credit for her work. She didn't know how long she would have to stay in Busan and wondered when he would be going back to Seoul. She said she had just taken a gamble. He asked if her life was worth so little. Junyoung said she thought she had taken it too lightly. She explained that there was no evidence that old man was the culprit, and his confession was the only way for him to be guilty. It would have taken a long time for her to make him confess, 2 or 3 months. She wondered how long she would have to be stuck there. She told him that if he didn't know this about her before, he should remember it now. In such situations, she takes risks. Junyoung explained that if she kept taking small, careful steps, she would find herself at the bottom before she even realized it. If things continued this way, she needed to find a solution rather than just standing by and watching accidents happen like a fool. Byung-jin asked why she took her work so seriously. She countered, asking what he thought did he think she did it for fun. She noticed his tone had softened, and she suddenly moved to sit on his lap. He told her that he wasn't over it yet. Seeing her almost fall from the railing had given him a heart attack. She confessed that she had gone there alone because she knew he was nearby. She trusted that as long as he was with her, nothing would happen to her. He playfully asked if she had done all this for him. She said that if he saw it that way, then it was all for him and that today had been very exhausting. She suggested they drop the topic and that he give her a hug instead. She said he must be tired too and offered to help him bathe. She moved to take off his clothes, but he suddenly kissed her, saying he would have to punish her today. He told her to prepare for her punishment. The next day, Saira and Seunggun were having lunch together. Saira mentioned that she didn't like going out much because she felt like she was showing off and that many people were jealous of her. She asked Seunggun if he ever felt that way in school, but he didn't respond. She felt like a fool, talking to herself as he wasn't paying attention. Seunggun apologized, saying he had a headache all morning. He then asked if she wasn't feeling cold, as the air conditioning was quite strong. Saira thought to herself that she didn't feel cold at all now and decided not to say anything. She wasn't the kind of person to be careless with her words. But the man sitting across from her had caught her attention. She thought that finding a man like Seung-gun, someone with a decent income, from a respectable family, and of a marriageable age, wasn't that difficult. But there was something about him that she hadn't felt with anyone else. He had a simple, honest, and very ordinary demeanor, along with his good looks. Standing next to him made her feel a sense of pride, and his simplicity was refreshing. Of course, if that were all, she wouldn't have been so curious. She wasn't conservative when it came to intimacy. She had spent some nights with men while she was in France. Intimacy was simple, it was just about having fun. But after it was over, the men would always feel a sense of familiarity with her. But with Seung-gun, everything felt different from the first time, and she couldn't explain it. He was very polite, and it was painful to see him. The warmth in his eyes made it look as if he was about to cry, and that gap in his demeanor had triggered something in her that made her lose control of herself. She wondered how he lived, what he thought, what he liked, and what he didn't like a man who lived like a prince in a greenhouse and who didn't talk much about himself. Their second meeting had been quite sudden. After a long time apart, he had suddenly asked her one day if she was alone. Then, there was a knock on the door. Sayera went to check, and it was Seung-gun who suddenly kissed her. Sayera thought that Seung-gun had been a different person that day. He had kissed her without any hesitation, holding her so tightly that she felt she would break. His eyes didn't look like he was about to cry. They held a fire she had never seen before. It was as if he was dying inside. He wasn't just a prince. He was a prince with a secret. She wondered what was inside that shell, perhaps a small, dark monster. In the present, she was imagining that her entire body was trembling. She asked Seung-gun if he wasn't eating properly, if he was hungry, or if he was feeling unwell. She then touched his leg and suggested they could eat together or go to her studio. He replied that he couldn't, not right now, but Sayera was clearly excited. Then, Seung-gun's phone rang and he looked surprised. He told Sayera it was an urgent call and that he would be back in a minute. She told him to take the call, reminding him she wasn't a stranger. He answered the phone. Sayera thought to herself that she should probably ask him to introduce her to his old school friend Junyoung. She then looked at Seung-gun and saw that same look again, the look of a man who was dying inside with a growing anger. Seung-gun knew how much his teeth were grinding at that moment. After hanging up, he told Sayera that they should go to her studio. She said okay and went to the bathroom. In the bathroom, she called someone and asked if they had completed their investigation on Seung-gun. She told the person not to pretend they didn't know anything, reminding them of who her father was. The person said that the fact that her boss had given her permission meant there was nothing to worry about. They said there was no one as clean as him in this field. Sarah asked if that meant there were no problems with women. The person replied that he had dated someone for a while and then broken up with her. He only had one close schoolmate from the Hang-Myung Foundation who had received a student scholarship. They had known each other since high school. Sayera then asked if they had slept together. The person said no, not yet. She asked how they knew, wondering if there were cameras in their house. The person said there were a lot of rumors that Seung-gun had feelings for that girl for a long time, but she had never accepted them. Sayera asked for the girl's name. The scene shifted to Byung-jin on the phone with Junyoung. She told him not to worry as he must be busy and the general meeting wasn't far off. He told her she didn't even know his address. She said that Samdu knew it. He said he wanted to take her to his house with his own hands. She shyly said okay, that she would see him tomorrow and that she needed to pack some things. He said he would come to her house today. She asked if he liked her so much that he just wanted a chance to sleep next to her. He told her what she thought he was thinking at that moment. She shyly said it was morning and then kissed the phone, saying she would see him later. She was very embarrassed after doing that. The final scene showed Junyoung's manager, who told her that all the work in Busan was finished. Junyoung said it looked like they could get the compensation back. The manager said that saving the budget wasn't such a bad thing. She said she had received an email from Martin and was just following it. The manager was surprised that Martin was still emailing her. He told her that since they were handling the Dando case, she should send that email to Assistant Manager Park. He added that she must be very tired after working for so long. So he instructed her to work on media relations as a manager. He said he had to take a call and that she was free to leave. Junyoung thought to herself that she couldn't say she hadn't expected this, but the atmosphere still suggested that rumors were spreading. Seung-gun had become a director, and while she could ignore it, His new position would inevitably affect her in some way. Even if it was unintentional, she was being associated with the Hangmyeong line. Seong-gun, who was just a team leader, had become a director and had gained a lot of power within the company. She felt she couldn't prepare for everything, but she had to be ready for change. The next scene found her in a meeting. After it ended, she felt an urge to run away from the company. It was already 10 p.m., but she thought she should still go home and check some more documents. She wanted to go home and wrap herself in Byung-jin like a blanket. Sam-doo had told her to call him 10 minutes after her work was over. She wondered if he would still be around her, now that they were no longer in Busan. After all, he must have more important work to do. She decided she would go to Byung-jin's house after work tomorrow. She felt uneasy about using her personal connections for her work and knew she should talk to Byung-jin about it. Suddenly, Saera appeared and commented on the number of workaholics in the country. She felt that working so late shouldn't be a normal thing and asked Junyoung what she thought. Junyoung asked if she had come there to meet her. Saera wasn't surprised and asked if Junyoung knew who she was. She said they should talk because she had some questions for her. Junyoung said they could talk later as she was very busy and that if she didn't finish her work now, they would never get to talk. Saera asked how she could act like that when she knew who she was. Junyoung said she thought she was being polite. Saera asked if she even knew what the word polite meant. Junyoung told her that she wasn't the one who had come there with a purpose and that if she kept talking like this, they would never finish. She began to walk away, but Saera grabbed her hand and asked what made her so confident. Suddenly, a furious Sam-doo ran towards them, which startled Saera. Sam-doo asked if everything was okay. Junyoung apologized and asked him to wait for 10 minutes. She then told Saera that an important person was waiting for her and asked what her questions were. Saera asked her if she had slept with Seong-gun, and Junyoung denied it. Saera insisted that he had said he liked her. Junyoung dismissed it, saying it was just a rumor and that Saera and Seong-gun were already set to be together in the future. Saera told her not to be so arrogant, saying her future was her own to decide. She said that if it was just a few meaningless nights, it wouldn't bother her, but if he was meeting other women behind her back, it would be a different story. Junyoung thought to herself that deep down, she wanted Saera and Seong-gun to get married peacefully. She said she had known Seong-gun for a long time and that he was different from the other third-generation chaebols. He didn't show off his money and treated everyone equally. He had even dated the daughter of a Spanish instructor. Junyoung said she had sometimes thought he liked her as he always felt comfortable around her. But when it came to marriage and director Hang pushed him, he hadn't shown much interest. She was shocked when she heard he had met Jang Sera and gotten engaged. She thought that this must be what people call fate, and that she had always thought chaebols only married for business. She told Saera that she thought she would be happy and then left. Saera then asked her if she had a boyfriend and offered to introduce her to someone if she didn't. Junyoung said she did. Saera then asked if Seong-gun knew, and Junyoung confirmed that he did. Saera looked very happy and said she hoped things would go well for her too. The next scene showed Seong-gun at his home, imagining Byung-jin and Junyoung together. He imagined Junyoung smiling in that situation. Then, he looked at a photo of Junyoung and Byung-jin. He had found out that they had stayed in a hotel together after leaving the police station and had checked out around midnight. He angrily crumpled the photo. He wondered how long they would continue like this. He wondered what they talked about while they were doing it. He thought that no matter how many times he thought about it, he couldn't imagine Junyoung making those sounds. He found it impossible to imagine her voice in such a situation. He felt she was blind at the moment, trapped in old memories. He thought everyone makes mistakes, but she was smart and would soon realize where she belonged. But until then, he shouted, "Why, Byung-jin? Why?" He felt it was just like the past. No, he was the only one who had tried to get close to her with kindness. But Junyoung had chosen the rough, violent, and different Byung-jin. He wondered why and if she was attracted to such things. He asked himself if he should be like that too. Just then, Secretary Kim arrived and said there were shareholder reports and post-general meeting plans. He had been told to send them and that he should review them personally. As Sang-moon read the reports, he wondered if Jake Financial was capable or if it was Byung-jin who was capable. He thought Byung-jin was behind all this, having acquired all the shares. He felt he shouldn't have any problems becoming a director. He wondered if Byung-jin would go to jail if he gave all this to the police. He thought there was proof that the shares were bought under borrowed names and that they should investigate who did the dirty work. He knew they wouldn't be able to send Byung-jin to jail. Secretary Kim said that before they did that, he and Director Hang would be summoned first. He said CEO Hang wouldn't stay quiet and would want to make them both disappear rather than tarnish Byung-jin's reputation. He asked him how long he would let himself be influenced by such childish emotions. He reminded him that he had told the director he wanted to support his mother and that she had thought he had finally come to his senses. He said he was talking childishly again because of Junyoung. Seung-gun grabbed him by the neck and said that the pathetic fool at that moment was him. He asked how he had the nerve to come back to his house. He said he had treated him like a donkey, and in return, she had only received a few slaps. He asked if she thought he was a joke and said none of this would have happened if she hadn't set up this game. He told him that a dog should always act like a dog and wag its tail in front of its master. He asked him why he had used him. Secretary Kim asked if he had forced him. He said the deal between them was a transaction, and unexpected things had happened on their own. That didn't mean he had broken his promise. He warned him that if he kept acting like this, he wouldn't be able to make any deals with him in the future. He asked how he dared to talk about trust when he hadn't kept his own promises. He accused him of using him to carry out his dirty plan. The next scene showed Byung-jin and Junyoung. She was saying that no matter which team she joined, she wasn't made for an easy life. She had spent her entire life in the company since she came to Seoul. She said it felt good to get some fresh air. He asked if she had eaten dinner. She said not yet, as she was saving herself for her first visit to his house. She thought it would be nice for him to cook her some ramen. Byung-jin said she could eat his ramen anytime, but that she should eat a proper meal. She told him he was even busier than her, but that he was the one making hollow promises. He had come home again at 3 a.m. and left before 6 a.m. She felt like she was dreaming again. He was an employee, but what kind of director was that busy? She said his chairman was a high-ranking person, and he had said he had known him for a long time. She wondered if she should go and meet him. Byung-jin told her not to even think about it. She asked why, wondering if he was a scary person. Byung-jin said he was very curious about her and would ask a lot of unnecessary questions. He said if she went to meet him, he wouldn't let her leave easily for a few days. She said that if those unnecessary things were the secrets he had hidden from the past, it would be better for her to meet him soon. Just then, Seung-gun's call came through. She rejected the call. Byung-jin asked if she hadn't met him at work and grabbed her hand. She said that as long as he didn't go out of his way to find her, their paths wouldn't cross. She said Seung-gun had changed a lot and that she never thought she would see that look in his eyes. She thought that Seung-gun hadn't shown his face since that day, and this was the first call she had received from him since then. He wanted to explain himself from the past, no matter what it took. The anger he had suppressed for a long time had finally broken free. Byung-jin said that since she had become an executive, she wasn't planning on leaving Hang, was she? He thought it was because of her mother, as her hospital was connected to Hang. She said that if it wasn't for that, she would have gone bankrupt a long time ago. She had to choose one path. Even if her mother didn't recognize her and was breathing unconsciously, she couldn't let her go like this. She said he would be shocked if he saw her mother. She didn't say anything, just lay there, but her complexion was much better than before. Byung-jin said that she probably didn't even remember him. Junyoung was shocked and asked, "What?" Byung-jin said he used to think her hands were as sharp as her mother's, but her eyes and lips were like hers too. She asked what he was talking about, if he had seen her mother, and when. He said it was when he took over the Hang case. She asked how he knew where she was and why he hadn't told her. He said a lot was going on in his mind and that he just wanted to greet her respectfully. He now had some connection to her mother. She said he had been handling the Hang affairs for so long and was just telling her about it now. He said that even if she left Hang, her mother would have no problem staying in the hospital. She asked if he was saying he would lend her the money. He said no, and asked if she needed money. She said no, but she meant yes. She wondered if he knew how much the hospital charged every month. Thanks to Seung-moon mother influence, her mother was barely selected for the foundation, and that was the only reason she was there. She asked if he had made a deal with those people to take on this case. She asked if he had asked them if they would let her mother stay in the hospital if she left the company. He said that wasn't exactly right, but it was something like that. She asked why he didn't just tell her the real answer. She felt he was hiding something from her. She thought to herself that he was trying to hide it from her, but she couldn't help him. But if he was just looking at it as work, she would appreciate it. She thought that if it was just work, it was something she could understand. Still, she felt disappointed. Byung-jin said that honestly, he didn't feel good about leaving her at Hang. But once all this was over, he wouldn't be interested in any of Hang's affairs anymore. He said her mother was the only reason she was staying there and that he wanted to show her that there were other ways. She thought that there was something very important. Something he had done for her. Byung-jin said she could tell him the answer one day. She said he was talking about this so casually, especially about the job market. She noted that he was saying this as an executive. He said that this didn't sound like the Junyoung he knew. He wondered what company would hire her. She said Jake Financial, and that she would think about it. For now, she just wanted to bathe and sleep. The scene showed them both at home, and Junyoung had just come out after bathing. She said his place was clean and nice. The most shocking thing was that a woman was in the bathroom right now. She told him to move the laptop, as it was her spot, and went to sit on his lap. Byung-jin asked if she was still worried about what her mother had said. She asked what he was talking about. He said she was only wearing a bathrobe and asked if she was trying to bother him. He said something was going on in her mind. She said she was tired. Junyoung said she was ready to go to bed. Byung-jin said the spot she was in was a prime spot with a good view. He had to rearrange the sofa 5 times, and the fact that she was actually there in his home still felt unbelievable to him. He had never been comfortable sharing a space with anyone, but with her, he could. He reminisced about their history, remembering how they used to eat together at home and how she would fall asleep while studying. Junyoung suggested they get a duplex, with her on the first floor and him on the second. He flatly refused, saying he didn't want to go back to lying in bed and watching her from behind. He felt like she was trying to torture him, and he didn't want any distance between them. Junyoung noticed he was complaining that she was teasing him, and she asked when he had started thinking that way. He said it was ever since she came in, drenched from the rain. She tried to change the subject, reminding him that the general meeting was tomorrow and she needed to sleep. Byung-jin said they should live together. He confessed that he always felt uneasy when she wasn't with him and wanted her to believe that living with him was better than being alone. He kissed her hand and said that was how he felt. Junyoung commented that it sounded like a marriage proposal. He confirmed that she had heard correctly. She asked him how he could always make such extreme decisions. This was her first time at his house, and now he was proposing. Byung-jin reminded her that he had warned her that when he started something, he didn't stop. He said the decision was made the moment she walked into his home. Junyoung said she thought he wasn't interested in marriage. He explained that was because he had never needed it and had never gotten so close to anyone, but now he wanted to be with her forever. She asked what would happen if she refused. He said they could postpone the paperwork. It was just a formality anyway. He told her to stay with him and then decide if he was worthy of her. She felt like listening to him made it seem like leaving was not an option. He confirmed that it wasn't an option from the moment she accepted him. He told her to take all the time she needed until her heart was sure. Junyoung was in disbelief and couldn't tell if he was impatient or not. He said there was nothing he had wanted besides his work, but with her, there were countless things he wanted to experience. She asked him what those things were, like watching movies together or holding hands and walking. He added having a picnic when the weather was nice and eating strawberry jam. She added that she wanted to take family photos together. She then asked if he was already planning for their children. Byung-jin said he had never thought about having children and wasn't confident he could raise even one. But he wanted to see their child and was sure they would inherit her stubbornness. Junyoung was amazed at how far he had thought ahead. He then asked her how long she would pretend not to understand. She then gave in and told him to kiss her, and they started kissing. The next scene was a meeting. Junyoung thought that the shareholder meeting had proceeded, and Seung-gun had been made a director without any problems. President Hang In-seop, who was leading the Hang-ju group, had been addressed, and thanks to internal control, the Hang family's secrets weren't exposed. After the meeting, everyone looked exhausted. Junyoung thought she was so tired and that she should have gotten a full night's sleep instead of getting carried away. She knew it wasn't fair to blame Byung-jin entirely, as it was her choice, but she felt he deserved some blame too. His words last night had completely melted her. A coworker wished they didn't have another assignment. Junyoung stood up, saying she would go back to her seat to continue working. Her coworker looked surprised, and Junyoung asked what was wrong and what her next assignment was. Her coworker showed her the laptop, which said, "Manager Yun, you have been transferred to Europe as the branch project manager." Junyoung thought to herself that the role of a project manager was only given to people with 5 to 6 years of experience. Her coworker asked if she had applied for it. Junyoung said she had gotten an option to join from Australia but had rejected it. She couldn't believe they would put her in such a situation, feeling like they had just made her a scapegoat. Her coworker said she had heard that director Siang-gun was very interested in this matter. She had heard from a lot of people that he wanted to handle the Europe branch himself. She explained that now that she was an executive, she would have to deliver results to the shareholders. Junyoung wondered if he had assigned her to the Europe branch for that reason. How could he say something like that? But then, after his engagement, he received a call. The manager said that director Siang-gun had called for her. Next, she went to meet Siang-gun. He welcomed her and told her to sit down. He said she must have seen the sudden announcement and that it was quite surprising. He had wanted to tell her about it, but couldn't reach her on the phone. Junyoung said she had heard he had recommended her and was curious as to why. Siang-gun said it was because he had been watching her for a long time. He knew what kind of person she was and how much hard work she had put in, and he felt it should be appreciated. He wanted to work with someone he knew and who had a lot of experience in this situation. Since she had handled the Dando project, he was sure she could handle this one too. He said they had also seen her capabilities, which was why they agreed. Junyoung said there was a rumor that he was personally going to handle the Europe branch. He confirmed that it was true and that he felt it was a good chance for him to show his abilities as a director. Junyoung apologized and said she didn't think she could take on the role. She believed he knew the reason best. He told her to keep personal and professional matters separate. He insisted that feelings had nothing to do with this personal decision. He asked if she had forgotten that it was she who had leaked the news to the press. He said he was getting engaged to Jung Sierra soon and they would be getting married soon too. He said he was going to Europe for her because she loved Paris. He couldn't understand what misunderstanding she was having. Junyoung said she wasn't refusing for that reason. She said she was refusing because of his actions that day, how he had grabbed her wrist and pulled her like she belonged to him. She felt he had no hesitation in breaking their relationship. She saw it as a danger, and she still trembled thinking about what would have happened if Byung-jin hadn't come in that day. Siang-gun tried to explain himself. She said that was why she was refusing. Not because work and personal matters were separate, but because she didn't feel safe with him. She didn't think she could work in the same place as him. She then started to leave. Siang-gun then said that her mother no longer mattered. He said her mother was only alive because of Hangju, and now she had become a burden on her. She was her only family, and her condition was not good. He asked if she was really going to leave her for that one man and said she would never be able to sleep peacefully in the future. He asked if she was really going to do it. Siang-gun told her she had to figure things out. He accused her of thinking she could go to Byung-jin and beg him to pay for the expenses that were now a waste. He questioned what she expected in return and wondered if she planned to ignore her mother if he refused. Junyoung thought to herself that no one, besides her, had the right to talk about her mother and herself. No one could experience the countless emotions she felt for her mother. She had once thought she hated her, but she was now working at the company just so she could see her mother's peaceful sleeping face. She couldn't believe she was doing this, but she couldn't explain her feelings, so no one had the right to use them. She turned to Siang-gun and said he had never seen her as a friend. She was just something for him to possess, both in the past and now. She told him to look at what he had in his hands now and to stop asking for things that didn't belong to him, or he would be miserable for the rest of his life. She said they would never see each other again and then left. The next scene showed Samdu and Man, who was doing some calculations. The man told him to leave the work to someone else, as his brain couldn't handle it. Samdu then saw Junyoung and asked what she was doing there and if she had an appointment with his Byung-jin. He said Byung-jin was also in a meeting at the moment. Junyoung said she had just walked in. She looked calm, but she felt like she was about to explode. She asked if the meeting would take long, as she would wait there. The man said the meeting would be over soon and asked if something had happened, offering to help. She said something had happened and that she was leaving the company. Samdu was happy and asked if it was true. She asked him why he looked so happy. The next scene showed Byung-jin in a meeting, handing some documents to someone. After the meeting, he looked sad as he walked out. Jun-young approached him and asked what he was doing there. She said she missed him and was waiting for him at the lounge. She asked if he had some time to spare, as she had something to tell him. In his office, Byung-jin asked her if everything was going well at work. He mentioned that Hongju had gone up by 12 points and asked if something had happened at the company, saying she could tell him. She said she knew the man. She had seen him many times at foundation events. She didn't know his name, but she remembered his face. He was always standing next to President Hang. She questioned why someone from President Hang's side would be there if he was involved in helping Hongju and buying stocks for Seong-gun mother. She asked him what he had been hiding all this time. Byung-jin told her she wouldn't get anything from knowing. He told her to pretend she hadn't seen anything, or Seong-gun and his mother would start to get suspicious of her. She said it didn't matter because she was leaving the company. Byung-jin was shocked and asked if something had happened to her at the company. She said Seong-gun had transferred her to the Europe branch, but she had refused and she wouldn't be able to stay at the company. She said she had left Hongju but was worried about her mom. She reminded him that he had said she would be okay, but she needed to know how she would be okay. She thought that before she could depend on him, she at least needed to know what kind of burden he was carrying. Byung-jin said the person who had put her mom in the hospital wasn't Seong-hun Momther. She asked if it was company president Hang In-seopan. She told him to tell her now, as she had decided to leave the company. They sat down and Jun-young asked what had happened and why they had contacted him. Byung-jin said Hang In-seop was the one who had come first. He said director Lee Sok-chul's condition wasn't good. They knew a general shareholder meeting would be held. They had expected that Seong-hun mother would see it as an opportunity to make Seong-hun a director and increase her shares. She said she would also find a firm to hide it. Byung-jin said that, coincidentally, they were working on a construction project. The chairman's wife was close to Seong-hun mother. Taking that into account, they had contacted them first so that Seong-hun mother would naturally learn about JK Financial's existence. They had decided that it would be better for them to be on the management side. He said Jun-young had the ability to increase money, but that was a different matter from running a company. Jun-young asked if he shouldn't have stopped them from buying shares in the first place, now that Seong-gun had also become a director. Byung-jin said that this time, President Hang intended to completely uproot the Hang Myung Foundation so that she couldn't challenge management again. He said the deal he had made wasn't just limited to shares. He had also gotten evidence that Hang Myung was conducting illegal transactions. He said 180 accounts had been created in the names of students studying abroad through the foundation. Illegal transactions were also happening with the photo gallery. Jun-young understood why nothing had happened until now, so that everything would be exposed after the shares were bought, and Seong-gun became a director. Byung-jin said that while Hang Myung was smart, Hang In-seop was her older brother. If anything, he was more ruthless than her. Whether she kept the data or exposed it, things would be very noisy for a few days. Jun-young asked if everything would be okay. She said that if Seong-hun mother found out, she wouldn't stay quiet and would not let the spies who had given her files escape. Byung-jin said, as he had told her, Hang In-seop was more ruthless than she could imagine. She said he had become a sly man. She said his skills at keeping secrets were on another level. He said that if she hadn't appeared, who was from Hongju, and if he hadn't seen Seong-gun's name on her phone, he would have never accepted this deal because it was too painful. Jun-young said jealousy was scary. He asked if she felt bad about it. She said no, and that she liked this kind of jealousy. He said there were only a few things left, and then everything would be over. After that, they should go on a trip together. She said she didn't have time and needed to find a job as she was now unemployed. He asked if she had any company in mind. She said not yet, but asked why he was asking. He said it was so he could become an executive there and work with her. She said it didn't sound like a joke when he said it. She asked him if he didn't trust her. He said if these things were going to happen anyway, why shouldn't he make them happen faster? She said it would be better to take a break. She had never taken a break before and didn't know how it would feel. She thought that it didn't matter where they went or what they did as long as they were together for a long time. Seong-hun mother was very smart, but Hongju's side was stronger. She realized too late that the blade was already at her throat. She couldn't do anything now. The stock prices were soaring because of the media, so they decided to keep the headlines quiet. The final scene showed Hang In-seop, who told Hang Mayan Company that if she chose to go to jail, he wouldn't stop her. But as her brother and the head of Hangju, he wanted to give her some advice. He said tarnishing the Hang name would be very painful for their father. He said he wanted to give her one last piece of advice. Their father had once said, "The longer you keep someone with you, the more careful you should be." Hang Myung's mom wondered how someone who didn't even know her well could do this to her. Hang In-seop explained that the closer a person was, the more they would be hurt by small things. He told her she was to leave the country in 3 days. If she didn't, Seanggun would be the one in jail. He advised her to find a good place and live her life peacefully. He said she was at an age where she should be seeing her grandchildren. It was revealed that another meeting was held the next day where all the stock transactions were discussed. Seanggun was removed from his director position and someone else was chosen. Hang In-seop had already laid out all the pieces. In one night, the cold sword of Hangju was used, and in just one night, Seanggun was no longer the director of company, and also engagement with Young Sera is also cancelled. He had nothing left, absolutely nothing. Seanggun was seen shouting, completely bewildered. He couldn't understand how his uncle had gotten all those documents. His dad told him it was all because of his mom. She didn't know when to stop and when to go wild. He reminded her what kind of person the president was, a man who was always fearless. Seanggun's mom said she didn't want to hear that from someone lying on the ground picking up garbage. She told him to be quiet and let her think. They had to get out now and live separately. There was no reason for them to stay together. Seanggun couldn't understand anything. It didn't make any sense. He wondered who had done all this. He realized it was that bastard Byung-jin. He was the one who had done everything. From the very beginning, he had been approaching his mom to destroy him. His plan was to take everything from him. Byung-jin must have always been jealous of him because he had everything. Now he had taken his revenge. He had taken everything from him, not just Junyoung. He said his mom had fallen for his cheap tricks. He called his mom a big fool. Seanggun was yelling at his mom in anger. She then gave him a tight slap and told him to come to his senses. She asked him how he dared to talk to her in such a loud voice. She was thinking to herself, "What do you think, Seanggun? Did director Byung-jin do all this because of his feelings?" But then she remembered President In-seop's words when he said, "The clothes, very close." Seanggun then said to his mom, "Is that all I mean to you? You've always treated me like I was nothing to you, like my thoughts, my voice, and my time were just a waste to you. Someone like me can never understand what you do. You've always made me feel like I'm a fool. From the beginning to the end, you only cared about company. Family, even your son, means nothing to you. Now look at yourself. You have nothing left in your hands." After saying all this, he left. His mom then called Secretary Kim. Next, Byung-jin was seen talking to Junyoung. He had messaged her, asking if she would like to have some dessert. She replied that she wanted something very sweet with lots of chocolate. Byung-jin was thinking to himself, "You act like you're all grown up, but you're still a little girl. Sweet dessert. I've never been to places like that. I don't know where to find one." Just then, Samdu called him. Samdu asked if he was still in the office. Byung-jin said no, he was leaving, and asked why he had called. Samdu said he was at the guard post because a new car had been seen entering. They were trying to figure out why an unregistered car had come in, and he thought it was the same car Byung-jin knew about. The number plate was 3743, the same car that had followed him once in Busan. Byung-jin had reached the parking lot. Just then, someone came up behind him. Byung-jin turned around to look, and the person stabbed him with a knife. Byung-jin grabbed the knife with his hand, and the person was none other than Seanggun. He was saying, "Die, Byung-jin, die! You're a bastard, you're a demon, get out of my sight." Byung-jin then hit him with his head, causing Seanggun to fall. Seanggun was scared and told him not to come near him. Byung-jin then kicked him in the mouth and put his foot on his hands. He picked up the knife and told him he should have hit with more force. He said he wasn't ready yet. Seanggun was thinking why he hadn't died yet. The knife was so sharp it could cut through leather, so why hadn't it cut his body? Byung-jin then told him to listen carefully. He told Seung-gun to go as far away as he could right now and to make sure no one could find him. He said the moment he disappeared from his sight, he would start chasing him. And when he found him, he would see what he was eating, where he was going, and how he was spending his day. He said if he found out he was trying to do something again, he would give him this knife back. So from now on, he should live as if he was dead and not leave any evidence behind. He told him to make sure it wasn't easy for him to find him because he had no shortage of people who could find him. Seung-gun, scared, asked what he had done that was so wrong. He asked what he had done now. Beomjin told him to stop giving meaning to his pain, as it was pointless, and to get out of there. He said if the police caught him in front of Junyoung, he wouldn't want to be remembered in that way. Seung-gun then looked at his hands, which had blood on them. He cried and thought about what he had just done. He then ran away in fear. He thought that every step he took, his legs were trembling and it felt like something was breaking inside him. Now he didn't even know what he had lost. Everything was destroyed, even his soul. Beomjin was then seen suddenly falling to the ground. Samdu was on the phone and told him to say something. He asked what he was doing and which parking lot and entrance he was in. Beomjin said, "Oh, you haven't hung up yet. Call the hospital and come to the basement quietly." Samdu asked which place and if he should block the entrance and bring the team. Beomjin told him not to make a mountain out of a molehill. He said it wasn't a big deal and wasn't the problem at the moment. Samdu asked him what the problem was then. Beomjin thought to himself, "What is the problem?" "The problem is Junyoung, who will call me in a few minutes and ask me about chocolate dessert. I'm standing at a crossroads. Should I lie to her or tell her the truth? But if I lie, would I even be able to do it?" Then he just heard Samdu shouting, "Bro!" The episode started with Junyoung running straight to the hospital. Samdu, Jun, and Beomjin's uncle were also there. Beomjin's uncle and Junyoung were sitting and talking. The uncle said he had heard a lot about her but never thought he would meet her this way. He introduced himself as Kang Sa-chun and said he was Beomjin's uncle. He told her she must be in shock and to sit down and relax. But he said the good thing was that it wasn't too serious. He had stopped the knife with his hands, so it didn't go in too deep. Junyoung asked what wasn't serious. She asked if he was the chairman of Jake Financial, and if all this was related to company matters. Junyoung's uncle seemed to have no answers, simply shrugging, "Who knows?" This left Junyoung feeling frustrated. She recalled a similar incident at JK where a director was stabbed but survived. To her, this wasn't a serious matter, and everyone should just move on. She questioned if a police report was ever filed and if the incident had occurred within the company premises. She wondered if CCTV footage could provide clues, or perhaps the real reason for the delay in reporting was that they already knew who the culprit was and were trying to handle it quietly. Uncle replied, expressing that she wasn't the only one concerned. He and Samdu also considered Beomjin their family. He gently reminded her that some people are irreplaceable and hoped she would understand that not everything needed to be revealed to the outside world. Junyoung acknowledged his words, but she also voiced her belief that hiding things isn't always the best solution. With that, she left. Her uncle watched her go, realizing she was no ordinary girl, but also noting that she lacked a support system. He then turned to Samdu, asking for news about Seung-gun. Samdu informed him that Seung-gun had boarded a flight to Melbourne just 20 minutes ago. The uncle wondered what Beomjin's opinion was on the matter, and Samdu explained that for now, Beomjin seemed willing to let it go until Seung-gun returned to Korea. The uncle found this reasonable, speculating that Beomjin must have had a reason for letting him leave. He urged everyone to focus on Beomjin's recovery, allowing him to rest completely. He joked that if they didn't, Junyoung would be the first one to scold them. 10 days later, Beomjin awoke to find Junyoung sitting beside him, absorbed in a book. He was surprised and asked when she had arrived. She told him she had come the previous night. He worried that she must be bored and told her she didn't have to visit every day. Junyoung reminded him that she was currently unemployed and it was better to be bored there than alone at home. Beomjin reflected on the 10 days that had passed since his admission. His recovery was faster than he had expected, and he could now walk around, though he was still not well enough to leave the hospital. He remembered seeing Junyoung's worried face when he first regained consciousness. She had looked at him as if he were the most pathetic person in the world. Since that night, she had been by his side almost every day. The most surprising thing was that she hadn't said a single word about what had happened. She simply sat there, reading quietly. He felt as if she had taken a vow of silence. Byung-jin commented that her concentration seemed to have wavered. She was stuck on the same page. Jun-young explained that it was because a strange man was staring at her. Byung-jin playfully reminded her that she used to be just like that. He told her to look at him instead of the book if she couldn't focus. She asked what there was to see. He pointed out that she and Samdu had always been able to get past his defenses, yet here she was, stuck on a book she wasn't even reading. Jun-young confessed that Byung-jin's chairman was too intimidating. He had drawn a hard line and declared he would handle everything himself. Byung-jin was surprised to see the usually determined Yoon-young so quiet and obedient. She explained that even if she got involved, there was no way the chairman would tell her anything. Byung-jin realized he should have understood this sooner. He gently told her that he knew she was aware of who the attacker was and urged her not to think about it too much. Jun-young was visibly upset. She told him that he had almost died, and while it wasn't directly her fault, she couldn't consider herself completely innocent. Byung-jin realized this was exactly why he hadn't wanted to tell her anything. He asked if she felt guilty on his behalf. She admitted that she did, but was also relieved that everything was over. She confessed that she had been terrified of what might have happened and had no idea what she would have done. Byung-jin held her close, her head resting on his shoulder. He told her to take all her guilt and pain and to always stay with him. He promised he would remain the same, no matter what the future held, and reminded her that she had promised him her heart. He urged her to open up and tell him everything so he could know how to take better care of her. Jun-young smiled, finding it ironic that the person telling her to open up was the King of Silence. Her eyes then fell on a small box, and she asked what it was. Byung-jin replied that it was something to calm her down. The box was filled with chocolates, and he fed them to her with his hands, which made her incredibly happy. Jun-young was moved, realizing that he thought about her even more than he showed. Meanwhile, the company had been quickly reorganized. The vacant positions left by Sang-moon and his morther were filled, and things returned to normal as if nothing had ever happened. Sang-moon and his family had left the country that day, and Secretary Kim was nowhere to be found. The rumor mill suggested that Kim had betrayed Sang-moon's mother and gone into hiding with his money. Elsewhere, Secretary Kim was with Inseop. He expressed her frustration, having worked for Sang-moon's mother his entire life only to be cast aside in a moment. She declared that he would find her own way to survive before it was too late. The story then shifts to reflect on Sang-moon's mother, who had failed in her final attempts to think clearly. She had lost everything, the people she had spent years with, her family, and the company. The narrator wondered if she would finally realize what truly mattered now that she had nothing left. Back in the hospital, Byung-jin was feeding Jun-young chocolates. She expressed her hope for his quick recovery, suggesting they visit her mom before the end of summer. Jun-young reflected that this was all she had ever wished for, to be with him, feeling his warmth and protecting this peaceful moment forever. She wished that this feeling would never leave her. In the distance, the sky began to glimmer, heralding a new dawn. The world was still in darkness, but a day would come when it would shine brightly. For now, it was just twilight. 2 weeks had passed. Jun-young was still working at the same company. She had already submitted her resignation, but the company president, Iliop, canceled it and personally called her to his office. He told her that she was a very capable employee and that the company needed her, so she decided to stay. 6 months went by. Jun-young continued working tirelessly at the company. She was often exhausted from the heavy workload and frequent overtime, but she was still happy that it was Friday finally, she could get some rest. Byung-jin was also returning from a business trip that day. However, they had fought 4 days ago and, since then, had not spoken to each other. Their wedding was just 4 months away, but this was the first serious argument they'd ever had. The fight happened because Byung-jin was overly protective, and they both got upset. While she was thinking about all this, her phone rang. Seeing Byung-jin's name, she answered it excitedly, but it was actually Samdu on the line. Surprised, she asked if something had happened to Byung-jin. Samdu said yes, which made her worry immediately. He explained that Byung-jin had been drinking and had gone straight to her mother's hospital room. This shocked her because Byung-jin usually never drank, but today, due to a meeting with Chinese investors, he had to. and since he couldn't handle alcohol well, he ended up at the hospital. She rushed there quickly. Samdu told her he would bring the car while she went upstairs. As she walked toward the room, she realized this was the first time she had ever seen Beomjin drunk, but she couldn't understand why he had come to see her mother. Just before entering, she overheard him talking to her mother, saying that he was very worried about Yoonyoung because she didn't take care of herself. Hearing this made her blush. When she stepped inside, Beomjin looked at her and asked her to sit on his lap. She did as he said. He complained that she hadn't called him for 4 days. He admitted he also hadn't called her, but still apologized. Then, holding her cheek, he told her she was beautiful. He gave her a hairpin as a gift and gently placed it in her hair. She blushed even more as he kept gazing at her lovingly, calling her cute. She had never seen this side of him before. She leaned in, intending to kiss him, but he stopped her, saying her mother was there. Yet, moments later, he almost kissed her anyway, only stopping again to remind her that they were in a hospital and couldn't continue. The next morning, Beomjin woke up to the smell of coffee. Thinking Junyoung had made it, he felt an unusual warmth and comfort. When he went to the kitchen, she teased him about his behavior the previous night, saying he had tortured her. Seeing his smile, she told him not to think about it again since it was broad daylight, but he suddenly picked her up and carried her to the bedroom. She protested, saying she was hungry and hadn't even taken a bite of her toast. He simply told her he had missed her too much, and their love continued from there.